我是 Face 边，今年23岁，来自 PSG LGD 战队。
Hi, my name is Dobson. I'm playing for OG. I'm 23 years old.
大家好，我是 Ori。
我是 AME。
Hi, I'm Abed.
大家好，我是来自 Elephant 的 Euros。
Hey guys, I'm Matumbaman. I play for Team Secret and I'm 26 years old.
Так, первый интернешнл это, скажем так, проверка нашей команды, но для меня это как, скажем так, очередной турнир в Доте, который, турниры в Доте будут еще.
This is my second TI.
今年是我第3次参加 TI。
第4次。
I attended 5 TIs in total as an analyst, player, or coach.
我觉得 TI 主要给我人生带来就是打比赛那种激情吧，就是我感觉打 TI 就是是一件让人热血沸腾的事情。最直接的物质上的有一些改变吧，高额的奖金。
TI definitely brought me money. That's the one thing. It also gave me a sense of purpose to what I'm doing with my life. It's something to reach out for, to achieve this big thing for your life, and winning TI definitely was one of them, and winning second is my current goal, so it definitely gives some purpose to your life.
I mean, the most memorable moments are probably just, lifting the Aegis, the finals, and of course the craziest comeback games from TI8 that we had. Some crazy games against LGD and EG, so those are the most memorable games, like the ones we're about to lose, but then we bring it back.
应该是我们 TI9 被小狗1打5吧。
Probably my first TI. It was TI6. The first time I saw all the players I
Once
looked
we're
up to.
about to lose, but then we bring it back.
应该是我们 TI9 被小狗1打5吧。
Probably my first TI. It was TI6. The first time I saw all the players I looked up to.
应该是 TI7 吧，当时第一次打 TI， 然后一轮游了，然后就当时记忆比较深刻吧。
For me, it was TI7 lower bracket game against Virtus Pro. That was kind of the turning point for our team to win the whole tournament.
TI8, when I went as an analyst, I was just watching OG playing, and they weren't really the strong powerhouses going into the TI, but the stories they made and the quality of the games they brought was really fun.
I think I would tell myself to not get so knocked down on when we got eliminated. I was really feeling down. It felt really bad. I would tell myself it's okay. It's like life continues. It's not end of the world, and probably would try to teach me some, I don't know, humility maybe. I was young back then, so.
最好还是不要穿越回去，也许穿越回去说了一句话就改变了时间线，改变了世界线吧。
No, I don't really have any plans how many TIs I'm gonna play. Maybe I'll take a break after this one. Who knows?
看状态吧，如果觉得自己状态好，就会一直打了，然后变菜了就不打了。
Well, for now, I try to take it one TI at a time, but obviously I want to keep playing and I want to keep coming here as much as I can until I win, that's for sure.
A TI win is indeed the goal for all players that gathered here in Bucharest this year as well. And I think that something needs to be said. We saw Topson in that video. Topson is the most recent Royal Roader, and that is if you go to the international, your first international, and you win it. That doesn't happen that often, although it happened more often than you think. You want to have a short quiz? How many Royal Roaders have we got, including TI1? So I give you 5 already off the boot. Fog, do you want to give a little guess? I will also tell you there are, calculate in the meantime, there are 45 TI champions, of course, although actually you can remove 5 of that because we have 5 returning champions, with OG winning twice, so that leaves 40 players with TI winning records. Have
We're
I
all
talked
sitting
long
here
enough?
doing math.
I know. I
You
gave you
lost
this
us.
time intentionally. I see Fogg still calculating.
I have no, I don't know. It's kind of just like a random guess. I feel.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably at least half, maybe, or around half. A lot of them.
It's
probably.
18. You're correct. It's 18
Nice.
Royal Roaders, and this year, guaranteed, we get at least one as well. So there will be at least one added to the numbers. And I say at least one, maybe four.
Yes.
That's crazy. There's only been 2 times that a full team of Royal Roaders has been there. Of course, TI1 was one of them, and Wings was at TI6 as well. But all these stories from TIs, I mean, there's a lot of lessons to be learned, Lizard, from having played TIs. Do you think players can use those lessons once they come on stage? Because we saw Matu just there saying, like, he should take it a little, life goes on, a little serious. But we also seen the pictures. He just got eliminated. He's heartbroken.
100%. Every TI teaches you a lot because you're working under such immense pressure. The emotions are getting to you, and you have to learn not only a lot about the game, but about yourself as you are playing and going through the main stage.
Yeah, it is quite incredible, the achievement to win TI. And it's mentioned in the video as well, there's money on the line. Yes, the money plays a part because it adds to the pressure and it adds to the relief of winning, because you heard the players say it, God, it's life-changing.
It is. It's millions of dollars. It's, the biggest tournament of the year for a reason. The money plays a big part for some players. Even the ones that care less about the money, the pressure is enormous, because for so many Dota players, it's about legacy. It's about proving you're the best. But that money is always on the back of anyone's mind.
And it's just the competitiveness, right? I think that's something that always drives all Dota players. It's sure you want that win, but it's just your competitive nature. Because even a lot of us, they're playing show matches, but you can hear some of the players, like Insane is like, guys, shut up and listen to me. Like, even though it's a joke match, like a lot of these players, it's innately built into you, that competitive spirit.
Yeah. So we just heard from players that have been to 1 to 5 internationals. Let's hear from some of the players that have been through a lot more, 6 to 10 internationals.
I'm Sumil, 22 years old, playing for OG.
我是 Maybe.
Hello, I'm S4.
我是三兵.
Hi, I'm Hin.
My nickname is Puppy and I play for Team Secret.
My name is Johan Sundstein. I'm 27, soon 28, and I play Dota for OG.
I played in 6. This is the 6th.
5、6、7、8、9。这是我第6次参加 TI.
It's 7 TIs now. Yeah.
So I played every TI since TI3. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That'll be my 8th.
9年吧，我少打了1年。
I think the biggest change was when I became owner of Team Secret. I think it obviously puts a lot more pressure on you when you play the game, comparison to when you're just like a kid that just wants to play Dota without any other problems. So I think that was like the biggest leap for me, at least.
就很多人嘴上说着梦想什么之类的，很少有人真正的去接触到梦想的那个舞台吧。但是就是我们这些能打 TI 的选手，就是能站在那个舞台，有机会去完成自己的梦想。
对我来说最深刻的 TI 就是 TI2，因为我们是在 V 社的办公室打的，然后那一年我们把 V 社的办公室弄得超软，然后我们也把他们的杂物啊什么就吃的这些全部都吃完了，他们就每天需要 refill 很多，就是那个重补，所以那一年对我来说还蛮深刻的。
I would obviously have to say the most memorable TI was TI7 with Team Liquid. I think it's just the eHome versus EG game, TI6. It felt better than winning TI5, I would say.
TI5 with Secret. I was playing with RTC. We were kind of the favorites at the tournament, with maybe one other team. And losing that tournament was pretty painful, but I learned so much, so I don't regret playing it with Secret. It taught me a lot.
如果有一道时光机能回到第1年 TI， 我会跟自己说，在 TI2 的时候别吃太多生蚝，因为我在 TI2 的时候拉肚子了，因为吃了太多生蚝。
If I would go back to TI1, I wouldn't say anything because I want to win that tournament and I want to change it.
TI6 versus DC. I would like to tell myself not to play Brewmaster.
算了吧，感觉不太想穿越。就是发生就发生了呀，就是 之前发生的遗憾不圆满，有可能是为了你以后圆满就是做的铺垫。
This is my 7th TI, and I haven't thought about it before you asked, but maybe 10 TIs would sound kind of cool. So, including this one, 3 more.
I do think it would be nice to get more TIs under your belt before you quit.
No, not really. I'm just gonna keep playing until TI is a thing.
未来感觉可以的话，应该每届都想参加吧。
I mean, I don't have a plan of any sort of type like that, how many TIs I will play, but I hope that I will play every TI. I don't know. I can't say. Maybe there's going to be a new tournament anyway. There's going to be the new TI with Dota 3 or something like that, but it's very hard. I don't make plans like that. I keep going, I keep playing.
打第1年 TI 时就觉得打了10年就应该会停止了，结果现在已经是第11年了。虽然去年没有 TI 嘛，可是我还是继续的在打这Dota，所以看吧。如果我儿子需要他爸爸在的时候，我可能就会退役去花多点时间来陪他了。
No, it's probably like 2.
Really?
Yeah, it's 2 TIs.
Yeah, you're trolling me.
No, I'm not lying. It's obviously a troll. I've played 10 TIs.
There is one thing that you can count on when you see these guys talk about Dota. They don't think about giving up, because that competitive spirit, even if people say, guys, I'ma retire, they'll be back, Fog. It's not a thing. People just, I mean, it draws you in.
Yeah, I really liked hearing like how there's just a difference between a lot of the players were saying like, I would go back, but I would change this, and some of the other ones would be like, I wouldn't want to change anything because mistakes build your future, or you don't want to change something that would have caused you to change the whole entire spiral of the future. So it's cool to see the differences, how they all think about it.
Yeah, it is definitely very cool. I mean, I say that people sometimes retire and they come back. When we focus on the grand finals ahead of us, there's one name that is very clear there, because Zhao 8, TI champion of TI 4, did really good. After TI 6, he's like, you know what? That's it for me. It's been a good run. Absolute veteran in the scene, of course. I'm going to call it quits. So he skipped TI 7. He skipped TI 8. He skipped TI 9. Guess what? He's back, gods.
You can't take this man away.
You cannot.
He is the equivalent of Puppy when it comes to the Chinese Dota scene. He's an absolute legend, not just for the fact he won TI, but he's just always been regarded as the, best drafter and captain of the region.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see how the teams are doing. Let's see how PSG LGD and Team Spirit got to this moment in time, got to this grand finals here for the International 10.
The road to this place is unyielding. Paved in sacrifice and littered with fallen foes. Where a gathering of global titans once battled. And 2 contenders now remain. They have struggled.
Sitting on an Ops and Sentry right now for Sumail. Wait, more toss again! They got Sumail. They don't have Chrono afterwards, but they might not need it. Scepter now inside the Found. I don't know if he fought that or not, but Figure of Death down. Usually when OG is in the Found, it's good. Not this time, as they pull him back down again. No tail die. Easy game. I don't think that was a voice line.
And endured.
Without the Elder Titan, this will be difficult to defend, even with...
Oh, the Tether!
All right. Tether stun comes through with the bash. Carl takes the tumble. And LGD absolutely crushing their way to a Game 3 victory here.
Conquering all challenges that faced them to earn admission to this final fight.
Static Storm controlling Flight Blade as Yatora gets out of the second round of the Chronosphere. Over to 1 million they go. JT drops the Echo Slam, but they're all falling on IGs and out to kill for Yatora. He's down the game as a rampage for the Drow Ranger. Yatora
They reach now for the province of legends, to answer a call to greatness that echoes across time.
Break on the Tidehunter, absolutely beautiful
And now the
from
grip.
DM, and now the grip onto Ame. They want to kill him in time. Do they have enough? No. Ame with the turn. Ame, are you kidding me? What in the hell was that?
All this damage being applied to Monkey, give him Matu. If he gets taken out, that's a dieback from Matu. Double kill from Shin-Q. LGD are doing it, Cinderin. GG's just called, just like that.
One team will forge their own legacies, with the eyes of the world upon them, and the Aegis of champions on the line. What comes next can never be rewritten. But tales of ultimate glory never grow old.
Oh, goosebumps. Grand finals time. Lizard, we got PSG LGD and Team Spirit in these finals. Did you expect that?
Did anyone expect Team Spirit? Maybe there were a couple of odd ones out predicting Team Spirit in their brackets as the grand finalist, but after dropping early on into the lower bracket and PSG LGD just being on top, these are two completely opposite roads that led them here.
Yeah, it's the team everybody expected in the finals against the team that nobody expected in the finals.
Yeah, and this should be such a fun one because I think Spirit has absolutely proven themselves time and time again throughout this tournament, not just to have any type of flukes or anything that people say. This is just pure talent on this team, so it's going to be a crazy matchup.
You could write a book about the flair that Team Spirit is bringing to the table, from picking 13 different carries to having the most rampages on one single guy to improving tremendously through the lower brackets.
Now, there was one thing that Toronto Tokyo actually said in an interview on the Chinese broadcast yesterday. And it was, I don't know why everybody didn't think that we were going to go this far because we've been doing really well, but maybe that was because it's only in scrim. So I went asking around, and Team Spirit has been crushing it. If you ask any other player that they have scrimmed, then yes, they would have said, yeah, Team Spirit, they got what it takes. I even got from Seb, he said they think the Team Spirit will have a better chance against PSG LGD in these grand finals, gods.
Yeah, and I think the fact they've been able to make that deep lower bracket run, there's something to be said for momentum. A lot of people on paper would have pegged, Team Secret to be the favorite in that lower bracket match earlier today. But that momentum, when you're going through that lower bracket, it just builds up. Playing with confidence in Dota is something that's just so important. And for Team Spirit, it's not just the confidence. They've got the skills to back it up as well.
They do indeed, Fogged. They do indeed.
Yeah, the confidence is definitely a big thing when you go on the main stage and you have the balls to say GG easy after some games, let's be honest, right? And then also just the confidence as well in the interview for Toronto Tokyo to say things like that. Oh, people didn't really expect us to make it to this point, but we did. These are young bloods. They have to have that confidence. So I feel like that's always really good to have going, even when you're playing against legendary players.
Yeah, when Collapse was asked before the tournament, would you rather play upper bracket or lower bracket? He was the only one of his team that said lower bracket. There was no hesitation. It was, you had to say it within a second. It was upper bracket, lower bracket. No hesitation.
I don't blame him because they're looking so amazing under pressure. This team seems unfazed by emotions completely in the booth. They're seemingly having a lot of fun and just crushing it. They actually played versus PSG LGD in the last grand finals, the last tournament before TI. They took a game off of them, but they improved since then quite a lot. It's going to be explosive TI grand finals.
I think so too. We talk a lot about Team Spirit, of course, because PSG LGD, they have already locked in their slot, for the grand finals yesterday. So they have had plenty of time to prepare for their grand finals opponents. They were able to study and watch Team Spirit make it all the way through their fellow countryman IG yesterday. And of course, this morning, we saw Team Spirit take out Team Secret there. So they've been watching, they've been studying, they're ready. I think Team Spirit is ready too, though. So it is about time to get these teams on the stage. first time since 2013 we have an Eastern European team taking their place here in the grand finals of the international. Team Spirit have wreaked absolute havoc in that lower bracket, and they are ready for their final boss in PSG LGD. Of course, Team Spirit, they got Yatoro, they got Toronto, Tokyo, Collapse, Mira and Miposhka, led by Coach Silent. Yatoro being the youngest player at this international as well. You can see him here, looks a little different than his picture as he has donated his hair to the Dota gods. Let's see if it helps against PSG LGD. PSG LGD, was there ever any doubt that this team would take their seats here in these grand finals? These 5 players and their coach have been favorites for the last few months. Everybody saw this one coming, but the way that they've done it, the flair that they've done it with, that is something unparalleled for sure. We got Ame, Nothing to Say, Faith Beyond, Jing Q, Y, and Zhao 8. And they will take their place in the booth as they get ready for their best of 5 grand finals. We want to quickly highlight Ame, the carry player of PSG LGD. He came second at TI8. He came third at TI9. He came fourth at TI7. I think it's about time. He has a good shot at making it a first place here. All 10 players and their coaches headed into their pods, headed into their booths. I think at this point, all focus, Fog, is going to be on that game.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a really cool battle of minds as well, too. As we've mentioned multiple times, of course, when you get to go through the upper bracket, you get a lot of more information coming into these grand finals. So for PSG LGD, Zhao 8 probably did a ton of homework. He's probably got a lot to say to his team. And then for Team Spirit, this is, you weren't expecting to just face PSG LGD. You had to make it all the way here. So now it's like kind of maybe last minute scrambling for some of these notes. So it's going to be interesting to see how the mind of Miposhka and Silent work versus PSG LGD when they have all that info.
And the same what Puppy was saying, right? There's a couple of strategies that everyone is using at this tournament, so you can adapt to them and just think of it like that. Because PSG LGD, they have been under the microscope for the last couple of months, right? Because of that, maybe for Team Spirit it's going to be a little bit easier, and it's not just anyone that they're facing in the grand finals, but still, not a lot of time since the last match that they had.
Absolutely. Also, on the side of PSG LGD, there's four players and a coach that have been in these pods on the grand finals before. 3 of them ended up being victorious, which, by the way, for Faith Beyond and Y, they are those Royal Roaders that I talked about. This is actually their second TI. They've got a 100% TI win rate. So I think having that under your belt, Gods, the pressure on the side of PSG LGD shouldn't be there.
At least a lot less, I think, because they've been there. I think there is still that little bit of pressure that they've never actually, had their back against the wall. I think that's where, Spirit, they've made this lower bracket run and there's all this extra info that PSG LGD have to look at. But when PSG LGD, they've had an easy run to now. So if they, drop a game or see, find themselves being challenged, that's where things will get interesting. But the fact they've been there before, that experience, that goes a long way.
It really does. I think it's also about time that we get these 2 teams on even playing field, because of course Team Spirit, the name, I know that there's a lot of people tuning in and they have seen PSG LGD. They've been to 9 internationals, 10 if you also count LFY in that, of course, and they've had top finishes. They do well. For Team Spirit, the organization, Fog, this is their first international, so there are going to be a lot of people like, who are these guys? But these guys, at the moment, we can consider them on the same level as PSG LGD coming into this grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've proven themselves so many times throughout the year. They've grown so much. I mean, I even mentioned it, I posted on Twitter earlier, these guys almost got relegated to lower division in DPC Season 1. Somehow they've crawled their way, they've learned so much, and yeah, it's just really spectacular to see that these young bloods have been able to make it all the way here to grand finals after such a tough road.
Yeah, Lizard, how is it possible for Yatoro to have 3 rampages
I don't
on
know.
the main stage?
Crazy.
It's insane. Not only does he have 3 rampages, how many heroes did this man play? it's just ridiculous to think about it. Usually when you become a pro and you're young, it's because you have a couple of heroes that you really maxed out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like you played 500 games of some Jug, Sven, and 2 more extra heroes. This guy seemingly plays anything.
Yep. And he's not just young, he is the youngest.
Yes.
The youngest player in the internationals made to the grand finals with such a hero pool is incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Let's take a look at these two teams and compare them head to head to see who comes out on top of this one. Combined TIs, 6 versus 11. There's a big difference there. Most of the difference is, of course, going to be in the coaches. For Zhao, this is his 7th TI. His first as a coach, by the way, interesting to note. For Silent, this is his 5th vote.
Yeah, it's really cool when you get to hear the differences like that. But I still have to, I know everyone keeps talking about Collapse and Yataro, and they even talk about Silent a lot with the brain and the coaching, but I have to give Miposhka so much credit on this team. I think he's the big one that I'm looking at where, Zhao, he's 9.8 KMR, 10 KMR, played it, several TIs, been here forever, but Miposhka's a guy who's been digging and digging and digging through tier 2 teams for years and years.
Yellow Submarines, Comanches, all these tier 2 Eastern European teams, and now he's here in the grand finals. It's a beautiful story.
It really is. I think a lot of people might remember the miracle run that Empire had at TI7, but they had to play with the stand-in because their carry was not there. That was Miposhka's squad right there. And they still came top 8, which is absolute credit to being able to lead a team that has a fresh stand-in to be able to take it that far, and here he is. He seems also having the mindset of, you know what? I don't care about this all the shebang about this grand finals. I'm just gonna focus on the Dota gods.
Yeah.
He's just full focus on the games.
He comes across whenever there's an interview, very calm. He's got a very good head on his shoulders. And I think something that we've kind of commented on, when we see Spirit win these matches or come back, they don't show a lot of emotion. They're kind of for them, it's the job isn't done until they win TI itself. So there really is this kind of team effort that is always focused on the next game that they have to play.
Yeah, we heard it yesterday in a winner's interview as well. Is the focus is, we just play a Dota game with friends and we just focus on the game. And once we're in it, money doesn't matter.
A counter argument for all the pressure that's on Team Spirit, I would say even that they reached grand finals.
Yes.
4 of them haven't been on a TI before.
Yeah.
How much pressure can you... Obviously, it's a lot, but at the same time, you're living the dream, you're enjoying yourself, and the momentum that they've got because of that, I think is going to be a huge tailwind for them. Meanwhile, PSG LGD, they have a couple of accomplished stars, and I think the pressure is actually on them.
Yeah, there can definitely be said, a lot of things said for the pressure on PSG LGD. Nothing to say is here playing his first international, by the way, also potential for that Royal Roader. And this team has got all the pressure of an entire region. Can they bring it home for their country is the question. We're finding out. The draft is right around the corner.
Team Spirit versus PSG LGD. Grand Finals, Game 1.
Hello everyone, welcome to the draft panel of the Grand Finals of TI10. I have here with me Seb and No-Tail. And I just want to start off with a question. I mean, Team Spirit, they've had this amazing run. They have a lot of momentum, but LGD, they've seen more of Team Spirit's games. Which ones would you guys prefer going into the finals?
What do you mean going?
Like the momentum or having more information? Because Team Spirit
and they don't want to deal with it. Does it have anything to do with the bans?
Should give it purpose on the lane, because if not this, ET and Tide could, there's so many lanes that you could go into. If they pick this casual gyrocopter, I think the lane could be atrocious for them.
I think there's a little bit of a tournament meta thing, right? Because teams, when they pick them out, they've been banning out the Ursa against them in the second phase. I think Ursa one of the few agility carries that can match up against Outer Titan, you know? You have the ultimate to get through. Exactly. Yeah. You can't man up in the lane, even he can't, his order is in range.
Exactly, you can't get close to him, it's a lot of counter.
And one thing to mention here is how both teams covered really well the Magnus angle. Think about it, like they open the Wisp, then they go into ET Tide. Tide is considered a very good hero into Magnus just because of how the team fight happens, right? The Ravage covers the Skewer back because the Ravage is such a big AoE spell that you're gonna fight wherever you want with Tide. Obviously the Kraken Shell against the Magnus RP and stuns, it's really hard for Magnus to fight into Tide because you either RP his teammates and he's gonna counter initiate with Ravage, or you RP the Tide and he's gonna get the Ravage off anyway. So you're kind of setting up the Tide for a great Ravage as Magnus, right? So LGD, Team Spirit, sorry, they go for this Tide, kind of making the Magnus second pick like 8th pick instead of the Ursa really hard for LGD to go for. And this is one of the first games on the main stage, I think, where Magnus has been completely ignored by both teams. And these two teams have crushed games with Magnus.
They decide to still ban it now, which of course is still going to be good, and especially going to be good with the Ursa. I wonder if they're going to look at there's a Yatoro hero, I don't know if we've seen. Has he played TA 6 yet?
No, but maybe he had, actually, maybe in the group stage, but he does play it for sure.
Yeah. And this is what I think now LGD is thinking really hard about. It's like, what are they gonna pick that's gonna mess with our strategy and potentially our win condition? I think they want this Ursa to stay as a win condition, but there's also heroes in Dota that can make it really annoying. Teamfight is also something of it, like Tide can be good versus Ursa later on in the game. Like this whole scaling and how you want to fight, Tide can be overwhelming quite often. That's why it's also one of the top heroes of this tournament. But yeah, I'm looking for the Yatoro TA this game. So far, I want to see it.
So what I've seen from the start of the draft, we have pretty strong lanes coming out from IO Ursa, and there's a lot of team fight coming out from Team Spirit. Is it something that you guys think about, like how you want to match the team fight? Is that something important for LGD right now?
I think for both these teams, it is important. These teams excel at team fighting. I think they think about it a lot, drafting-wise. They have proven every game. You know, these are the Mag Wyvern teams, the ET Magnet. Like these are heroes that are really excel at the 5-on-5. They abuse positioning, they abuse vision. These teams are, you know, the finest teams at doing so. So of course they both do think about it. A lot of other things can happen in the Dota game. It's such a complex game. So there's the team fight part, there's the scaling part, there's also the laning phase, the timings.
You will need these timings in this game to actually be able to enter these fights, because if this is an Ursa who's behind and you're playing against ET Tide, all of a sudden it looks super overwhelming. It looks like your heroes are really trash. But if you actually get Ursa to the point where he needs to get, he can destroy the enemy. He can go in first. He can do so much for his team, be a front line, like do all these things, Roche at minute 10.
He will play with Aegis into Tide, and now it's a very different way to play the fight, right? Ursa's just going on Tide. He has Aegis. Tide doesn't want to click Ravage. The whole team fight changes completely. This is why if they can get the Ursa to his timings, he can break a Tide. If they can't, and these things are going to be decided with the second phase that is coming up, they're also going to be decided with the laning setup. And I do also want to mention how these two teams, in my opinion, are probably the two best laning teams of the tournament also. They will punish each other for every opening that they're going to, every angle they're going to expose, they will punish each other's.
So the Ursa timing, is that something you'd like to see, like LGD, should they commit the rest of their draft towards making that timing stronger? I think we were talking on the panel yesterday about Secret. They sort of went with some Wyvern Magnus, but they didn't commit to making that strategy work.
So I think Secret's early Roche and early timing strategies were some of the fastest and strongest and well executed of the tournament. Ursa was a big part of it. Enchantress with TA was also another way to see it. Tidehunter would like the game to be a little bit slower. Like if Dota starts happening in minute 15 to 18, you got your 1-2 items, you're very happy. Ursa doesn't allow that to happen. He might be going Roche minute 9. He might be going Roche minute 12. These things speed up the game and force them to maybe address that in the draft. If they can't address it really hard in the lane to slow down this Roche happening.
I want to mention how you see LGD's approach on the second phase, right? As Johan mentioned, like they banned the Troll, they banned the PA, they ban the TB. They're banning what they think. Yeah, they're banning what they think is gonna scale into the Ursa. I do want to mention the Lion pick, which I think is really, really strong, really powerful. First of all, it does not expose the draft, and yesterday we talked a lot about first pick versus second pick, which is now like second pick, meaning team spirit. They are past the danger zone because now they get to react twice. With picking this Lion, first of all, it gives actually Tide a better lane against Ursa. It's gonna negate the pressure, the aggression from Ursa on the lane, and Lion Hex actually is one of the best tools against Ursa. Ursa can buy the shard, he can buy Aghanims to get away from stuns, but the Hex is immune, kinda. He's not going to be able to get out of Hex. So LGD now have a very clear fight condition, which is they get the fight on the Ursa, they Hex him, they burst him. Sorry, Team Spirit. That's Team Spirit's fight condition, and LGD don't really have the tools to stop that.
Ooh, wow. Okay, that's new. That's great.
Alma, he played this in the finals versus an Adam Major versus EG, and his Naga looked pretty solid there. I mean, I play a lot of Naga Siren, so I think this is a great Naga game so far. I think the lane is good versus Lycan. I think the matchup, you guys were talking about skill. I don't think Ursa scales at all against Naga Siren.
Very, very true.
Yeah, yes and no, I would say. There are a lot of fights where Naga can feel very underwhelming. I don't think the strength of Naga is ever going to be team fights. You see it in this patch where illusions don't ever get to do a lot in fights. Peel illusions are kind of different. They stick on you, they hurt more, and they keep coming. Naga illusions, they can get wiped quite fast, quite easily. They don't have the best tools right now.
There's one thing that I see though with this Naga pick is, so now it's another bite strategy, right?
Exactly.
You're
You
gonna
see how there's a guy who's going to. But you can already imagine it.
Sleep might be very good. What about you trade bite for sleep, disengage, and deck the fight after that? Maybe that's what they're thinking. They're gonna make it as hard as possible because LGD heroes, they don't push out lanes very well, right? Ursa doesn't want to show and clear waves. That's not what Ursa does. Neither does Wisp. Lycan can do it to a certain extent. So the way this game should develop in the mid game is Naga's gonna push out all the lanes, already making it really hard for LGD to find the fight that they're looking for. And if they ever find it and they bite the Ursa and they're ready for the fight, sleep is gonna happen. They're gonna disengage and take a better fight on their ground.
You also see what they can re-engage with here. Like the team fight from LGD is quite simple. If Ursa's out of control and he has a Satanic and a Skadi and a Basha and he's bitten, he's a big problem in the fight. But still, if you sleep that and his 4 other heroes, if they don't have BKB, they're just gonna die to the sleep ravage. And can Ursa fight alone even if he's bitten? I don't think so. And they're gonna the Hex, they're gonna have the net eventually, they're gonna have an anchor smash to slow him down a bit. Like LGD's team fight is very obvious and is very committing right now. There's a few things I think that Team Spirit, they're also Radiant right now. Naga wants to live in the dire jungle and she wants to cut these 2 waves around the Roche area and push them away. If they feel like going bottom, they don't get the Roche with an Ursa strat. This is another way to also break their lineup. I think Spirit right now, they could be quite comfortable with how they can talk and approach these fights because if LGD doesn't have this bite going, doesn't have this, it's very underwhelming what their lineup does. Disruptor like an IO is not going to kill many heroes on the map.
You know, I actually thought it was LGD playing Naga. I just realized it was Team Spirit because I'm blind and I can't read. For you guys, which draft, like from your personal perspective, which one would you prefer to play? I mean, we don't have the last picks yet, but
I mean, I feel like LGD, they have a way to snowball the game. That's how I see it. You know, the Ursa IO timings, I like it. I do feel like this is one of the first times where I don't give LGD a strong upper hand on the draft. If anything, I'd maybe even give the upper hand on Team Spirits.
Let's see, there's a Tinker coming now. There's a lot of picks. I don't think Tinker got removed. Tinker versus Naga. Tinker scaling team fight. Tinker's a huge hero.
That sounds good because I'll help the team fight scale into late game.
They have a huge damage issue. They have a massive damage issue. Okay, Tango is also a hero that comes with a lot of potential scaling team fight damage. If you get
Card and Sleep also play. They cannot disengage anymore.
Yes, it's unreliable now. The Sleep, it's also a hero versus Tidehunter. Force bad ravages, kill him. Also good hero versus ET.
Very good last pick. A bit scary in the sense that it's a mid hero that can get very punished one-on-one, very weak laner against a lot of matchups. But you know, that's a lot of confidence from nothing to say. One of the best mid laners, if not the best mid laner in the tournament. And I'm sure their support are going to help, you know, with the mid lane and stuff. Very, very good pick. Very good last pick.
If I still had to choose a lineup that I would want to play, I actually have more faith in this Naga lineup. If they play well around the illusion wave push, again, I don't think Naga is the one you look for to crush the team fight. She needs to do her part. She needs to do the sleep, maybe get some illusions on some supports. But this game, in my opinion, should be looking like Tide, Lion, ET are messing with them and getting some pickoffs through the lanes, forcing TPs. Eventually they get very far ahead, like economy-wise, and this is going to lead to more openings. Naga can maybe join the fight, get another Skadi, kind of take over the fights with a goal advantage, or just keep playing the map.
I like how you're talking about how Naga splits up the map also, because when you have Nagasar, what I found is you want your other heroes to be able to pick off the enemy heroes, right? They already have that with Lion. They have some additional damage with ET. So if they're playing the actual Naga game, I agree with you. I can see them carrying one more to go on the side lane.
Clap them when they split up.
Yeah, they split up, they try to deal with Illus, boom, the burst is gonna happen. Lion, ET, Void Spirit, any hero will die 100-0. And Naga will force LGD to split up. They will force them to, they're gonna cheat the map. They're gonna create unfair situations, and it's gonna be hard for LGD to fix that unless they have full control of the game. This is why the laning phase is gonna be incredibly important. You know, for LGD to kind of slow down what Team Spirit is putting.
I would say it's even more important for LGD to actually have good lanes for the sake of their own timings. If they don't get this Ursa threatening the Roche around minute 10 plus, this means the whole game is going to slow down, and Naga's going to get into the jungle, going to get his waves, Lion's going to get closer to Dagger, and if you create that, I think Team Spirit Lion is going to be really fun to play, and it's going to be a very hard game for LGD.
Very interesting draft. I would also say that the lanes are a bit scary. I think this ET on the side lanes is completely untouched. They don't have a single stun for him. He's going to get the Spirit and he's going to
Bottom lane is going to be
lane.
Bottom lane is going to be a lot of fun for this ET.
Very strong lanes from Team Spirit also.
This tournament.
Yep. Miposhka ET. Scary stuff.
Yeah, Toronto getting his Void Spirit again.
Full comfort zone for both teams, honestly. I think at this point it's really going to come down to, who has a better idea going into this draft, and that's the beauty of Dota. It's a best of 5. It's meant to develop so much, but they're kind of getting to know each other. You know, this is what I can bring to the table, this is what you can bring, and you know, they're going to get to learn like what counters what. The meta is going to evolve a lot through the series.
And I would also like to point out that Team Spirit has been the most amazing learning team so far in this tournament. Like how they are adapting and how they're learning and how they're actually changing up their own playstyle into something new every game. But I would say every team fight, when there's a bite happening or a Pangolier roll, this is to get something done. Because if not that, they lose. This is like their main team fighting tools.
And now we're about to start the game, and we're going to have an interview with the coach of Team Spirit Silent with Sumi.
那我走。
好好打，好
Smells
好
like
打，别
Team
送了，兄弟
Spirit.
们。
Smells like Team Spirit.
Это что за слова такие?
Smells like Team Spirit.
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the International 10. Team Spirit up against PSG LGD in Sonia. It's a pleasure to have you by my side once again. How excited are you to see these two teams go head-to-head in this best of 5?
I mean, I'm extremely excited. This is bringing back memories of TI6, where you had DC make the miracle run in the lower bracket and going up against Wings at the time, and you have some of the Wings players on LGD's side, so I'm feeling TI6 vibes, and I think this Game 1 draft actually looks really, really good for Spirit.
Okay, what is it in particular you like about what they've done here in this first game?
I mean, I feel like, as Notel and Seth touched on, the way that the lanes are set up, I feel like they're going to have a really nice start to the game, and I feel like LGD is like really, really timing dependent, and they need to make sure that when they pop roll and they use the wolf fight on Ursa, they get a lot in the fights. And when I look at Spirit's draft, I see answers. They have the sleep, they have like 10 different stuns that they can throw out, and even if they burn the Ravage, I feel like the 4-man of their draft can still fight. So if they can get the Naga fat enough, if the Naga can ever join the fights and actually have a presence, I think their draft looks really, really nice to play.
And it's, you know, you've got to be excited to see it, right? Another game, Yatori just continue to show off his versatility of carry heroes. This is crazy here. Here in the grand finals, Naga Siren coming out. I mean, when you've seen how the man can play on all the list of heroes that he's put out so far, there's no reason to doubt that he can't put out a top tier performance on any of the carries available in the game.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, he's shown that he can play pretty much every single hero in the game. I've been so impressed by it, and the crazy thing is how flexible he is too in playing. Like, he can play hard carry one game, and then the next game he's playing tempo, and this has led to, I think, Spirit having like the versatility in their draft and the ability to adapt the way they have throughout the tournament is, in my opinion, in large part because he's so versatile in his playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, as sort of a drafter, you know, when you come into a series or against Team Spirit, What do you do about the fact that they have sort of this special power in Toro's sort of hero pool? Like, do you just sort of ignore the carry? Do you still bother banning them out, or do you look elsewhere? Like, what is the best way to tackle this team?
I mean, if I knew the answer, I'd would have probably known how to beat them by now. But I feel like the thing is, they just seem to. You deal with collapse, then Yatoro goes out of control. You aim for Yatoro, and then you have collapse and Toronto Tokyo going out of control. And I feel like a lot of this is heavily due to the fact they play so well around vision. When I looked at the teams throughout the tournament, I feel like what Spirit has done that no other team does nearly as well as them, and I would even bring LGD into that category, is they control vision. They're really good about playing around wards. They understand when they can fight into wards, and they understand when they have to avoid it. So I think for Team Spirit, this game is going to be a lot about can they deward LGD, remove LGD's information, and have more information to play with.
Sure. And for PSG LGD, of course, they've managed to charge their way straight to the finals through the upper bracket. When you look at what they've got here in this first game, what is it about this lineup that's worked sort of with the play style that they've been able to just destroy teams in their run up to the grand finals?
I mean, this looks very similar to their tiny sort of draft fight. You're going to have this one core that's going to be unbeatable. They have this mid laner that's going to provide control and lockdown for them, so that he's going to be able to output damage. You have the glimpse to bring people back to the Ursa. So the concept for LGD is very much like, we're going to hit our timing, and once we do, you cannot touch us. And I think for Spirit, the problem will be if LGD is allowed to freely just get to their timings at Aegis on the Ursa, where they can start ignoring the Tide Ravage or even fighting without the Wolf Bite from the Lycan, that's when they're going to be at their strongest. So I'm expecting all hell to break loose after the laning phase.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, finally getting into the action of Game 1 beginning between Team Spirit and PSG LGD. Let's see if that chaos starts coming quick and fast. We know that both teams are very much able to bring it, but some of the fantastic performances they've given us so far on the main stage.
Yeah, and straight away Yatoro's coming out with a really smart play. He sends his illusions within the tower range, but he puts them in an area where the tower doesn't have vision, and by doing that he will scout out the ward immediately from LGD. And this is right, Spirit are so on top of all of the small things that will give them any sort of information advantage, where they will have more vision than their opponents.
Let's see if they're able to maintain it throughout the early stages of the game, where it's very likely for those movements to be coming from lane to lane. See both teams avoid one another here for the bounty runes. Bit of a poke onto Maposhka as Yatoro will still be able to grab that bounty rune. In fact, as you can see, 3 bounty runes to start things off here for Spirit, so a bit of a cash bonus to begin the lanes with.
Yeah, and that was nicely scouted out by the AT. They find the information of where and how many heroes has LGD brought to which runes, and then they can split up their heroes accordingly and make sure that they get the advantage on the runes.
Let's look at some of these matchups. The mid lane, Pango versus Void Spirit, Toronto Tokyo versus Nothing to Say. What are we going to have going on here in the early few waves?
I think most likely it's going to be a pretty farm heavy lane. I don't think really either of the two heroes are going to aim to kill each other. Probably going to be a lot of trying to push out the waves, control the runes, and then around 6 minutes when the real rune spawns, that's when you'll see both the supports collapse. I think both Pango and Void Spirit really rely on that rune control.
I'm looking at both sort of the side lanes, the 2 carries, Arma and Yatoro. Who's going to have the easier?
I think if you take a look at top lane, you see Ursa against Tidehunter is generally a pretty good lane matchup because you think of how the Fury Swipes stack up on him, and they have the sustain to tank the harassment that's coming out from Team Spirit. So I think as they level up on the top lane, I imagine the Wisp Ursa will do fairly well up top. But with that said, I think Collapse is still going to have a decent game.
Yeah, I mean, Collapse has definitely been that solid rock of a player for Spirit time after time. He's been the one that they have been very happy to give that prioritization, get it game into a good shape so that he can be the one to lead the charge into the team fights and start the action off for Spirit in those mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely. And bottom lane, Yatoro's kind of playing this type of laning where you're not going to be pressured at all. Team LGD's priority here is just trying to get their Lycan farm and make sure that they're like playing for their own farm. So Yatoro's going to have a great start, and he has the ability to farm up the jungle because he has the illusions that can both push out the wave and farm the jungle camp. So I expect Yatoro to be leading the net worth charts as soon as we get into around the 5-minute mark of the game.
One of the reasons why Yatoro's been as scared as he can, even if the lane was a tough one, he always seems to be able to recover. So the fact that he's going to have a decent time to start off things, you know that he will be on track to hit some pretty insane CS. It really is going to be completely down to how much PSG LGD can find in terms of getting their Ursa involved in the kills early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's just some trade-offs going on, but you can tell already from the net worth perhaps that Team Spirit has set up their lanes to have very fun 3 other cores.
That's certainly showing so far here on the early CS. Both side lane cores for PSG LGD just struggling a slightly bit more. Those very early days though.
But a lot of levels coming in LGD's way. Like, this Lycan is doing surprisingly fine. He's not really getting pressured that much by the Naga and the ET because he's managed to get the lane control. It was shoved out the way, but Poshka yet hasn't been able to get a pull to get the lane control back. So the Lycan's getting a lot of farm while Y is able to just rotate around, moves to the mid lane, opens up the small camp. And like we talked about, right, the middle lane is going to be contested in terms of like who can push out the wave the most and then go farm the small camp. And Y on top of it runs over, unblocks his mid laner small camp to make sure that he can stay even with the Void Spirit.
And when you look at the tools they have available both sides with their supports, do you imagine once the 6 is there for the mids, we're going to have sort of a collapse on the mid lane to try and get the early objective, or do you think it's going to be all about reacting to the side lane fights here for the Pango and the Void Spirit?
I think it's going to be important to get the rune. Like, whoever gets first power rune of the game is going to kind of get to decide what happens. You get bottle refilled, but you also have the ability to make a rotation.
Mira could be in a bit of trouble here. We're trying to hold back the bear with the axe. He's got the stick charges, but he gets run down here by Arme. One more it'll do it. Can he close the gap? He can't. Oh, stun misses. That's going to cost him his life. Not the start there that Mira was hoping to have here in the grand finals. A whiffed ability. That'll give a first blood to PSG LGD.
Yeah, and Collapse isn't out of the woods quite yet. Arme's hungry.
They're in a bit of an awkward position now, Collapse. Look behind the tree line. We'll see how he gets his way out of it. He does a little short on the mana. He'll have it back up now. Should be able to walk his way back round, but a bit of aggression there from PSG LGD, just opening up some space for Arme to return to farming.
Yeah, absolutely. And you notice that LGD are keeping the lane control up top, so this is tied under constant pressure, and you never know when they might make some sort of move and try to kill him. And that forces Mira to stay in the top lane. While if you look at Y, you notice that he's just rotating around constantly. He has the freedom to move wherever he wants on the map, because the lane is so pushed out by the way that the Naga plays, and the Riptide shoving out the creeps. So the Lycan can freely farm under his tower, and the Disruptor has the freedom to decide what he wants to do.
Let's see what that call's going to be. Coming mid here. Trying to Tokyo, taking a bit of harassment. Trying thing to say. Stepping right up to him. There's a remnant at the ready though. Trying to Tokyo.
2 seconds.
And he's got the protection here of the Resonant Pulse.
And great usage there of that armor. He uses the health damage of Resonant Pulse to bottle up to make sure that he's not within the kill range of the Swashbuckle from Pango.
Some good early pressure though from PSG LGD, forcing Toronto Tokyo to be very cautious in that mid lane as early as it is 5 minutes in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you think about Elder Titan, you kind of think of him as a lane dominant hero. And both Notail and Seth touched on it, right? You want to abuse the fact that LGD have no bounce. But because of how this bottom lane is played out, with the Naga lane constantly being shoved into the Lycan's tower, the Elder Titan hasn't really been able to abuse his laning-based presence.
Oh, look at this now, there we have it. Nice bit of micro from Faith. Yeah, that'll grab himself a free courier. As the wolves chase down poor old baby faceless Rex.
Collapse is also taking pressure now. So again, the freedom of Y, he's just allowed to rotate to mid, set up some pressure on the Void Spirit. Now he's up top, making sure he's just in their face and forcing them to react to his movement.
Yeah, he's all over the place, Y.
Yeah.
Spirit, definitely got to try and do something in return. Yeah, they themselves bring the 2 supports up to top. Just sort of figuring out what to do. Booming Disruptor here in the early minutes of the match.
Yep, here we go. First fight for the runes. Where's it going to spawn, top or bottom?
So look, it is going to be down bottom, and it is a DD. It's going to go straight to Toronto Tokyo. So a very nice blueprint to fight with, but already up top. Spirit, they'll lose Mira.
Yeah, it's a DD Toronto Tokyo though. Let's see how he can respond back with it, because now we have a Pangolier with low mana, and he's going to be aware of it. So he knows that he can make his move here, and the Pangolier won't really be able to respond.
Yeah, this is an excellent route for Toronto Tokyo to find it. He's going to use it straight away. Goes aggressive. It's going to miss the Dissimilate though. A couple of hits do it. Can he quite close the gap? No, he's not going to be able to get the second hit in. Nothing to say, steps away. I mean, that would have been such a big kill for him to find. He got the dream room for it, but he couldn't quite get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate, but you know, that's Dota.
Is under attack.
Disrupt. Look, he's gonna TP into the middle lane here. I'd be scared to do this. Let's see if Toronto has will to chase him down.
Yeah, he's still got this DD going for a few seconds. Why? Living on the edge a little bit. Yeah. Toronto Tokyo feels that he can get in with the Astral Step. And why knows? He's keeping his distance.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the net worth, you see Yatoro. He's just gonna start accelerating his farm even more. But I'm impressed by how well the Ursa has been able to keep up. And this is largely due to the fact they had lane control for so long up in the top lane, and they were able to just keep their heroes, the enemy heroes, so close to the tower, so Tides could never really kill free.
He's going to try and step over for Mira, but again, Team Spirit, 2 supports step here, both Mira and Maposhka, making sure that there's never the opportunity for Arme to get any kills up here right now. As you say, Arme doesn't care too much. Complete free farm, level with that of Yatoro's Naga Siren. He's having no struggles whatsoever, but Spirit's trying their best to limit anything else going into the hands of the Ursa this early.
Yeah, and you notice the Naga in the bottom lane now. She's just gonna put her illusions on the lane, push out the waves, while she farms the jungle camps close by, and try to get ahead of the Ursa by doing this constantly. And LGD are gonna try to match by using the Wisp overcharge to allow the Ursa to farm. Please notice both these teams are so good at stacking, and here we go again. Runes are spawning.
That's right, Tokyo. He's gonna be the focus. Quick jump away from the Rolling Thunder.
Yes, it's an arcane rune secure though, so if they can manage to survive these 70 seconds and nothing too bad happens, this is a huge rune for them to have.
All about these power runes early on, especially in the game. 8 minutes in, only the 2 kills so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's the tension, right? No team really has anything to do yet, and they're both drafting for slightly later timings in the game. The Tidehunter is now finally at level 6, so if there's an opening, look for some sort of rotation. I think it's hard to go for the Ursa, so there might even be the possibility of the Tidehunter rotating out of this lane.
Sure.
And making some sort of move at onto Tokyo.
When you just look at the heroes that PSG LGD have at their disposal, and you feel that Spirit, they're just not going to want to try and push into that tier 1 quite yet.
I think for Spirit, your expectation was to do slightly better in the lanes, but they haven't been able to do so.
See, it's alright. Getting gone on here by the 2 of them, but the Rolling Thunder not quite ready again. Not quite yet. They'll get the glimpse back, but no further damage to come into onto the Naga Siren, so Yatoro will be fine.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there, it seems. The shield crash wasn't used on the hero. The glimpse came in a little bit later.
And they've got their eyes on Arme. As they know, that play was made by a couple of PSG LGD inside their own jungle, but Arme, he's out of reach of the rune, and he's away. Space is there, down bottom. Fate Beyond continues to push the tier 1 support already here on Spirit's side of the map.
Yeah, I think this is the most shocking part of this early game, because I expected the Lycan kind of get zoned out by the Naga, and the Naga loses the defender, but...
Let's see if they can get Arme. They've got 4 heroes working on him right now. He has the ult up, he's on the high ground, but they'll be able to get in front of him, close off his escape. Spirit will finally be able to claim their first kill here in the first 10 minutes, getting themselves on the board.
Yeah, this is a huge kill because it allows for Team Spirit to now start firing back and taking over this top lane area. They need this tower to fall. And meanwhile, this is the response LGD. They rotate their heroes mid to try to force Spirit away from the top tower and force them to come defend their mid tower as a more valuable tower for the later Roshan.
Gotta hit these timings, PSG LGD, no doubt about it. Spirit just having to let them do so.
Yeah, I mean, this Lycan really has becoming the big X factor. I don't think Spirit expected him to be this strong out of the laning phase. And now Am is going to comfortably move into his triangle and start farming up. He hits that Diffusal Blade. Look to see Spirit LGD try to make some move. But I think if LGD gets the farm up right now, they feel like they've hit they have enough map space to where they're comfortable playing around their cooldowns and just waiting for the Disruptor ultimate to come online, wait for the Lycan to finish up his items, and then just play around his forms together with the power runes that the Pangolier is securing.
I mean, in this sort of game where, you know, both teams playing as carefully as they are, just 1 to 2 coming minutes, do you look at the Naga Siren and feel that for Spirit, if they can keep this game in pretty calm waters and not allow the early aggression from PSG LGD to get to them too much, this Naga Siren will be able to carry out in the later stages, or do PSG LGD always have the means to deal with her?
I think to some extent you are happy, but I feel like you wanted the laning phase to go better so that LGD's timings come later into the game. So knowing that your lanes haven't quite gone the way you wanted them to, they must feel like, okay, at some point that once LGD gets items, they're gonna come.
There's nothing to say. He's going to get the lead in onto Collapse, and I'll drop the Static Storm as well, putting no chance of Collapse being able to return fire quite yet with a potential Ravage. Doesn't matter though, he's able to walk out to the side, they'll go for the glimpse back on him. He'll simply look for the TP out, and there's nothing to put a stop with Collapse. Realising his strength there, with a Hood of Defiance, he's got enough tank ability to just TP out of it all. That's the Rolling Thunder and the Static Storm put to waste there by GFP.
Yeah, great jukes. He dodged out the Pangolier spells, and once the Rolling Thunder missed, he knew that he was safe. Glimpse is used, TP out. Just great presence of mind there from Collapse, knowing exactly how to play situation out and get out safely. I love what LGD are doing though. If you take a look at the top lane, this is one of the things I loved about how OG ran the Wisp into position 3. They recognize that Wisp's item timings are really important for you to keep these heroes alive, because if you think about how healing works in Dota, going their hero pool, like health pools, but the healing items are static amounts of heals. So 250 health on a hero that has 1000 HP is like a lot more than it is on a hero that has 3000 HP. So if you hit these heal item timings early into the game, that really enables you, and it gives Xingqiu the top lane to sit here and farm comfortably.
See that bottom? Why? Quite a dangerous position here. inside the jungle of Team Spirit in Toronto, Tokyo will be quick to put a stop to it.
Naga Siren also closing in on the Mantla, and by the looks of it, she's going to get that item before Ursa even completes his Diffusal Blade, so Yato's probably very happy in this game, feeling comfortable with how it's going right now.
And when you look at sort of what they have against him, do you feel that look, the map is pretty safe for this Naga Siren to farm in, as long as the song and the TP is up? Will he get away most of the time?
I mean, most likely. I think the tricky thing here, if you're LG, deal with the illusions. How do we deal with a Naga putting illusions in our jungle that will scout out our movement and force us to play away from Roshan? Because as Dire here, Notail and Seb also very touched on this a lot. The Ursa wants Aegis. This is his most key item, especially when you're going up against big cooldowns like Ravage, like Finger, Earth Splitter. You know these long cooldowns, people don't want to use them on your Aegis, so it's going to be important for him to get it. And the Naga, as long as he's able to play top and put illusions in the top side jungle, like, what are you going to do? Because their heroes don't have ways to effectively kill the illusions.
And you feel the Spirit, their lineup is geared up pretty well to deal with the fact that PSG LGD will look for the Roshan. They won't be afraid of turning up and trying to put a stop to it.
I mean, I think that's where the information game is going to be important. Can Spirit actually use the vision that they're getting to fight off LGD's timing? Because I think that is like the big question mark. Is the Ursa going to be too strong for you to kill? To just sleep away half the whole fight duration and then try to fight them afterwards?
I think we're definitely going to see Yatoro start to increase the lead against Armate. Bottom lane white, he'll drop the static stun, trying to save himself, but collapsing. Mapochka will run him down, take him out. Fate behind, he's looking to get involved for the things that they're being brought over by GQ. They will get Mapochka. Can the three of them get collapsed? They're trying to commit their best onto him. They will leave the two cores behind it. I think today and Fate behind finish the job, but they just can't. The damage isn't there. Toronto Tokyo is also starting to sweep over, so PSG LGD they have to back up and just accept the trade as it is, the support for support.
Yeah, and Collapse now knowing that, you know what, they can't actually kill me without the Ursa. It's only the Ursa that can threaten my life. Just comfortably sit bottom alone, pushes out the waves, getting as much farm as he can, and in the meanwhile, Yatoro just pushes the top lane, farming at all these top jungle camps. If you take a look at the Dire jungle, there are camp above.
I mean, the Yatoro's farm, he is creeping further and further ahead of Arme's Ursa. You know, if there's not going to be any blood being spilled and it is just the creeps dying, this Naga Siren is just going to charge ahead in regards to farm. It's going to be huge.
Yeah, and he's going for a very interesting build. He's buying the Aghanim Scepter, and the Aghanim Scepter allows him to use his Ensnare on heroes that are either slept by his ulti or spell immune. So this will give them a way to deal with BKBs. The way you deal with, for example, a Tidehunter Ravage is by buying a BKB. Or in this case, you have the Pangolier with Rolling Thunder. So he's actually going to be able to lock down the Pangolier during his Rolling Thunder with his net. It's a very, very smart item decision here from the Naga.
A very long lockdown and reduced cooldown and increased cast range. He's going to have no trouble finding the target that he wishes every single team for.
Yeah, LGD also heavily reliant on the Pangolier. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see him use it, specifically just to make sure the Pango can't roll over his teammates.
And I guess sort of the smart approach with this item is the fact that this sort of deals with this timing where PSG LGD is going to be more ready to fight than he is, right? He can just sort of be the anti-fight. He just stops it, gets out of there, can keep playing his game. And certainly one of the crucial parts of PSG LGD's initiation shut down completely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Spirit, that's a drag this game on, and literally slowing him down during his roll, forcing his timing to be unable to be used. It's just exactly what Spirit are looking for in this game. But yeah, we're starting to see items gear up on LGD's side. If you take a look at the Lycan, his timing is really going to be the big thing, but I think Spirit have won the early game in that there's no Roshan killed yet. And that means the second Roshan's going to spawn slower, and that's no Aghanim Shard for Ursa for the first half hour of the game.
PSG LGD right now, what sort of calls are you making? Are you looking at an item that's round the corner and then saying we've got to go? Do they need to go right now? And how urgent do they need to be?
I think they looks like they're gearing up to look for an opportunity, right? You finished up the Helm of the Overlord, the Ursa now has his Diffusal Blade, your Wisp is closing in on mech, you already have the Holy Locket, so there's a lot of nice tools for LGD to take a straight up team fight if Team Spirit presented to them.
Yeah, mate. It's going to start with a in front of Tokyo, the Remnant holds back the bear, won't jump out with the steps, nothing to say, he's trying to close in. So you want to keep diving underneath the city, maybe try and get some vision for a setup for the Disruptor, but now Team Spirit, they're far enough away, nothing to say, we're going to hit with this one, Bronx of the metal strip, Nil bringing him down, but Toronto Tokyo gets away, on as low HP as he is, Collapse also able to TP out, as there's nothing else to stop his escape. Team Spirit, they're able to avoid the move completely, but PSG LGD once again
and they didn't involve the Naga. So during all this time, Yator is still just creating farm. He's 2,000 gold ahead of the Ursa already.
Oh my, this is going to be a problem.
He's getting out of control. He's only, I believe he just finished his Aghanim Scepter too. So he has Manta and Aghanim Scepter at 17 minutes into the game. He's crazy farm.
This is, I mean, Yatora, it really has been eyes on him throughout the whole tour. For the Spirit top lane setups there with an end, that's the mid gone, nothing to say, going down Yatora, instant song TP, as he knows the response will be there from PSG LGD, gets out, they cannot catch him, Yatora will continue to farm.
Yeah, this is a really important kill, but by forcing the Naga Siren to TP out, LGD now have the option of potentially taking back control of their jungle. So this is going to be their objective for the next minute here. As you see, they're going to try to contest this Tidehunter. They know the Naga Siren's not present.
See what they can do about Collapse. Already enough to disrupt it, look at the burst, Collapse, he's holding on to the Ravage for now, then it stops down, Collapse gets a jump out of the Ravage, onto the 2 of the Nick below a ball there, it's 3 down the moment on PSG LGD, I am also caught out GQ to fall!
That's absolutely massive.
My goodness!
Team Spirit's so aware of everything. They know that this is what LGD wants to do. The Naga TP'd out, they're going to come contest us. They position the heroes perfectly. You see the kinetic field come out, but there's no static storm to fall because you have the Lion in position to interrupt that. It's just Spirit are so well right now. They recognize where LGD's timings are.
It just seems like already, just in the first 18 minutes of this game on of the Grand Finals, Team Spirit, they're just completely in the heads of PSG LGD. The way that PSG LGD wanted to play, it's just not happening. They're crumbling, they're falling apart. And Yatora, he's just going to continue the glory. Mid lane, the setup there under the pain gun, nothing to say, goes down. Another kill for this Naga Siren. I do not know or see how on earth PSG LGD is going to stop this man this game.
And if you look at the Lycan, you can see he decided to not go for the items. He's going for drums. So I'm gearing up for a quicker timing in this game. I think the mechanism comes out on XinQ. They get the BKB finished up on Ame, and they're going to look for some sort of team fight. But the way that Team Spirit are abusing Division, if you take a look at the map, like, there are almost no dire wards anywhere. Radiant are in firm control of where Division is. And the only ward that they have, I think Mikoshi literally just... There you go. Just controlling Division, they have more information to play with, and this is what's allowing Team Spirit to constantly be reading LGD and how they're moving around the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bottom. Toronto Tokyo, they'll show his face. But not worried about any catch from PSG LGD, they just don't have the members around. Space is made, the tier 2 tower going down at the top lane. There won't be any defense. LGD here as Spirit just continue to hit the timings, take the objectives. At a pace that PSG LGD's lineup will be incredibly jealous of. This is what they wanted to be doing, and it's happening the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely. They are starting to finish up some key items though. You see the Pangolier now has a Blink Dagger, so they have an easier form of initiation rather than just trying to run at them with a roll. So if Team Spirit heroes start getting cocky and playing alone, there is a way for LGD to resist and punish. Very close to this mechanism on the Wisp as well. It's just 100 gold away, and this really is the Wisp's big timing. You have both the Holy Locket and Ursa, and Ursa's closing in on BKB, so I'm smelling a fight in the waters.
Oh, yeah, the next one, it's got to be strong from PSG LGD. Another rough fight, and this game could quickly fall out of control.
Yeah, and as strong as Naga Siren is when she's playing this kind of map game and she's able to get the pickoffs, she isn't the strongest hero to fight up against the... If you think about how these heroes function against each other, the Naga can't really fight up against Ursa straight up. So if LGD is able to corner Team Spirit and they can take a fight where it's just a straight up 5v5 with the BKB and the mechanism finished, that could be an amazing timing for them. But Spirit don't want to allow that, so they're deciding to go up and make the move on their own first.
Let's see if they catch PSG whilst they least expected. BKB is out for Ame.
Dire's
They'll go for one. Take the Disruptor out of the action.
And Disruptor's a really key kill, because if the Disruptor isn't alive in the fight, they can't really go for Collapse. So look at Collapse's itemization. This is so smart. He's going for the Yules to get it with a hood and a Blink Dagger. And why is this interesting? Because if you're inside of a Static Storm, and you Yule yourself, and you have the hood up, and there's no physical damage to you, you can just blink straight out of it. So just really, really smart item decisions coming out of Collapse here.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to look out for that play. Impressive outpost, taken back into the hands of Spirit. And keeping full control around this area, this Roshan, as you say, which is just sort of it's a long distant dream it seems for PSG LGD. They're never getting anywhere close to this pit until they're able to find the fight that they've been hunting for the whole 22 minutes of this game. They'll smoke up now, ready to go. PSG LGD, they have to find success here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you take a quick look at Lycan before the fight breaks out, he's decided not to go for the wolf fight. They recognize that they won't be able they intended for it to. So he's going to be building up some damage items as well.
Smoke. We'll dispel here on Toronto Tokyo. So if it's set for PSG LGD, they know that both teams are waiting here up to the side of the river on their respective edges, and now Armin, he's going to sneak into the Roche, start to try and take it out here.
Yeah, for the first time in this game, they've been allowed to take back the dire jungle and try to apply some pressure to Roche. So I expect Team Spirit also recognize that, you know what, we've given up the dire. What would LGD do with that? Well, they would go to Roshan. So
see, Spirit, check this out. Armin's going to slow it down a little bit. The Spirit's coming in. They know that they know. Stop it. Watch the IO. They're going to lead in. There's a jump straight away. They're looking back for the IO. And the Aegis towards the hands of IO. He's going to get the first kill. Get the Aegis. They're going to stand some down. The Rolling Thunder is running control. Toronto Tokyo. But he's out with an ultra step. Toronto Tokyo actually makes it out of there. Dissimulate as well. PSG LGD may have got the Roche. They may have got the Aegis. Toronto Tokyo will still go down as Vapion was able to wrap around and find him.
yeah, really nice play there from LGD. What an unfortunate event there for Xingqiu. He pulled into the Roche pit. You really stay outside the tether, but stay tethered to one step too close, and then the Witch comes inside the Roche pit, which gives Spirit the perfect opportunity there to go in. But I don't think they were quite expecting the BKB, so all in all, I think they're happy with this. You know, they gave up the Aegis, but it took them 24 minutes to get there. So, shot number 2, which really is Ursa's key timing in this game to get that shard so that he can play most of the fights enraged, is going to come much, much later than they expected.
But definitely the beginnings of PSG LGD getting back under their control.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they need to abuse the fact that they have the Aegis to try to gain some action. You want to get the lanes pushed out, force Team Spirit to play reactive to you, and then once you are able to corner them in, you're going to find that team fight that you so much want. So the hard part here for them is how do we deal with the Naga illusions, and how do we stop them from just using illusions to push the lanes back and make us play the map game.
I mean, yeah, which hero you sort of think after dealing with that?
I mean, they picked the Pangolier as an answer, right? And if you look at his itemization, he's going for the Maelstrom. He's trying to have some more damage and have some more presence to kill the illusions. Luckily for him, Yatora hasn't really bought any items that tank the illusions up. He's more so building his hero up so that he's able to put in the Ursa. He's going for that Bloodthorn. It looks like he's going to follow it up with a Heart, so he's also gone for some sort of hybrid build where he can actually get solo kills if he catches people out alone.
And for Spirit right now, despite the Aegis falling into the hands of Arme, are you still wanting to fight? How much you need to respect this Aegis on the back?
I think, team fight bottom.
Xingqiu will manage to make his way around the remnant. Quick tether back over to the safety of Arme.
Yeah, I mean, for Spirit, I think you want to fight, but it needs to be the right fight. You ideally want Yatora to try to force some hero on the map. Then once you know that the PSG LGD's heroes aren't in position to connect, then you can go for some sort of smoke. Then you can make that move. But the difficulty for them is you can't necessarily go fight. You don't have the tools to bring him down at the start of the team fight.
Got the eyes on the two of them bottom. PSG LGD, Nate and Xingqiu on their own down here for now. There is a relocate available, and of course with the Aegis, Arme a very hard target to jump. Pressure continues from Yatora and his illusions in the mid lane. And these waves shoved right up towards the base of PSG LGD.
And down bottom, Team Spirit are just waiting patiently, but LGD have recognized that they TP bottom, right? So it's very likely that their heroes are stuck on that side of the map. So here they come sweeping up towards the dire jungle, understanding that Spirit cannot already have moved their pieces from all the way from bottom back to top after the TP response to the tier 2 tower. So just play coming out from both sides. I think we saw this in the VP Spirit series. Team Spirit are going to be really, really smart about only fighting under their vision, or where they feel comfortable that information they need to take the fight. I think in this way, LGD's like maybe sometimes a little bit more reckless and will play with like assumptions. Like if they see you bottom, they might try to aim to fight you top, which we saw earlier. And in the early game, you know, Spirit read that perfectly. So if Spirit get a good read like that, you might see them pounce.
Yeah, so very ready to enter the fights now with his aggressive eyes with the Bloodthorn complete. Everybody get that lock down with the Lion and the Tide. That amp up of the damage will allow them to just destroy whichever hero they target.
Yep. Something that I noticed Team Spirit do a lot when they feel like they're on the back foot is take over the enemy triangle that have control here. And this is something that I'm sure LGD are aware of too, but Lycan's in trouble.
Got the setup here. You see the damage here with the Bloodthorn really amping up. It's not quite enough though. Fabian makes it away, has the playmat land. Already on the way to the AC. An additional bit of armor certainly helping out.
Yeah, and this is an opening now for Spirit. The Lycan form is down. One of the big tools in this team fight is gone. So in the other series when we saw LGD play the tiny Lycan, the Lycan's form itself didn't really matter. It was all about that wolf fight. But in this game, because he decided to itemize his own hero, the 60 seconds of downtime here is quite big. And you see LGD pulling back their pieces, not willing to play aggressive on the top lane anymore, recognizing it's necessary to win a team fight.
Team Spirit remaining in this whole area of the triangle is Zora. Slowly sieging onto the tier 1 tower, seeing what sort of reaction they can force out of PSG LGD. 20 seconds until that Aegis has gone off Arme. Unlikely to find a fight with that his hands. He wants to pull into a bit of a risky territory for PSG LGD, at least until they can hold off for that.
Yeah, and Illusions just slowly chipping away at this tower. They don't really deal a lot of damage, but it's that LGD might respond to. They're keeping heroes close by that in case LGD just be like, oh, it's just an illusion hitting our tower, they're ready to pounce. And you see, nothing to say reads that too. He understands based on the fact that there's nothing happening on any of the other lanes. Both our middle lane is pushing out, top lane's pushing out. Lycan's getting a lot of farm from all these waves right now. Team Spirit heroes are bottom here.
Yeah, he has to be so careful showing his face to clear the wave.
Yeah, both teams just are reading the map really, really well. And I think Spirit, this play that they've done has been so effective throughout all the tournament, but LGD's done their homework.
Collapse around, glimpse back, but Link's there. Collapse breaks the combo, the setup. Instantly gonna go for the TP out. They got anything to put a stop to it. They lose straight away. Setup onto Collapse, he'll look to run. But the damage is done. PSG LGD, they catch and kill off the tide.
Yeah, and this is a result, right, of Team Spirit has been in the lower bracket, so they've been playing so many games. LGD has that information based on previous games of where does Team Spirit go when they feel like they're behind? What do they do? What is their approach? And I think LGD is one of the best teams at the tournament, and just abusing this information that they're gaining about the teams. What is Team Spirit specifically going to do? How do they approach the situation? And they find that smoke because of that. They're playing most of this game with very, very limited vision. I really want to point that out. Like they barely have vision of what's going on the map.
Well, even without their tide, Spirit maintaining their aggressive posture over PSG. Really looking for action once again around the bottom tier 2. See if they find a bit of that. They look to jump in. Delic's not going to be put down from White. Stops the backup coming in. Zillow, is it the burst? And off it is. They take down Arme. That burst for the Bloodthorn. It's enough to send the bear back to base.
That's an absolutely massive kill. And I think Zincu felt like he could keep him alive. There was no relocate. Next fight, here's the tricky part. Do you relocate Arma out as soon as he gets hexed? Because Spirit has not proven to, we have the ability to burst your heroes. That's why he's also in trouble.
It should be another one. It's definitely another one yet, bro. Target to target and over towards the mid. The BKB having to be popped by nothing to say. Sigutoro's got the setup he has. Initial route. See if they've got any further follow up here to relocate. They'll take him out. They've got to keep nothing to say safe.
Yeah.
Team Spirit as Team Spirit, they're pushing down the mid onto another tier 2 tower.
Nice play by Fate Beyond. Tanks the Aether Remnant with one of his wolves. Team Spirit, they're doing this so smart, right? We had our panel touch on it. Fighting 5 versus 5 is not really where they're strong. They want to delay this game, keep finding these pickups, try to find these opportunities. We can get burst someone really quickly and use the fact that we have Ravage to reset. We have Naga Sleep to reset. Forcing LGD to be very careful about how they use their cooldowns. And this is leading to them they're just playing this game very well. And these small decisions that they're making, where you notice they're not really charging into the enemy. They're not giving LGD the kind of fights that they're used to getting.
I mean, and with the heart dome on your tour, 26 armor, 3500 HP, how hard is it for PSG LGD to really ever get on top of him now and take him out with the focus of armor?
I think the biggest thing is that the illusions tank here. If you take a look at how Yator is playing the fights, he's staying very far back with his primary hero, using the Bloodthorn and using the snare, and having the illusions deal the damage. And if they don't have heroes that want to hit illusions, Ursa wants to stay on top of the hero, like just keep hitting him, keep hitting him, keep hitting him. You don't want to hit these illusions where you get like 5 to 6 hits in, and then you gotta switch to the next one. That's a way of making overpower a fairly useless ability.
Of course, that timer. Their mind, the Roshan, potential respawn in just over a minute.
And that minute feels really long, Owen. So you right now for PSG LGD, that minute is coming very, very slowly. We see Tidehunter starting to eye up a Shiva's guard. That's going to make it even harder for the Ursa to sneak on top of and deal damage. They also spot a force staff on the other Titan. I think for Spirit, they're recognizing that, you know what? LGD's not going to be able to kill us if we're just able to kite out their BKBs. And that's why you notice, like, nothing to say also has bought a BKB. I think the idea of this is he wants to try to use it to break out of, to have a longer period of time in the teamfights where he's playing under Magic Community, because there's just so much lockdown coming out from Team Spirit.
Dire's bottom
Go Scepter on Mira. Toki has Yules and a Kaya Sanj, also eyeing Shiva's guard, but I would be surprised if he doesn't change it up. And on the courier, he has a full BKB too, so I'm really liking Spirit for this game mode. They're in a very dominant position here. They're scaling it very nicely.
With the timer, they know it's going to be around the point where PSG LGD are going to be checking out that Roche pit, looking for the respawn. Spirit, they're heading over to try and do something better. They're going to jump straight in on the GQ, burst with the finger! Oh, it goes down, no playback, GQ cannot get back into this fight. Nothing to say, has to roll out with the thunder.
So this is huge, right? Both Lycanform was committed, as well as a... So Roshan's bomb, which it does, this is free Roshan for Team Spirit. And remember how much you talked about how badly you want this for LGD. It doesn't even matter if the Sagas comes just for Yatoro, they just want to make sure that PSG LGD doesn't get it. Only Shard, Agathon Shard that is dropped from Roshan throughout the entire game. So that's 1,400 gold that now Ahmed is going to have to spend for himself.
I mean, it just goes to show how solid of a position that Spirit are in, where just a couple of ops expired by PSG LGD and a dead IO, and suddenly the rest of the lineup, they cannot do anything about Spirit taking the Roche, continuing their lead. Is 7k up. Yatoro, between him and Arme's farm, well on the way to have Butterfly complete for the next bit of action as well.
Yeah, and with this Butterfly, he actually has the option of now utilizing his own hero too, once the situation looks good for him, because the Ursa can't just burst him. The bash is gonna miss. There's a proc chance on the bash, there's a proc chance on the miss. It's gonna be hard for the Ursa to just lock him down. And just very intelligently itemized by the Naga here. For the early part of the game, when he knew it was going to be a map control game, he bought the Orchid, he bought the Ags, played for the pickoffs, and those key pickoffs have really led to the situation that they're in the game now. Gembot picked up by Y. You can feel, they feel the pressure of the vision. They're not getting the vision that they're used to. They don't have the information that they're used to playing with in this game. Posh is shutting them down. Enrage forced out.
To say, well away from Spirit. 4 very scary minutes of Aegis on Tokyo. PSG LGD, they do not want to fight into this. But every minute that passes where they cannot look to brawl is going to be another just minute of pain here with the increasing momentum and mass of the cause of Team Spirit.
Yeah, and surely now PSG LGD are discussing how do we take a team fight? What is it that we need to do? How do we need to catch Team Spirit off guard? And for Team Spirit, I think a lot of the communication is like, we need to make sure that we do not let LGD come out on the map. We don't want them to get out and farm. As long as we can keep them locked into their base, we can get all the items that we want, and then we get the fight that we want. And everything's going to happen on our terms. So you see, they rotate over to the top side here, expecting LGD to run out on the top side of the map. And here.
It's time to look at that fight, PSG LGD. Mission has to be immaculate.
Yeah, they're scouting with the wolves. They're giving the angle.
They're looking to try and start the class, but Class is able to away from the leader. They'll turn their attention over towards Yatoro, but with the instead looks to hold it back. Nothing to say, is able to get out of it. As they'll get the static storm slip onto the illusions. They're just forcing back Y. Swashbuckle's going to miss, but Yatoro's barely being scratched. He's back on the full HP. PSG LGD, everyone back to base, but Class he's in with the ravage onto the two of them. Sun, stand on top, hold that BKB, turn to Toronto, Tokyo, but they cannot stay for this fight. They've got to get back to the high ground, back to the base. As PSG LGD have to charge back to the safety of their high ground as quickly as they head out. Collapse. Gonna look for the center outside of the base, and BKB falls straight beyond. Head back to the safety of his teammates. His snare locks in there, the illusion's starting to go to work. Brandon left in the position, they bring back, Spirit to the finger, my goodness, absolutely destroyed! And they're taking it down, diving up to the tier 4s, committing with the Zilli, he's trying to go, GQ will die underneath the tower, but he's got the Aegis, he's ready for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the micro decision making from Team Spirit is so beautiful to watch. I think every time a hero pops BKB, within half a second, there's a Naganet flying at it. And in the fight, you saw Ahmed pops BKB to try to man up and fight, and then the net comes. He can't use the enrage if he wants to. He's forced to use it defensively all the time just to break the net, just to be able to stick on top of the targets.
Just trying to clear out these illusions now. It seems all but impossible. The Rex dying, the melee Rex will fall. They get the jump on the turret, but they've already lost one at the start of the action. BKB from Arme is trying to stay on target. The Atara is able to sing their way back to... And now he's ready to go back in. The song ends. Toronto Tokyo, BKB. Back the answer. Arme disappears in a matter of seconds. GG to fall as well. GG is called. And my goodness, what a buttery smooth start to the grand finals here for Team Spirit. This is how you dream of entering a grand finals of the International.
Yes, absolutely. Just everything they're doing, they're firing on all cylinders. Their macro understanding of the game, how LGD might try to sneak out of base, they're in position to cover it. And then once that fight happens, they're immediately ready to respond in the right way.
The fact that he himself is so individually skilled on these numerous carries, it's just that the team, they seem to have a strat to play around every single one that he's willing to pull out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Team Spirit are so strong. They look like a fierce opponent, and I think a lot of people might have expected LGD to be the stronger team, but, you know, they just proven you wrong. These guys can beat LGD for sure.
They absolutely can. What a way to start this grand finals. Team Spirit just charging in with the same level of strength that they have shown us throughout their entire run so far up until this point. It's continuing here where it counts the most. Game 1 will go to Team Spirit.
A very strong performance from Team Spirit here in that first game indeed, and I am looking forward to hearing from our 5-head draft panel first of all. Gentlemen, how did this game play out compared to what you thought was going to happen?
I mean, I think it was an incredible statement from Spirit. It started with the draft. It started with the mentality in which they played this game. You know, they come here to the grand finals, and of course, everybody expects LGD to be the Titan. You know, can they move them? Not only they can, they beat them. They play fearless. They come up with a great strategy. They beat probably LGD's best strategy. Their first pick, the IO Lycan, they just break it. I think, you know, as a Dota fan, this is what I was really hoping for, is like, can they compete? And yes, they can. LGD is getting tested today, and that's going to be absolutely amazing to witness.
Team Spirit seems to be playing very free, very careless, very aggressive. This Bloodthorn kill on the Ursa bottom was, like you said, a huge statement. I want to say the same thing. This was like a team who saw an opening. They had an item build, they had a timing that not many teams would have pushed, played on, and pulled this off with. This Ursa dying in front of tier 2 also breaks the game at this point, and it's like it's a very intense game. LGD, they're not broken by any means. They go for this Roshan play, they actually get it, and they're staying alive in a game where I think it's actually looking really hard, and it's really hard for them to scale, it's really hard for them to fight. I think the draft still favored Spirit. I think LGD were not so comfortable with how it ended up looking like. They're much more comfortable if they have a condition where it's like, in 20 minutes we're going to be stronger, in 30 minutes we're going to be stronger, much stronger than you, and we keep scaling. But in this game, with the ET, with the Naga Sleep, with the Ravage, you saw it, like fights can end like this for LGD.
Yeah, and I think this was almost a bit of a wake-up call for Xiaowei and LGD, because I think they came into it supremely confident. I think we were even saying like maybe they might have even prepared for Team Secret. They weren't expecting Team Spirit to like just roll through everyone, and I think LGD, they can make a comeback, but at Spirit, they looked really good in that game. Just everything they wanted to do during that game looked really strong.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen, for that insight. Love to hear more, of course, from you during the draft of game number 2, and that is where we, of course, will be heading next, because it's a best of 5. It's all about learning and adapting. And you heard Curtis say that maybe PSG LGD did not know like that they were gonna face Team Spirit. I will tell you that not a single person on the planet has had a correct bracket prediction. A little bit of extra information there. So there are 4 people on the planet that have had 20 out of 21 predictions correct. So that's very nice. And actually, this morning, there was only one person on the planet that still had a correct prediction, but they thought it was Secret that was going to move on. So, hey, it's all up in the air from here, and Team Spirit take game 1. Lizard, it's been an amazing opening game.
It's been incredible, especially when you go back and listen to what Silent said after the draft. He's like, yeah, we're just going to play the game. We didn't prepare too much for them. We had Secret on our mind. It definitely didn't look that way. The way they set up the team fights, the way they moved across the map. Draft aside, the way they anticipated PSG LGD and what they will do and prepared for it and counter-attacked them. It was incredible.
Yeah, PSG LGD end the game with 5 kills. That is like, and with an Ursa draft, like that's just kind of unheard of, and exactly how their draft is not meant to play out. If you're playing an Ursa and 25 minutes in you have 5 kills, there's a big problem.
Yeah, and I definitely want to piggyback on something that Notail is talking about. I think every single game that I got to either cast or every single game that I reviewed, looking over PSG LGD, even for months now, they always drafted themselves a win condition for later stages. This is one of the few games where I think as soon as that Naga's picked, they're like, we actually need to find something to counter this, to play fast with. I think that's why they went for this Pango. And I think it was just a genius idea, a genius draft plan from Spirit throughout the whole thing.
A genius draft plan indeed. It looked so strong from them. Was there any chance for PSG LGD to defend high ground after it went so awry in the early stages, God?
I felt like once things started going wrong, there wasn't a comeback. They needed to get ahead early and then snowball from there, going from Roshan kills to hero kills, and just really, get this massive lead that just kept on growing. So once this Naga, illusion started coming online and pushing out waves, the game was kind of already slipped away by that point.
And even though PSG LGD, they had a beautiful plan in this Pangolier last pick that can perhaps take over the game and deal with the Naga later on. They answered it. They answered it with Yaganims on the Naga and just completely killed their only chance. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, PSG LGD has, been the final boss, as you say it, for this grand finals. And what is that? What is that? Tsunami?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's final boss. I've been crunching the numbers, and I think I finally understand. This whole time I was preparing as if Secret were going to be the representatives of not just Western Europe, but Europe in whole. And I was so ready to show you the differences between Secret's playstyle and LGD's playstyle. Things went a little bit differently. I was trying to say that, oh man, LGD, they are the magnum opus of China. They have combined all the best parts of their compatriots, Vici Gaming, IG, Spirit. They're all grinders, actually. Secret, they only played like 27 ticketed games. Meanwhile, you've got I-Leagues, you've got Pinnacle Cups. Both these regions are known to grind out games publicly. So that's one thing that was very similar to them. Next up, we've been talking, time and time again about how LGD is the fastest average game length, and they are. But Spirit is hot on their tail, not that much further behind. This is no fluke, my friends. After that, I was like, okay, well, surely the ward efficiency, and there is a little bit of a discrepancy. This was the average centuries used per D ward. LGD is still the kings of this whole thing, but you heard Insania at the beginning of this cast. You saw how the Naga illusion usage was used. Spirit understand vision extremely well, and they also understand drafts extremely well. 5 more unique heroes picked throughout this entire tournament. Maybe LGD have been holding on to things, and also it's a big credit to Yatoro, obviously, on the side of Spirit, because Ame, he's no slouch in his own self. He's been putting up some solid numbers. All you people who went in on Team Secret for your fantasy, I feel bad for you, because Ame, even in a losing series, will still be doing work. Though, granted, that's only after he matured a little bit. I think previous TIs for Ame, he's had some issues picking the right items, knowing when to use the right items, knowing when to buy the right items, but he has matured ever since. And this should really come as no surprise that Team Spirit has won Game 1, because this is a rematch from the OGA Dota Pit Invitational just from a month ago. And You know who won that game 1? It was Spirit also.
Yeah.
After that, they lost 3 games.
Wow, a lot of confidence for Team Spirit coming out from Tsunami there. And yes, that was indeed how those grand finals went. However, since then, I think it is very safe to say that Team Spirit, over the entire 2021 year, Fog, the most improved team in Dota 2 on the planet.
Yeah, and just still playing like it's not TI, I guess you could say. Like not feeling the pressure so much is what I mean. Because I watched them, I got to cast them and watch them throughout both of the seasons, and I was big fans of them. Tokyo was playing with super confidence. Some games, maybe a little bit too much confidence, but being able to see players go up onto even grand finals doing this versus a team like LGD, it's amazing. And you could see there, they were still taking risks in a lot of this game. They were committing a lot of spells, like even over-committing at times, and it ended up working out anyway. So.
Yeah, I think we've seen that multiple times when Team Spirit seemed a little down in a game. They don't really seem to care. I don't know if that's the right word to say it, but they'll try to make the plays anyway, even if they're not ahead in the game, even if they're not 20k gold ahead. If they're 20k gold down, they'll still try. That's how they were able to get to this point, Lizard.
And that's the right winning mentality. When you're 20k gold behind and you go safe and you buy yourself that BKB instead of that one extra item that could perhaps win you the team fight, you're already signing the defeat. So I really like the mentality and the approach to the game that Team Spirit is bringing to this TI.
They give off this aura where it's like, you know, we might eventually lose or get knocked out of TI, but that's okay. And turns out just playing with that kind of carefree, you know, we're just going to go out and, you know, play to win and, you know, anything can happen kind of attitude has really just worked wonders for them.
I really cannot wait already. Sorry, for True Sight, I was seeing like multiple conversations going on. You saw Zawait giving a little bit of a speech. We saw just Yatoro just, you know, having some comments back and forth. Ooh, I can't wait. I'm getting way too far ahead of myself with all those conversations. But I would like to hear from you guys what you think needs to be changed in game number 2, because we do talk about learning and adapting Fogged, and in between best of 5, that's when it matters. These 15 minutes that these players have had, key moments.
Yeah, I think I know IO is an incredibly strong hero at the moment, but I actually think IO might be one of those that you maybe step away from, because TI, I think we've said it ad nauseum, it starts to come down to these big team fights. It comes down to these big little plays that you can do. Sure, IO can do those little plays, but ease of execution is a thing too. So I think for PSG LGD, I want to see them go back to their guns, put Jinkyu on his normal heroes where he's going to be able to scale, have a bigger impact than just, I'm a tether, I'm an overcharge, a heal. I want them to diversify and let him also become that kind of carry mode too, because yeah, he's shown how much he can do as.
And when you talk about ease of execution, they had like no stuns that game. Disruptor Glimpse, they would like, you know, try catch his tide and then he'd just TP out in front of 4 heroes multiple times. So I think a lot of it is going to come back to the draft, simplify things, pick a few more stuns, and just make your game plan much easier to execute.
I completely agree. Just a little bit more team fight for PSG LGD, and what they really have to get is that late game potential. In the last game, they truly didn't have it. And when you're on a timer, that 20-25 minute mark in which you need to break the enemy and you're under pressure, under emotions, you're bound to make mistakes. So just play it safe, pick a hero that scales well into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look back to the first 10 minutes of the previous game we just watched, I mean, both teams were taking it very safe. It was actually a fairly slow start to the game, which, based on draft, we were not really expecting gods, because that Naga Siren just had all the freedom in the world.
Yeah, I don't think PSG LGD had a draft that was going to scale late game if they didn't get ahead and play aggressive. Usually it's their style to just go around, run at their opponents, look for these kills. And, you know, when you're playing this Ursa as your carry with a mid Pengalier, you don't have that ability to scale, so they had to be a lot more aggressive there.
They really did. And we know that PSG LGD can recover in a series, so I'm very curious to see what they bring to the table in this game 2. Of course, also, this will be something that Silent and Miposhka will have discussed at length, because they know PSG LGD will come up with a new plan as well. So it's, you know, it's one-upping each other constantly in this best of 5. I want to just also quickly remind everyone that it is so phenomenal that we have 9 out of the 10 players on the stage being they're only the first or the second international that they're at. We are seeing, I kind of feel like the new generation of Dota players here on stage, Fog.
Oh God, don't say this.
What? It's time. No, this is true.
But then the older people are going to start retiring, and then we got like
but they
7
will
no-tail
all
coming
turn-
for our jobs. So
Okay,
no.
well they are already here,
Yeah,
and you're
too
still
late
on
for
the
that.
Too
panel.
late,
Too
man.
late for
It's too
that.
late.
Savor the moment.
No, it is truly beautiful. I love when you see these young guns and just having this confidence. I think that's the biggest thing that everybody's just said is confidence.
Love
Spirit's
it.
just been oozing it.
Yeah,
The future
I-
of Dota is bright. When you have all these young players coming out of multiple different regions, it really means, the next TIs in years to come are going to have some amazing new talent.
Yeah, are you a little bit jealous, Lizard?
I'm very jealous. I'm super emotional. Watching Team Spirit in particular, because I was in that Eastern Europe Tier 2, Tier 3 teams. This was a dream that for some is happening at the moment. It's becoming reality.
All
I'm
you
also
need
very
to do,
happy.
apparently, is on day 2 or day 3 of the event, you're like, Dota gods, they need to be worshipped. You shave off your head, you donate it, and here you are, grand finals.
There you go.
That's your Toro story right there. In case you're wondering why you look so different from all the pictures that you're seeing, that's the reason. He literally said in an interview, I felt like I needed to sacrifice something to the Dota gods. My hair.
I like how they're doing all these like little things too, where you're saying like I even saw when they won the last game too. Mira's like waving at somebody in the crowd, right? He's just like, hey, yeah, we won, guys, cheer for us. It's like, wait a minute.
I am very sad that this is not an actual crowd, because of course we have the LGD crowds coming in from our sound sweetener, but now Team Spirit doesn't have those crowds, because I know, like you've probably seen in a lot of different streams that, for example, the Eastern European audience right now, all-time high. Like, they are incredible. They are, of course, big fans of the guy on your screen right now and his whole squad, and they are rooting for them. And if we could hear them in an arena, we would not have been able to hear anything else, guys.
Every crowd loves an underdog too. Like, wherever you are in the world, this Team Spirit team would have won the hearts of the fans. Wherever you go in the world, there's always a huge amount of supporters for PSG LGD. Obviously a crowd is missed, and, we hope to see it again in future years, but, these two teams still producing amazing Dota with or without a crowd.
Yeah, so what do we want to see in this game too? Like, are there any heroes that we feel like Yatoro still has to play?
I want to see a collapse Mars. You talked about the IO maybe going through. Give us IO collapse Mars.
All right. Well, we are going to find out if we will get a collapse Mars, or what else will he play. We're finding out right now.
Team Spirit versus PSG LGD. Grand Finals, Game 2.
Hello again, welcome to the draft panel, the second game of the TI10 Grand Finals, again with Seb and Notel. And Team Spirit, they took game 1. But I actually had a question I want to ask you guys. So in the first game, LGD had choice. They took first pick, and Spirit responded with Radiant. In this game, Spirit had choice, but they actually took second pick, and LGD responded with Radiant. Why do you think that is?
There's definitely a big Radiant advantage, so no surprise that whoever gets to choose side will choose Radiant. And it does seem that now we have two teams that are going to keep clashing at each other's, and they're questioning the execution versus the theory, because apparently Team Spirit wants second pick and LGD wants first pick. And I think also the way the draft starts is another case of that. This is the exact same scenario of game 1. So this is LGD stating that, hey, there's probably something we could have done better, maybe draft-wise, but our approach to these games is the right one, and we're sticking with it.
Yeah. I always love to see it when you have teams that stick with their guns, and you could say that Team Spirit were maybe really happy with how the choices went down, where they might prefer second pick, or they feel like they're able to punish them really hard, or whatever it is. I think LGD always should be left with okay, now we at least know, this is what they want, and blah, 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 and this is a best of 5, so this is also them gonna be getting to know each other better. This outcome of this game is gonna be super important for how the rest will shape out. LGD, they might feel something if they're winning, or if they're losing, there's always a chance that they keep going back to the same thing, but then, this game, we're gonna probably see, I'm predicting Team Spirit going for something new again for Yatoro. I think they're feeling themselves a lot and are drafting a lot also on feeling. You also heard Heen talk about that. They're drafting on feeling. And you also see now LGD decided to switch it up, or kind of go away from what happened last game with like lack of AoE, lack of team fight, and they instantly lock in Alesh with the IO to give the IO that.
I want to say that, so Team Spirit, right, they really shook LGD. Like, they proved that they can beat them at their own game. And I feel like no team so far in the tournament has done that. And I was kind of sad as a Dota enthusiast. It's like, come on, like, if you're going to lift the Aegis, somebody has to, you know, make you kind of work for it. And Team Spirit did that, and it's awesome. And now we're going to see, you know, can LGD show us, you know, the level 2, the level 3, and then it's going to bring even better Dota. What I really love about Team Spirit did, they had the same opener open to them. They could have ET tied again.
Yep.
And, you know, they respect LGD. They respect them so much that they expect them to be ready to punish them for the same draft. So they know, like, you know what? We're not giving you what you think we're going to do. You're going to have to think on the spot. We don't want you to come to this draft with, you know, XIO8, 1 hour of preparation on how to do even better. You have to think on the spot, Bane Magnus. It's beautiful approach. It's mind games between the drafters, and props to Miposhka and Silent for pulling this one out.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. This is like a big mental game. It's always been, it always will be, but it starts here. It starts with the draft, and again, so many statements are being made between the draft, between the two teams. I'm like, this is what we believe in. This is what we're going to do to you now, and we're trying to throw you off guard. And yeah, a lot being said.
I do want to say that there's something very interesting in my opinion. Is like last game, LGD, when they play this West, they're very much looking at connecting early with nothing to say. Mm-hmm. And connecting to a Pangolier that doesn't have the best matchup, it's hard. You know, Pango doesn't really have a way to take over the game. Leshrac, Wisp, that is scary. Leshrac most of the time wins his lane. He can power farm. He can, you know, like you start accelerating a Leshrac as a Wisp, he might take over the game. And I feel like with the Pangolier, it's not the same.
There's a lot more abuse to be had with the Leshrac. You can get the mana, you can get the Soul Ring, you can get like the runes, you can get certain mana abuse that also allows this hero to have a way different game. His timings are something else. Like this going back to base, this not being able to dive, IO can fix all of it for you.
He will take the towers, he will kill anything, any camp. He'll take the entire game if he has to. And that's something very beautiful. Another thing to mention, in my opinion, is we have not seen Collapse yet out of his, you know, trifecta, Magnus, Tide, Mars, where he's incredible on these heroes. And he's getting them every game. So he got the mag now again, which means, in my opinion, Team Spirit is going to be in their comfort zone. You know, they have so many cool strategies, so many cool lanes. They understand how to fight around these heroes better than any team in the tournament.
And I think you're spot on with the read that you guys have about Leshrac, because they're just banning to protect their mid Leshrac, right? We see the Lina coming out, the Invoker, and even now an Antimage. I mean, I don't know if that protects a Snowball. But when you have this hero, I think you pretty much want to play for nothing to save time. I think that's what has found LGD a lot of success in this tournament. I got like, you know, they're not diverting so much from their West. They think this is the strongest hero for them, but they're adding on to that strategy.
There's something I think very important to mention is that, you know, the second phase, how it's going to go down. And like Team Spirit will have to pick the hero that's going to be kind of the pivotal hero. Like they don't want to show, and then they're going to start counter picking. And it is interesting for LGD to show the Leshrac that early, because no matter what, first pick cannot protect the mid matchup. You know, Team Spirit can just delay the mid pick for as long as they want to. In this case, LGD is like, you know what? We're committing to this with Leshrac. We don't think it's countered. Or maybe they think it's only countered by Lina and Invoker that can match the pace of what Wisp Leshrac can apply to a game. And now it's like they're happy. No matter what Team Spirit is holding for the 18 or the 24 pick, for the mid lane, it does not matter.
Does that mean you think that Team Spirit should pick their mid out of the phase just so that they don't reveal anything more about their draft? Or
it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. There's always arguments for both. Like if you wanna, depends on how you enjoy playing Dota sometimes, depends on what types of players you have on your team. If you see the mid matchup, theoretically, of course, there's many arguments for revealing your mid matchup or trying to address this and have a stronger win condition if that's what you're going for on your carry. There's also another way where it's like, yeah, you love your mid laner so much that you're going to pick your carry hero and make sure that this Leshrac is mid and make sure there's no bamboozling happening and he gets the last pick win condition or timing condition or whatever it might be. It all depends. If you pick anti-mages out, but if you pick some carry hero here and you say nothing can beat it in the game, it makes a lot of sense too, because you want your mid guy to stabilize the game and he needs to have a really good start. Like the better the start, the better, because you're going to need him very early.
Could this be Shaker Morph coming? Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
So that's one of the. So you have these combos, right, that are very hard to pick, and there's only two scenarios in which you can actually pick them. It's And probably that's one of the strengths of first pick is first pick has the double pick, right? The Shaker Morph.
Yes, yeah. There's that, and also you feel like quite often with this phase you might want to commit just cause it's going to be hard to counter, and there's this and that. But don't you think this Willow was a protect pick against this?
But potentially, maybe it was even a setup for the Morph. I think, like the way I look at it is, they're trying to take the win condition away from the Mag +1, and I think Shaker Morph has a way to play fights and scale into the Mag +1, in my opinion.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. I think I don't know if they thought about it, but Willow Bramble is one of the best abilities against the Shaker Morph. The Aghanimps, you can't just roll through the fight. If there's Brambles on the ground, you instantly get pulled down. I don't know if that's what they were thinking, but I also think, like Seb said, they're maybe threatening this Morphling to come up. And if they have an answer now they trap them. Or if they feel like they have an amazing answer to this.
There's many things about why this Shaker Morph here makes a lot of sense. It's not stoppable, drafting-wise. They're picking both heroes, in the same phase. You cannot stop it. Mechanically, drafting-wise, you can't stop it. The AA cannot be picked anymore because they have shown the Bane and they have shown the Willow, meaning, like the big counters to the Shaker Morph are kind of hard to pick for Team Spirit. It's a win condition. It's a very strong, combo that scales into anything. Very powerful second phase from LGD, and that's what I think why they are the best first pick team in the tournament, because they understand the weaknesses of first pick, but most importantly, they abuse the strength of the drafting order of first pick. They're like, you cannot stop me from getting what I want, and what I want, I think it beats anything.
Yep. So from your guys' perspective, of the two drafts, like if you were in their shoes, which draft would you actually prefer to have right now?
It's a hard pick. I kind of want to lean towards LGD, but don't know how you feel about it.
I would say LGD in a way, but at the same time, I can also see where Team Spirit is going with this. A lot of people would say that Lash, Shaker, Morph are all heroes that are good against Willow, but I see amazing Bramble value here versus the Lash, the IO. You can break the tether, you can do a lot of stuff in team fights for the Shaker and the Morph, and it's a quick lineup. The Luna is able to hit these timings where Roshan is threatened, where towers are threatened very early. And Shaker Morph, they need a lot of time. They usually don't come online until 20-something.
So I'll make the case against, so Johan's vouching for Team Spirit. I'm going to try to vouch for LGD for what they have going for them. I think they're one of the best teams in the world, understanding how to make a Leshrac scale also through the Leshrac shard. They have abused that in the online tournaments prior to TI. And now this Shaker, plus the Morph, plus the Lesh and the shards, like this scaling, the stun, AoE stuns in the team fight later, it's going to be crazy. I think they have the Wisp Lesh, as we talked about. They're covering it so much. They ban the Invoker, they ban the Lina, they ban the Void Spirit, they ban the Kunkka. There's going to be very few mid laners that are going to be able to deal with this Lesh running at you with the Wisp tethering to him, overcharge and whatnot. So they do have very powerful things going into the game. Of course, they have the pick-off, the map, Leshrac shoving the lanes, relocate, the Shaker threat, bursting you out of fog on the map, Shaker Morph scaling. There's a lot going on, in my opinion, for LGD. And yet again, you look at the 5v5, you look at the lineups, and you can theorize all you want. Now you also have to keep track, and that's why drafting is such a complex thing. You have to keep track of how the lanes are going to play out. Because if Team Spirit, they destroy the laning phase, none of that matters. The game might just be over in minute 10.
So do you think they're thinking about a lane right now? Because in my head, I thought LGD, they were going to pick Rubik, right? Counter the skewer, but instead they go with a Nature's Prophet. Maybe a stronger laner into that Luna.
Very strong into the Luna Willow or Luna Bane. No matter how you look at it, this Prophet lane should be heavily LGD favored. And it complements very well what's happening. The Leshrac pressure with the Wisp, now you have treants, meaning you do get a kill, you get a tower. Prophet connects, Prophet ulti. I think it plays very well to their game. It's going to stabilize the game by, slowing down the Luna, winning the lane. It's going to connect to the Wisp and the Leshrac, and it's going to add to the global pressure on the map.
Prophet is also one of the quickest heroes, you could say, in Dota. You pick this, like you pick an Ench, you pick an Ursa. There might just be a different Dota game coming your way. You might not be allowed to play as slow or as fast as you'd hope, because this hero adds so much dimension. And yeah, I think this IO Lesh Prophet, the timings that they can hit before minute 15, they can break this game.
And we see Team Spirit, they're trying to respond a little bit to that pressure with some outspan from long range, but I'm not sure if they have enough. Like, I look at the 4 heroes from LGD side, and that collapse, it looks terrifying, honestly, onto mid, onto safe lane, anything.
I see how both teams can fight. I will still put a lot, like if you take the laning phase aside, and let's say that both teams
Many of Team Spirit's wins. How does the team feel about Magnus? Are they afraid or are they ready?
很多人也觉得 Spirit 的3后卫他的梦马就非常厉害，也是他们夺得胜利的关键。
Maybe game 2 they've got a solution.
It's going to be so interesting to watch. I feel like this team has really just ridden off the back of the momentum that they've gained from the very early goings in the group stages, and they haven't looked back once. The thing that I'm really interested to watch for is if they can keep that up. Like, I feel like sometimes when you get in these huge matchups and you go up one game, Team Spirit now there, you can sense the victory coming, and I want to see if they can keep up that same carefree attitude we've seen from them so far.
Just playing Dota, just having fun with each other.
Yeah.
Surely that that's gotta feel like at some point you've got to be thinking like, oh, are we gonna win, guys?
This is actually gonna happen.
Are we doing this?
It's crazy, but we'll see if it ends up happening here as Mira spots out a couple of those treants that are trying to get a little bit of vision. So interesting things to watch for in this as far as a laning matchup is concerned. We'll see where that Nature's Prophet ends up at and how much pressure they can put on. Very annoying hero to deal with in the early goings.
Yeah, very much a discussion of timings really throughout all the games today. I feel like we're finding that one team seems to have a very clear, we want to do this in 20 minutes. And the other team's like, we just want to hang out and kind of scale.
Oh, Xingqiu gonna have to back out there on the Shaker. And 3 bounty runes again for Team Spirit, just like last game.
I will say, I believe this game that LGD had a very good idea of what was going on. I think they completely saw that puck pick coming. I think they banned around the fact that like, yeah, that's going to be left in. We're okay with that. It's a go-to hero versus the Morphling. I wouldn't say they're really surprised. Tokyo, obviously an amazing player, but the puck not exactly one of the ones that's been, popping off the base here for Team Spirit.
True enough.
Those Spirits tend to scale just like a little bit more, and you kind of lack that a bit on the puck.
Will be something to watch for though if he can make those good rotations, as obviously the Nature's Prophet on Faith Beyond can also move into multiple different lanes, so we'll keep our eyes on it. And like you said, I think both drafts have like a very clear identity behind them, right? You got this Magnus that's going to start off the fights occasionally after the puck comes in. You've got the Morph Shaker as a potential danger later on, but it is of course going to be played on that support Shaker this time, so we'll see if you can get into the items at the same timing we've seen for the cores.
Yeah, it seemed like PSG LGD were very much ready for that, right? The Dark Willow came out and right away they're just like, yeah. We saw that earlier. We know, you want the Morph and the Willow. We're taking the Morph and the Shaker. It's pretty good too, but yeah, the support Shaker hasn't worked as well. So, well, a little bit close there, but Ame's all right.
He's going to be able to dodge away from that one. You can see here also a nice little interrupt on the pull-through that came through, and Faith Beyond steps over to the side. This, of course, sets up some free farm for the Luna. Normal laning shenanigans, the power that you have as Bane in these early goings.
Yeah, it's frustrating for the Bane too, because like you're so used to being able to dominate a lot of situations as Bane. Well, Maposhka now actually trapped in by a Fisher with the treants on top of him.
A lot of damage out there onto this poor old Bane. Can they run him down? A couple more hits is all they need. Not quite able to get that last right click, and Maposhka with the brain sap and the runaway. Xingqiu still might be able to run him down. That boots advantage, but
good choice, Xingqiu. Good choice.
Keeps it safe that time.
But yeah, I mean, Bane, obviously you're used to trading favorably and having answers to like someone trying to pull your wave, but with the Nightmare and the treants being there, they actually have some counterplay here to like trying to set up for plays as well in the lane, so it's a good pick for the Prophet.
Allows him to play that much more freely, but you can see that Luna already off to a hot start. 11-2 right there in the top lane is down bottom. Y gonna take one little punch there from the Dark Willow, and a Fissure block off on the other side, but not within that tower range. So we'll be able to get away with some extra damage. Tango, as well as the Coiling Blade through, and he's fine.
That's a nice Fissure though. That's a pretty good chunk of damage on him there, just the harass. Only has a single Tango left, no salves currently on Maposhka, so that Courier, makes the call, brings him up, and it's going to be running with a salve in that top lane now. So if there's any chance here for LGD to score a kill, it might be sooner rather than later.
Too true. Gotta look for that opening. Down
really trying to pressure too. They keep pump faking this Fissure up top.
I mean, if you catch him on the wrong side of it, it's going to be a ton of damage out with those treants. But even without it, right? Just the one fissure and a couple punches from Faith Beyond, he hits really hard. They will be bringing over that courier now. Maposhka needs to make sure this one does not get sniped by XinQ.
Hopefully you're not losing it to a Shaker.
Yeah, true enough.
But this bottom lane, lots of harass being spammed out here from Mira and Collapse as well. But it's a Morphling, it's an IO. Morphling in itself a very frustrating hero to lane versus due to the regen mechanic, the ability to morph strength and agi, but comboed up with an IO. It's pretty rough trying to get a kill, but you know, more players, they tend to go for some of these overextensions, so maybe he'll get a bit greedy there.
Right, and even, you know, just the pressuring and forcing him to switch over attribute shift, it makes it a little bit harder for the morph to last hit. So it's not all bad, as XinQ is going to make that big move over underneath the ward and going to steal away the small camp. How many to get? Not a ton, but nothing to say. Able to sneak a few as well.
All right, interesting stuff there. It does sacrifice the top water room. Well, I say that actually. Maposhka
moves in. Toronto Tokyo gonna be able to pick up this water rune and maybe get some extra pressure onto XinQ. Jumps forward and there's the first blood. Toronto Tokyo draws it.
Well done by Maposhka. Like, not even just, he basically baited out that rune, right? That's XinQ coming a little bit too close, get the first blood for Team Spirit, and they're off to a hot start in game 2 after already surprising pretty much everyone by going up one game. I mean, I agree, I thought their draft was better last game, but you know, we just keep wondering, like, how long will the magic last with this team?
It does seem like just an unbelievably improbable run to that this team came all the way through in the qualifiers. We're down 2-1 in that series against Empire, and now up one game against the, you know, odds-on favorites. Oh, this Collapse skewer, pull back. They do some good damage there on Ame, but he will not be under too much pressure of losing his life. He's going to get the deny. A little cheeky there. I like to see it from the morph.
That's a morph player. That's what that is right there. And, you know, nothing to say. Maybe not a Pango player. I have some theories, guys. I mean, that was his, as far as I could find, mind you, I looked pretty quickly, that was his second professional Pango match.
Yeah.
Now, they played a lot of Pango when he wasn't available to play for PSG LGD. And, of course, Coach Xiao or Chava stepping in, playing a masterful Pango. You know, he did really well, and we've had this discussion of like how he sort of controls the macro game to help these players so they can think more about their own heroes and their own item builds, and they have a clear identity of like what I'm supposed to do in this game. But if you're not experienced on the hero, that formula doesn't work so well.
True enough.
But he's got Electro now. Much better hero for nothing to say.
Very comfortable. Comfy time for nothing to say. And so far, he's doing fairly well. The early first blood onto Toronto Tokyo, giving that puck the advantage as another stack up on those camps. And now, trying to scout for these runes. Poshka, just within vision there, and Nightmare. It's going to use a lot of mana there. And Toronto Tokyo gets the haste down bottom, so a little bit of luck and a little bit of good rotations, helping out Team Spirit.
Yeah, even threatening to have the TP in there from Poshka will be all right, and actually just starts going right back on the aggressive. Will only catch a sentry though, no obs taken away there. So we heard a lot of discussion actually last game from Insania talking about like the power runes and the strength you're going to have from that right here, and especially for a puck, a hero that's really capable of trying to abuse that, because you want to be making these early rotations with the Dream Coil. And it looks like not going to secure the kill there.
Yeah, I think it's an important point to make, is that you've got to watch so carefully on any of these other side lanes. If LGD overstep, they get a little bit close to a tower, Puck could easily make that rotation and kill off a couple.
Oh, Maposhka gets spotted on the way out here. So did sentry on the pillar, was kind of checking around, finding some wards, and then putting obs down by the Ancients. And there is a sentry here on XinQ, so this can be pretty painful. Oh, he's got it right.
Yes. I was right on the edge.
That's a huge D ward. That was a lot of time spent from Maposhka.
And at the same time, LGD gonna move in and head up top. Why and nothing to say together. Are they gonna try and make a kill here onto the Luna a little bit far out? And we'll see if they can connect with this one, but
this is a tower kill gank.
Yeah.
They're ganking that tower. It's not moving. They don't have to worry about it. Luna, she's kind of fast, you know. She's got some night vision, maxed out Lunar Blessing. But a tower, it doesn't move.
True enough. They're gonna move in and
next
take
hero. Darcy, can she just throw the tower somewhere?
It's a possibility.
Ideas.
Dare to dream.
Okay, that went down really fast.
Yeah, this is a problem potentially. The early group up right there, and the fact that you can't really contest it at all. Yadoro heads back into the jungle to farm up his medium camp.
Look at Maposhka. He actually got spotted there. He did step in vision for a moment. And a correctly drawn line here from Y, I believe, is his current path.
But they did get down that ward. We'll see if that one gets taken away by LGD. As down bottom, able to go for the RP now, connecting on to Ame, but I don't know if this is going to translate into a kill.
No, they don't think so, at least. They're not. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they bring in the IO as well, and that's going to be more than enough. Ame backs away perfectly fine.
Poshka's just like, can I get something done here? You know, my wards, a little D-ward in here, just roaming around. You know, it's actually Y, who's well known for being such a roamer, but on this IO having to play a little bit closer to his ally.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a change-up in styles there. We saw a bunch of that rotation going on in the last game from him, as Maposhka, on his vein, finds another courier kill.
Yeah, for Y, despite being a 5 player, he actually gets often categorized by like some of the information scrapers in Dota as a roaming hero. We've been told by some of our stats people just because he spent so much time going between games.
Ame collapse, facing off with each other, and just the focus right now on the farm, stacking up the camps. Ame again moves up to come and contest this and collapse. I don't know if they're really going to be able to do all that much to stop him. Very interesting, but Fisher up top. Now the follow-up, looking for it. Faithion there as well, and this is going to be a kill.
That's a pretty stark difference to the 3 heroes stalking the Radiant carry. You know, they gotta get this kill, right?
They gotta get something here, that's for sure. Maposhka's waiting off to the side. Nightmare down a couple punches, but they bring in the IO, trade off that Nightmare. And that's going to be more than enough for the moment. But why? Also drop it low, not low enough. Instead, they turn, find collapse. One more touch is not enough with Faithion. TPing in, they might be able to find him here.
That was the trusty shovel, keeping him alive.
Yeah, heading down to the south. TP is available, but collapse in some trouble. Does the Spirit connect? Ugh, not quite going to be on the mark. He gets out.
Trusty shovel indeed. Up top, nothing to say, zoning back Toronto Tokyo as he kind of came into a vein on the Ancients, but the pressure will stay in the bottom lane, and we already saw how quickly that top tower down. No point slowing down here for PSG LGD.
It's interesting though, right? Because you can see that this is a dynamic that we've seen multiple times throughout this tournament. You have Team Spirit with a little bit of a lead, even though it's LGD that are taking down more of the towers. Just that stacking up, farming mentality we're seeing from Spirit right here.
And look at the treants put out here. They're watching for Toronto Tokyo, right?
Yeah.
Because they know that everything's on this Dream Coil. That's by far the easiest way for them to initiate. So you just fan out your units like that from Faithion, and unless they're going to smoke in, you're going to catch that punk.
And instead they're going to find a Dream Coil towards the mid lane, trying to take down this ledge. Do they have enough? Yes! Toronto Tokyo picks up that kill. And with that, a 3,000 gold lead this early on for Team Spirit.
Bit of a theme, I feel like, in these two games from PSG LGD. Ame did a similar thing last game on the Ursa, where he kind of stayed in an area which seems like, surely, you know, like you're in trouble, you know?
Right.
He ended up dying on the Ursa in the top lane. And this time, you know, at least they got a favorable trade. They took a tower after that, which I think was part of the plan for PSG LGD, but they were able to zone back on that bottom tower, shove the wave back out, and now even Collapse running in behind the tower, checking for a courier and everything down here. They're not willing to just, like, you know, give you take the kill and then just give you the tower. They're able to defend after as well.
All right.
Okay, but now the pressure's coming mid.
Mira. They're going to get onto the Brambles. Thought about that RP, but calls it off afterwards. And again, nothing to say in the mid lane, starting to push down this tier 1 tower with Xingqiu in tow. And why? They'll get it. It's so interesting to me because you think about traditionally what people think of these styles of play, and Team Spirit definitely going the more farming route in this one. You saw there for a second the last hits that Yutaro has. 135 compared to the 69 of Ame.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're actually spotted out here, but they're not going to have anything in time to catch. But that also comes back to just the idea of punishing that Dream Coil, right? It was used. You killed me. All right, congratulations. But I'm a last track. I don't have any cooldowns. When I respawn, I'm coming right back. I'm taking that tower. But as you said, the timing's like PSG LGD, Y has said before, like, we love picking for scale. We like to be very balanced. We're comfortable going late because we think we make better decisions at that point in the game. And even though this is a pretty fast lineup from PSG LGD, it does have some late game tools, right? The Morph Shaker, of course, if you get to that, can really go against anything at this point.
It is a little bit terrifying. You're not wrong. Actually queuing up the Dragon Lance right now on Ame. So he could maybe disassemble that later and build it into the axe if he wants.
Yeah, we see that a lot versus the Luna, because it makes like a really right where she's kind of got this like zone that you're trying to play out of and kite her just a little bit, gives you that tankability with all this magic damage there too. Really balanced item to start out with.
So Team Spirit nursing that 2k gold lead, as on the other side LGD trying to keep the pressure onto these buildings. Up top, nothing to say is there. The 4 points in Edict forces out the glyph.
Are fortified.
Wow, that was a pretty easy glyph to get, not gonna lie.
Didn't have to commit that hard long. And Collapse had already TP'd up there too, so I can imagine they'd like to go for another one soon. And as we approach, sort of past the laning stage, we start thinking, how's the Roche look in this game? They could take it relatively early, right? You get an early DD with this lineup with Nature's Prophet and Morphling. They might opt for it.
Look at this movement in before the Blink Dagger on Shaker. Oh, Nightmare! I'm a punch to dodge the stun, but Yato is still in some trouble as they run him down. It was good, but it wasn't good enough.
Toronto Tokyo's something, but they are too tanky. I mean, you see these stacked up heroes, maybe you're sort of thinking about going in for the Dream Coil, but it's a bit too much. They're just so tanky right now.
And instead, they try and find off here. Nothing to say. The rest of his friends a little ways away. Xingqiu making the move over. They're going to get the Terra. That's going to get the Tether Snap. And afterwards, the ulti coming from Willow, but nothing is taking the regen from Y. Keeping his core player alive.
With the wand, with the IO, this early hood into the Eternal Shroud as well. They're going to have some issues bringing down this Leshrac without the Luna being there.
Yeah, I mean, you just get blown up like that. I mean, obviously, a great Nightmare dodge of the stun that came in, but in the end, you need to get that BKB online, as we've seen time and again, and Yato trying to get towards it now. As LGD's starting to cut a little bit into this lead here. Also getting a little bit of free time right now. Drame to farm up.
I think Toronto Tokyo is starting to just think about like his role in this game, what he can do. Puck obviously pretty versatile in terms of builds. Thinking about an early Aeon this gear. We'll have to get out of this one. Even go for the a TP in there. Very nice play to even preempt that by blinking somewhere else for the TP. Could have set something up there. They also have the Orchid ready on this push here, so with the relocate in 5 seconds, everyone can be top lane right now for PSG LGD. For Team Spirit, they don't see very much. I mean, they're rotating a lot of heroes to that bottom lane. I think they just have to go for a counter push.
Yeah, there's no other play really. And they have a glyph still on LGD as well.
They need this Blink Dagger on Collapse before they can defend.
It's going to be too much too quickly otherwise. And you can see getting very close. Collapse just going to farm up the rest of these camps here. Well, bottom, Team Spirit trying to pressure that in.
Toronto Tokyo, he's got the Veil. Okay. He's got the Blink.
He's thinking.
How old is he?
This guy's crazy. We've seen it time and again, and Faith Beyond showing.
He just wants the creeps. That's all he knows.
Oh, Faith Beyond spots him. The silence is there. That's the Orchid reveal, and he is mega dead.
Yeah, he's really greedy. Yeah, it turns out. Oh, you got a full creep wave. That's quite a bit of gold, too.
True.
But it's almost a certainty when you go for that play.
This does stop the backdoor protection, though, so this is going to stay alive a little bit longer, forcing LGD in this area for a bit. But eventually it will fall.
And already 50 on back to that bottom lane, just push that back out too. So very well orchestrated there from PSG LGD. But, the Courier, it holds the key. Ice Frog, little Courier delivering a Blink Dagger to Collapse. So, yeah, he's got a few more things queued up there you guys might have seen already in this tournament. The Shard, the Force Staff. He's made a couple plays. Perhaps some highlight reel ones.
He's been absolutely spectacular.
I think he needs a couple more this game.
True enough. Not if LGD have anything to say about it. They've also had a few highlights at times. And playing on that Earthshaker with the Morphling, you just know that there's pain coming if they're left to free farm in this one.
That's really the worst part of just staying in the upper bracket. Less highlights, less games to play.
True enough, yeah.
Especially when you crush your opponent so hard, and then finally being challenged now by Team Spirit.
They're up one game again. Cinderella story that hasn't died yet. And seeing if it can continue on here in this game number 2. The BKB is done. Take a look at a few of these other items around the map. Collapse has that blink done. Xingqiu getting closer to his has it completed as well now. So all of the big fighting items online.
That's a bit frightening. It feels so good because obviously as the offlaner you gotta get these earlier items, get Bracer, got a mech, and then you get your Blink Dagger. When playing as a support, you just get that one thing you're striving for, and it's kind of unfortunate when they match up like that because now it feels like your offlaner can actually play, but Xingqiu, this is an excellent counter initiation to have right now. With the way that their lineup's kind of set up, he can just lurk for so long. He can just wait on the side, and what kind of vision is going to catch him, right? Maybe an orb? Maybe you can take a fight at night like this and have the advantageous vision?
Oh, but the skewer back! Immediately only nothing to say, but he's going to live through that. Nice jump out there. Xingqiu saving the day even under that ward.
I mean, they have Relocate, they have Fisher.
Yeah, they were super good.
That is a tough one. But at least Relocate gets burnt, right?
Yeah.
So that is something for them. But immediately into the Roche.
Oh, and LGD And then make a bit of a sneaky play here. Did Team Spirit know that this is going on?
Where's your DD, guys?
They're gonna. This is down to about half HP now. Team Spirit, it's really well covered by the vision of LGD as well, but they're gonna smoke up now. Can they get there in time? Aegis, it's super low now. They pull back onto Zinq. Gonna try and take him down first, and they will get that kill, but it comes at the cost of the Aegis on Ame. Not leaving it in the pit this time for any other teams.
No.
They're IG, everybody knows.
At the very least, you do get yourselves a kill from that, but Charlotte is still happy. You know, Zinq, that's basically an exchange. Sometimes you trade a Roche for a tower. Sometimes someone on your team just needs to go and kind of feed to block out the smoke. And that's just a small feed to help things out here. So another game where like the kills have also stayed pretty low.
True.
From game 1 and game 2. Feels like teams are being very picky about their engagements.
So much on the line. It's incredibly tense for these teams. And again, you start to wonder how much the pressure is going to be affecting these plays. We'll have to keep our eyes out for it for sure. But Ame with the Aegis, another 4 minutes with this. And I believe this is going to be the Manta coming out pretty soon for him as well. Can start to play with a little bit more freedom here, potentially.
And currently they already have amazing vision in the top lane. You can see this ward just been staying on the high ground here. About a quarter of its duration left, nothing to say, feels confident enough to be up there. They already control the outpost since they took that tier 2 so early. Team Spirit again just forced to try and hold on and try and build everything up into Yatoro this game. Does of course have this buffed up carry mentality that we've been working towards in this main bracket event for pretty much every team. You're going to have the empowered Luna, but you know, the wolf bite is not the tiny. Yatoro got some heavy lifting here.
Potentially, they have a Nightmare, and then the walkaway. They actually relocate into this one.
There's relocate. There's Nature's Probably. You know, it's very scary. If you don't have that really quick burst, you don't really want to take it right now for Team Spirit. But they forced out some rotations at the very least. They got to try to hold this tower, I think, or else this really wasn't worth it.
No IO save this time, though. That's the danger of the relocate. Nothing to say outside of vision. They don't see him. Now they do. The pullback going to be able to get that skewer. The vision not quick enough. And nothing to say, goes down, now looking for more. Ame has to be careful, Zinq there as well. Oh, but Ame with the waveform through it. Brilliant play, and on this afterwards. Now the chase, looking for more. Can they control? Do they have enough for the kill? The Terrorize comes out, but he got the strength from off. Beyond jumps away, we're back, only 2, and ERP! Oh, collapsed it into him again!
And look, they're just surrounding it. There's no chance to help. They have the shaker, but
there is nothing else left in the tank there for Ame, although trying to steal, but the stun comes through right at the end. And LGD, another triple kill for Yatoro. And Y will manage to escape from that one, but a huge win for Spirit here in game number 2.
That is massive. An amazing defense. And Class does it twice in the fight with the skewers, catching nothing to say. Like, you know, you talk about this idea with like the Aegis and like, well, what are you supposed to do with this Aegis? Are we supposed to push towers? Is that the goal right now? So, you know, should it be on the Morphling? You know?
Right.
Doesn't he kind of feel like the harder target to get in the first place, and instead you're sort of hanging nothing to say out to dry? Like, he gets one skewer and there was no chance to save him.
Yeah, I mean, again, part of that is also the decision to stick around after that relocate was used, because that's probably part of their idea behind it.
Yeah, I mean, that's your easiest long-range save, right?
Unreal. 5-6. And Team Spirit playing just absolutely great Dota.
I'm sensing a smoke-up Echo Slam here soon. You know, this is what you do. You lost your agents and you're like, oh, wait, guys, this is fun. Group up, we're gonna smoke, we've got our other tools back. Let's go dunk on some people.
Zinq so often has been the answer and the playmaker for this LGD lineup. Whether it's the Snapfire or the Surfmaker, whatever it is that he's playing, he's making the big moves. So, 21 minutes in now, and continues to farm. I mean, this is the thing that's really scary, right? Like, how many times have we seen these Lunas just get completely out of control and then just up high ground with Aegis? And now it also feels like they have some of those tools with the Blinks online to actually win those Aegis fights as well.
Yeah, sometimes they don't leave high ground. It just takes one sort of mounting up there and it's over. Part of the reason why they can be a little bit patient here with Team Spirit, but patience, you know, that's something they're very well known for.
Ooh, scary, invis. And then the smoke up afterwards. Team Spirit looking on the hunt. But LGD, sensing danger coming their way, will retreat out. Just
is he gonna horn toss him again, Lyrical? Don't tell me he's gonna horn toss him again.
Oh my god, he got him again! Trent, they did it to him! As they find the pickoff! Collapse, you're too good!
Oh, that smell!
Unreal!
There's so good at just finding that one kill and like waiting for this timing too of just this. Oh, they go to the zip.
They pull him back in afterwards. Why? In some trouble. Skewer a little bit off the mark, but the Brambles are there for round 2 of it. Team Spirit, they came to play on finals day, taking down Secret, now looking to go 2-0 in the series against LGD.
Wow, Fabian, at least, you know, getting something back, right?
Yeah,
go grab that outpost, get it, but man, losing the Roche into just like taking over the map right now for Team Spirit. They're just having fun. That's what they say, right? They look like they're having fun. Well, Roche looks like he's having fun. For someone who's playing Bane, that's as much fun as your face gets, I think. You know,
they're on top of it, killing it, and we'll see now if LGD can pull this back. I mean, again, we've talked so much about the effect that pressure has in this lineup. In a lot of ways, built to try and just win the Aegis. Not a whole lot else is going to be acceptable for them in the sort of standards that they set for themselves. 5-8.
I love how you see the Sentry put outside the base too, because I had the same thought. I'm just like, where's that ward? Like, how does Magnus do that? You know, and just nothing. Collapse is just too good. He just feels it and just goes. At the very least, it's a lot of Sentries.
They're all over the place.
And you know, that's because they also have the gem, I believe, still, on Toronto, Tokyo. So they know that they're in trouble when it comes to the vision game, and so you get into this place where you're just kind of spamming them everywhere. And Io, you know, you heard our lovely draft panel, as well as Insania, talking about like the sustain and everything, and Insania pointed out just like how much more valuable that healing is on the earlier end, right? You know, but trying to get as many of these mechs and these holy lockets as early as you can in the game, and when you have to spend on sentries, that can be a bit tough. But at the same time, you have a shaker on your team, so you're making a sacrifice in terms of the goal to ensure that Blink Dagger is going to be there. Unfortunately, they haven't really gotten much out of the shaker. A couple nice saves, but Zinky's still waiting for his big moment.
And it's tough, right? Because you have to sort of go in and make that chaos happen first with the rest of the heroes on LGD, and specifically Nothing to Say. And he's built all these items to try and stay alive. The Eternal Shroud, going for the Halberd, now into the Plate Mail. And it has just not been able to be enough to keep him alive against the big plays from Collapse. MVP in this game too.
And now, it's nighttime once again. So what do? We smoke. You got night vision, right? You have the advantage there. They're going to have to rely on the treants from Faith Beyond if they want to scout some of these plays out. That is the vision that they have at night. But the edge certainly belongs to Team Spirit.
Absolutely. As they move up onto the high ground, Zinq feels like he's safe, but they drop down the ward right away. Zinq manages to get out of there, has that shard, create that separation. But again, a ward dewarded and taken away vision from LGD.
They're just going to do the sweeping motion here, right? They actually scanned ahead to see if he could blink in there. He's checking the high ground. Yeah, Collapse one up is so bad.
He's ready. He feels the moment, dude. He is so on top of it. Waiting for the vision.
Yeah, nothing to say is going so far back. He's like, no.
He knows. Fool me. Oh my god, that was close. Fissure afterwards. They're sensing it. They back out of there.
He is feeling it today.
Came close there.
I mean, that's what's so cool with the spell, though, is that you can just fish.
Yeah.
You know? Sometimes you're not going to catch anything. Sometimes you get yourselves a big old whale.
You know what's also so interesting about this? Like, those two outposts are still held by LGD. They're keeping so much pressure on the map by LGD, and Team Spirit, it doesn't look like they're that interested in trying to take it back. They're just looking for those kills now.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, it's going to be a very long Roche spawn, because that's kind of what they're playing for right now for Team Spirit, right? It's just like, we don't want to rush anything. We need one more good fight. We're going to clear this entire base with our Luna, and we want the Roche for that. So they're going to be trying to control around the pit. It's going to sit in there. They're going to wait. They're going to be very disappointed for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
There you go.
And that's just time for PSG LGD. So what can we stall for here is the question. Shiva's coming up relatively soon for Nothing to Say, but the Aghanim's, that's what we're stalling for. So whenever you get in trouble as a Morphling, you look to say, how good is my next game, is it? And it's like, oh yeah, right, we picked Morph Shaker. So we do have that going.
That's going to be the big window that they're looking for. Only 2 points in Enchant Totem right now for that Shaker, but can still be devastating with all the lockdown that you get.
Now, interesting things that we're going to have to watch during that, though, the fact that it's the Aeon Disc on the puck, right? So they're going to be looking to catch and chain, even just try and like go through that resistance while it's actually active on Toronto Tokyo. We're just trying to like keep chaining him down because he's not going to have the BKB. And then after that, we also know that Collapse, he really likes these kind of cheeky items, right? He doesn't like BKB. See the plays this guy's making?
There's the Aeon Disc out. Toronto Tokyo not concerned, just blinks away after the Aeon Disc is procced. And also getting that D-ward again.
So the question will be, when they come high ground, will you find this big more shaker play? Are you going to catch these heroes without the immunity that they need to survive what is obviously a pretty terrifying duo of heroes?
Faith Beyond shows for a second, collapse, look for an opening, sees him there. There's an opening, the horn toss, the pullback with Skewer, and immediately gets the kill. Nothing is free, not even Dave.
That's the kind of punish that you need. I mean, they felt pretty free on this map, right? Because they are moving around as a single unit for Team Spirit, right? And that's why we're spotting some of these heroes just like Faith Beyond's randomly in a spot, pushing on a wave, nothing to say. That's why they were able to control the outposts for so much longer than you might expect, considering the situation that Team Spirit was in. But the punishes are free, and so they will go back once more for a disappointing look inside the Roche pit, and then wait another 30 seconds, and then they'll go back and do it again.
But look at this. They have that Aghanim Scepter done on the Morphling now. Puck also just finishing an Aghanim Scepter and has an Arcane Rune bottle.
Like sending in Y-First. Just these slow movements in. Ready to tether back. Oh, Sentry is going to catch both.
They have vision right away.
They're there.
Collapse. Oh, he doesn't go for it.
We've seen them go into these trees so many times.
Collapse.
I would not be surprised.
He's thinking about it. Xingqiu is back there.
Oh, they're just baiting out.
Yeah, they're waiting on it. And Faith Beyond in the meantime farming on the other side.
And the Radiant, they gained that pit there. To no success. They're going to set it in the treants though. So, PSG LGD, they're in the know. They've got the Morphling, with the Aghanims, with the Shaker, and a team that really wants the Roche. They have a plan.
This could be LGD's comeback here. Can they make it happen though?
And how long can you sort of like control and force the focus of Team Spirit to be here, and what are you gaining on the rest of the map? I mean, again, they're fanning out a bit here, and you have the global teleportation up at 10 seconds for Faith Beyond. Yeah, you have Ame just farming the Dire Ancients right now, so
are they going to give up this
There go the treants. I mean, they know they're in there right now. I highly doubt they just give this up for free.
I don't know, is it still inside here? They're moving over now. Faith Beyond getting some treants out, starting to move into... They're going to lay down these brambles.
They're actually doing this so slow that maybe PSG LGD are just kind of fine with this.
Are they really going to give up Roche for this?
I think they just can't get in the position, right? I mean, they don't have the best vision around the area. They actually see absolutely nothing right now. So, I mean, they know they're in there. They've sent in the treants. But again, how do you get that engagement when, you're so reliant on, you'd rather just fight on the high ground at this point.
All right, well, LGD give that one up. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them later. As Mira is going to push out this lane up top, Faith Beyond very close. And they're going to have to deal with their lanes, because this is one thing that's definitely beneficial for LGD is their split push potential. Faith Beyond, BKB with that Orchid. Xingqiu shows up. Gautaro up on the high ground, nothing to say there as well. They have great vision on Team Spirit, and now showing in the lane. They're thinking about going, they pull him back in, and he is done. Can they go for any more now? They have full control onto the Luna, but Luna just walks away.
Dire's middle tower.
Living yet again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's thinking about, like, is there a buyback play there? Because that's a pretty bold sentry to place down.
On just like that, Team Spirit with Aegis in hand. Faith Beyond could maybe go for a play there, but Toronto Tokyo not showing himself, has the boost of travel to join with the rest of the team.
Right? They had the ward near the base. They actually saw that Ame was moving over here.
Oh man, this would be such a huge pickup if they can get him. The spider legs walking in, they get him with the hook. Thomas chased him down for more. Ame's done. Team Spirit, everywhere they go, people die.
It's the ward, just spots him heading over there. That ward near the base. Lets them know. They chase it down. And now they go up. Will they leave is the real question. There is a glyph available for the Radiant.
True enough. They walk up high ground, and Gautaro going to start beating away, laying claim to this area. In the meantime, Faith Beyond's going to try and push up that top side, but they catch him right away with the glyph collapse, pulls him back in, breaks the coil. Team Spirit, they're just playing too clean today. LGD need more. They don't have buyback on this Morphling. They can't get 2 racks at the very least on the side of Spirit, but I mean, they need 2 racks? I don't know. That's a good question. Well, maybe Faith Beyond is actually starting to take this one down. Now they jump in. There's the BKB. Faith Beyond still has that Orchid available, but the turn off to the side. Oh, great Orchid to interrupt, and that will be enough to get him out.
That was really well done with the BKB TV. There's one answer, right?
Yeah.
Finds in there with the Orchid, so well done indeed. He will at least take a tier 3, so that's something, but of course there's still lots of time. 2.5 minutes for a Luna to just run back to your base. She's pretty fast.
You're not wrong about that one. and can start pressuring down these other towers. There's no more Glyph either. The Team Spirit want to make another run at this with the Aegis. They're just so far ahead already. 10k gold. It does not look particularly close.
Yeah, the boots are traveling there from Toronto, Tokyo, so he's just able to push out this bottom lane. He can be there in a flash too, trying to match some of this global capability that's there from PSG LGD, but they're still waiting for their shining moment of Morph Shaker. They are in this game, believe it or not.
Just haven't had an opening. Satanic now done too for the Luna.
Couriers just flying in everywhere, dropping off all these new items, the Team Spirit.
I mean, Yaro's almost 10k gold up on the next hero on the enemy team. LGD just don't have an answer for the Luna, particularly with the Aegis. And it looks so free for him. This is the path to victory for Spirit to go up 2-0 over LGD.
Gotta guard this wave that's with them though. Fabian has caught the next one. They're scanning that he's actually still there, so he's going back to Toronto, Tokyo. He's gonna try and hunt down Fabian.
Oh, and off to the side, they get the vision. Tries to chase him down there. There's the silence, the coil afterwards. Still hits pretty hard on Fabian, but with collapse in the area, they're gonna break the coil and kill off the Prophet.
How fast does he need to buy back is the question.
Oh man.
Can they actually like force it here? I mean, it's gonna be a while for the lanes, right? It's kind of why you're able to sacrifice your life sometimes on Nature's Prophet. I don't think they can punish this simply by the speed at which creeps walk. So it'll be a little bit more time now for LGD. But what are you gaining in this time? You know, there's gonna be a Scotty done. So that is pretty huge actually. Scotty and the Morphling versus this Luna. And again, the Satanic.
I mean, it's looked so one-sided partially because LGD haven't taken that fight yet, right? Like, and there's still going to be that window when they have the, you know, Ag Shaker and can go in all at once together. It's just they're waiting for that perfect fight. Still have to be careful of that one on Team Spirit. And with this Aegis, you would have to imagine it would come soon.
All claps, you know, I think he wants his perfect game here. He's the only one who hasn't died so far on Team Spirit.
Absolutely carrying out of that offlane.
No kills too. So giving, you know, charitable offlaner.
That's the way it's supposed to be, absolutely. Ooh, oh, that Aether Lens for the extra range. So much range on absolutely everything in this game for him. But they're gonna get set up again. Morphling sending in the courier. This one might get scouted here, and
oh, it's on the way up.
Oh, the lucid beam.
Yeah, using the lucid beam and
well
the shard.
played. That was that the Scotty? Oh
yeah,
God, killing that Scotty.
Almost 3 minutes of no Scotty, but you know, it's okay. You know, LGD, they don't actually see enemy heroes, they just see enemy creep waves. Right? That's the goal right now.
Okay.
The creeps are the true enemy. So that's why Faith Beyond, you know, he's not up top where the heroes are. He's down bottom where the creeps are. Just keep pulling them out. Keep them away from your base.
Try and extend this as long as possible and then force Team Spirit into a bad position. And yet, in the last couple of minutes, they caught up in terms of that work.
You know, you look at the floor, he keeps climbing.
Will it be enough, though? They can make the most of this, dodge fights, and then possibly get another fight around that next Aegis. That might be their window with the BKB on Ame.
I think what's very impressive from Team Spirit is how long they have just kept this single like ball rolling around together, and they're not panicking. Because a lot of teams, it gets to this point where like it feels like you've been roaming around for so long, and like now the Aegis is gone, so people said like they fan out a bit and they farm, right?
Yeah.
Morph Shaker will punish that with relocate, you know, with a Nature's Prophet. They will find you. They will kill you if you try and go out on your own.
With all the lanes pushed out now, Team Spirit, without that Aegis, still going to walk up and hit this a couple of times. You have 3,200 HP on Yacht, as well as the Butterfly gun.
And they have this ward on high ground.
Collapse. So often, he's been the one to make those big plays. They're continuing to push in the bottom lane. LGD hoping for an overreaction from Team Spirit. As they walk up, start to hit these racks, but likewise, bottom lane is being pushed in.
They've morphed in as well, actually. He's fully committed to the Shaker.
Terrorize afterwards, call with the fear and the horn toss to pull back. They got nothing to say.
He's so far away.
They don't have a way to get to him. He is going to die here as they get the Fiend's grip off and the eventual right click down to death.
Oh, Tokyo in the back. He caught one on the way in too.
One on to ZQ. He's in trouble now as well. They find themselves another pickoff potentially here. ZQ, nothing else left in the tank. Fumbles down.
That's a nice play. Very heads up there from Toronto Tokyo, just letting just get away with offering up the sacrifice of the left rack, you know, not just the goat. We're gonna take what's the shake? Cow?
There you go.
We'll take that too. Yeah.
You're keeping these lanes pushed out. And this is the only thing. We've seen a couple of teams, you think back to that Quincy Crew game, they were able to keep those lanes shoved in constantly, eventually win with an all-in push. And that might have to be what we see from LGD as well. Maybe a relocate play with Morphling or something like that.
No, do not say that. I won't allow it.
You won't allow it.
Not here. Not some DD relocate Morphling.
There's a chance. There's potentially a way. You got to be careful of your team spirit. With this global potential that they have on LGD, anything could happen.
The last outer tower. Now gone. PSG LGD.
Beyond AC done. And Team Spirit starting. And it's Roche going to be back up. 10 seconds. And with that, it could be the window to close this game out for Team Spirit.
All right, refresher. Again.
There. As it will respawn right now.
Get the eggs.
Interesting. Smoke up though. LGD. Is this finally the fight that they feel comfortable with? They have been sitting on this Ag Shaker for so long. Or Ag's Morphling rather, with the Shaker. BKB now done to boot.
Yeah, that's a good point though. Maybe they get ZenQ and eggs here. That would be kind of nice.
You can Team Spirit not comfortable just hitting away in the Roche pit. Nothing to say, walks in. Yadaro up front and center. Nothing to say, they jump in. There's the damage out. Which goes dead, buys back immediately. Yadaro turns to fight. Destroys, nothing to say. They've got him. Caught to the side. Ame in some trouble. Hitting from the low ground. Nobody misses on there. It doesn't matter. As they chase him down and kill him off. A great win for Team Spirit as they will find more and more. Unbelievable. Yadaro just chases him down, and Echo afterwards trying to buy a little bit of space. Nothing to say, but can it kill Collapse? Trying to take him down, but no, it won't happen. On the side, Toronto Tokyo will fall. With a big stun afterwards, Yadaro moving in. He's big, he's bad, he's loaded, trying to kill him off. The fear, the pullback, Collapse, he's got him. ZQ looking down as well as they turn and hit. Another one bites the dust, but they buy back now. On stage 2, Faith Beyond getting absolutely shredded. Yadaro is too big. As they catch him in again and push back, they got him caught and gonna maybe find the kill. Nothing to say, down low, dead. Another huge win, Team Spirit. They won't be denied. The 4 toss catches on the ZQ, and Yadaro just slaughter.
The way they play these fights, they're so in sync with another. GG and Cole. They call it a Cinderella story. Well, if the shoe fits, wear it.
Unreal. And we got a crowd up there. Talent, very excited for this young team's present. They have been absolutely dominant in this one. 2-0.
It's not just...
They won 2 games. It's the way they won these games. The patience exhibited here is not something of a young team of like, oh, we crushed the lanes and we're totally owning this game. They were patient. Yes. They knew their timing. They watched for the only way for PSG LGD to get back in this game, and they just blocked it out.
Unbelievable showing here from this team. The patience, the calm, cool collectedness, and now 1 game away from being able to raise that Aegis. Unreal. Very socially distanced crowd. You love to see it from them as well. As we get ready to go into this game number 3, but the man behind it all, Maposhka right there, captain, and keeping everybody with a cool head.
Yeah, well, the man behind PSG LGD. What are the options now?
I don't know.
You know, you came in, you were the favorites. Everyone expected you to be the ones up 2-0 at this point, you know, for Team Spirit to be digging deep. He's got to come up with these plans. He's been challenged now twice. He's lost said challenge. What is up for game 3?
We'll have to see as we head back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Trent and Lyrical. Yeah, this game started with us talking to Zhao 8, who said regarding the Magnus pick on the side of Team Spirit, it is all in our plans. And gentlemen, the plan didn't work, Tico.
I mean, so first of all, PSG, they're very aggressive early on. They're taking top tower, taking mid tower, trying to go for bot. And then you see how Spirit, they kind of shift away from that aggression. They get up some aggressive wards. Again, Maposhka, MVP in all of these games just because of his vision. My glasses are foggy. They're now gone. But then you have the ability for Spirit to bide their time. And at 20 minutes, they then just turn it up, right? They get this shard of Magnus, and they're just going fishing. As soon as they see someone, whoop, come on over. We got a pot coil, we got a bramble maze on the Willow to go for, we got an eclipse, we got an overfarm Luna. Yeah, again, I'm looking forward to seeing how they're gonna nerf Toffs after this. Like, it's insane.
Well, how are you gonna nerf Collapse? I think that is a little bit more short term because that is something, Synderen, that I think PSG LGD is gonna look to.
Yeah, I think so, honestly, the most important way that that Spirit are winning the games right now is on vision. So a really big part, it looks amazing when you hit all these horn tosses, but the reason Collapse is finding them is that they find themselves in good position where they have better vision. And I think a really key part of that strategy is the Luna pick for the night vision. So, you know, I think what PSG LGD were thinking when they said they had a plan for this, you look at their draft, right? They have the relocate away from horn toss. They have a hero like Morphling who's really hard to kill in it. They have a really long range stun from the Shaker. So they have potential ideas that could work against this. The problem is you can't be ready all the time. Like, you have an idea of where the enemy might be seeing you, but every time you're caught off guard, you get that snap pick, and they just keep building and building and building. So my suggestion going into game number 3 is I think you have to ban Magnus, and then aside from that, I think, you know, options are open. Or you need to set up the draft like you did in game 1, where Magnus was actually ignored in the first phase because of the way the picks went down in that order.
Yeah, let's talk about the start of this game, Tsunami, because it felt a little bit like a repeat of the start of game 1.
Especially because it was another IO draft. Granted, it was a much more different approach to IO, but the dynamic was still quite similar. And I think the cheap initiation, both literally and figuratively, has been very, very popular over the past 6 months. We saw, like, Beastmaster's Aghanim Scepter being like, I don't need to commit to a fight. I can just toss axes from miles away. Ember Spirit has emerged to be the most popular of the spirits as of the past few months, just because if I get a slight chains, great. Otherwise, I don't really need to go in. And now we're seeing the prevalence of Horn Toss, where it's like, I'll fish for a skewer. If I don't get it, I'm already going back to my base anyway. So I think, they're, like Sin said, if you don't think that you can get vision superiority, you're not going to beat Spirit.
No, and they didn't beat Spirit in this game too, T-Gov. I want to talk about the Shaker Morph combo because that was something that we saw PSG LGD go for, and we thought, okay, you know what, they got a set draft, this is what it's supposed to do, but it didn't do what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, again, it's something that you need time with, right? Like, Morphling needs to get to a couple items plus the Axe to then really join into the game. The Shaker needs to get to his levels to enable the Morphling. Like, you need to have your own map to play. And I think PSG early on, they were really breaking down that map. They were taking these early towers, they were utilizing that Fury, and like they picked off the puck at this tier 2 siege top. Like, it looked pretty good, but it's the fact that Spirit were able to kind of shift away that kind of map movement, and they're over farming on their heroes. Like, a very small thing, and probably wasn't really noticeable, but Yotaro, like, after fights, there was like double waves coming into him. He wasn't even farming the lane. He'd go to the jungle, allow other heroes to take that farm. And it's because you have even distribution of farm to some degree, you're able to continue taking fights every single item timing. You're not waiting an extra 2-3 minutes for the Willer to get a vessel, or, you know, the Bane to get, you know, a 4-staff, whatever. It's the idea that you are being ready at all times. So it doesn't matter if you're playing against Morph Shaker, because you're going to have that 1-2 item advantage the entire game. And the key thing for the key component for Morph Shaker is, similarly, it's vision. It's about seeing the enemy team first, so you can get that fissure combination. If you, in all of these like OS Frog moments we've had in the past, we're like, man, this shit is so broken, you know? It's like, out of the fog comes one fissure, then the other fissure, it's like X marks the spot, and they both jump in and kill someone. The problem is, I think we saw that like literally one fight in this game after they got it, because every time it was Team Spirit that got the initiation. So, I mean, hats off to them. I'm honestly just super impressed. I was one of the non-believers, I'll admit it, going into this finals. I thought, okay, this LGD have looked so dominant. Even though Team Spirit are catching steam here and are looking really good, I still think they're going to falter. And at this point, LGD need to pull an IG from, which major was that? Against EG, the reverse sweep Singapore major.
They need a question mark.
Yeah, they need a question mark.
They need something. They need something. I like that you said, you know, honestly, I'm really impressed. I know that, you know, you got the Purge voice line going. And speaking of Purge, we're going to him right now because he has more on Team Spirit.
Thanks, guys. You heard from Toonami before about LGD's strengths right now, but let's take a look at what Spirit's doing. One of their big advantages right now is how versatile Yutaro is playing as a carry. And if you can pull out these really effective tools in the right games, it gives you a big advantage in the mid and late game. In this first match of the series so far, Naga Siren with the fast Ags after the Manta gave them great tools against these highly mobile heroes on the PSG side. Very useful against Pango to limit his rolling boulder. You can use it against Ursa to break and Rage. You can send your illusions on Ursa to force him just to retreat, not to engage. And these are some of the tricks that Spirit's used so far throughout the entire tournament, actually, to just break matches. In the previous match that they played against IG, they also had a big advantage too. It wasn't necessarily from, well, it was actually for some weird hero picks here. They grabbed a PA to give them AoE break against the Tide. So in this match, they also used kind of a cool combo that nobody really expected to just punish the enemy lineup. But what was still really obvious, and has been the case for every single Spirit lineup, is that they play so well together as a team. They cover each other's weaknesses, they follow up on each other perfectly. It's like their mind melded together, and that is the reason that they're currently 2-up in the grand finals here of TI10.
Yeah, it is honestly incredibly impressive. They're on the side of Team Spirit. They're one game away from taking this championship. There's 4 first-timers in their squad, 1 second-timer in Maposhka in their squad. And of course, Silence has got a lot of experience. This is his 5th international, but his first as a coach. So there's that as well. And this team is just on the verge of winning. And I want to talk about that because mind games, a big thing in the TI finals. And we talk about the mind games regarding the money. I think the amount of pressure that PSG LGD is under, last TI that is won by a Chinese squad was TI6. And before that, it was all like 1 TI for the side of China, 1 TI, not China, etc., etc., etc. But until TI6, and since then, there's not been a Chinese teams winning it. And there's so much pressure coming on these players, on their backs, because they were supposed to be the champions, Toonami.
A consistent theme of all of the exit interviews that we've seen from the Chinese teams is a great deal of national pride.
Yes.
They don't feel like they themselves are like, oh, we lost, we'll come back stronger next time. They're like, I have failed to represent our region in terms of Dota superiority, because even if they don't make it to grand finals, they have let another region beat them, and they have somehow created more competition now for LGD. Whereas Team Spirit, on the other hand, every single interview I've seen from them, they're just like, yo, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, I don't know what game we're playing. I just play a game of Dota that we happen to be on the States, Synerin, that we happen to be playing for extra $13 million. By the way, they don't care, or they don't seem to care.
Yeah,
it's not getting in their head.
I do think it's a pretty key point as well, because as much praise as we're giving Spirit here, and they deserve all of it, I also don't think LGD have fully showed up today. I think some of their moves, they're a little bit hesitant, they're a little less hungry. It seems like there are some nerves, and it's kind of unbelievable when you think about it, because the rest of the tournament, they have looked unstoppable. They've had games where they were super far down, they make the right moves, they win. And perhaps it's always easier to look weak against a team that's playing out of their minds, but it's like there's always a little bit of both, right? So I think for me going into the next game for LGD, Xiaowei actually plays the most important role in the next game, even though he's not even playing, because the team needs to get into the right mind space. They need to get the belief that they can win, and then I think the adjustment they need is that draft. I like the IO suggestion. Try something else, right? It bombed out 2 games now. You're playing against a team that clearly knows what to do about it, so you can still come back. But
what are your first phase bans, though? Are you still going to do Mag Mars? Because I think you have to target Collapse.
Again, the key thing here is the fact that I believe PSG had the choice of going for first or second pick, right? And they themselves put them in the position of allowing Spirit to ban out the Tiny and the Monkey, forcing themselves to either ban the IO themselves or pick it, right? So in this position, it does feel like you'd like to see something different from PSG. The IO hasn't really worked out. Just add some more stuns, add that ability to break down the map a little bit better, and then they should be in a good stead. And going back to the point of PSG and the expectation, you think about Spirit and how they got here. They just played the lower bracket game, right? They were 1 game down, they win game 2, they win game 3. Like that momentum, that is so hard to attain, in any competition, right? So that is very much why they're feeling confident. And of course, you do have the head kissing versus the belly rubs, and therefore head kissing is 2 up right now.
All right, gentlemen, here they come. It is time very soon. We'll see game 3 of this grand finals. And this 3rd game could potentially be the last. Right now, Team Spirit is up 2-0, and it has only happened once before that a team was able to 3-0 their opponent in a grand finals. PSG LGD, we know they have it in them to force out that game 4, but we need them to believe in themselves and in their draft as well. We know also that they can do it. Faith Beyond and Y both have already got a TI win under their belts. They won TI 6 with Wings. We have seen Ame being in a grand finals. TI 8, of course, that was one of the closest grand finals we have had, and unfortunately Ame wasn't able to take it, but it came very close, and we knew that the pressure there might have been a little bit too much, but we know that he can do better than what he is showing right now, Tigo.
Yeah, it's just so difficult, right? Like when you're 2-0 down, this is really where you need to kind of just come together. And even if, like you say, one person hasn't been standing up or the team hasn't been performing to their best potential, they just need to rally around what they've been doing well to get to this point, right? Like they're in the grand finals, they've clearly been doing something right. So this is where you just need to kind of break that off, reset, go again, treat it like it's the first game in the series.
That is so hard to do. It sounds so easy when we say it. Hey, just don't think about that you're 2 games down. Just play a game of Dota, Tsunami. How hard is it?
But the problem is they've just now lost as many games in this grand finals as they have throughout the entire tournament.
True.
I don't know if they're used to losing. They have having to repair is a challenge, and Spirit has had to repair on their journey here. And having that lower bracket run coming into the past 2 days, playing 2 series means that in their second series they're already warmed up. LGD was sitting here waiting for the secret series to finish. They have not had to be on the back foot and be like, oh my gosh, okay, we gotta change our dynamic. I have no doubts that Xiao 8 would be able to deal with that, but it needs to come now or you're gonna lose.
Isn't it kind of crazy to think about that no matter what the score is in this grand finals, LGD has a better win rate at this tournament than Spirit?
Yeah,
like,
that's
by
true.
far. Like, it's not even close.
No, it's not.
Even if they 3-0, their win rate is still way worse. So that's what finals are about. Like, it's the final game. Have you got it when it matters the most so far? Spirit definitely do. Yeah, for me, I'm just super excited to see the draft because I think this third game is very telling about the mentality. When you're kind of broken like this, when you're down 0-2, there's like 2 approaches to take. There's the crazy approach where you just throw everything out the window, you do something completely different. And there's the one where you're like stubborn to the, like almost to the limit, right? Where you're like, no, we can still win with this damn IO. We're going to try the 3rd time in a row and we're going to adjust some of the bans. So I'm really curious. And I honestly, depending on your perspective on it, I think I can see both approaches as a sign of strength and a sign of weakness.
Sure.
So it's kind of hard to just say out of the first 2, but I really, really, really want to see what they're thinking right now.
But do you want to be the team that potentially loses 3-0 in the grand finals to the underdog, just going IO every single time, not really changing it up?
I think that's something you kind of have to nod in your head, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to shut that out. I mean, as repetitive as it sounds, you gotta treat this game as a fresh game, a standalone game, not having the pressure of $13 extra million on your head, not having the pressure of an entire region on your head, and not having the pressure of Coach Xiao 8 on your head, and everything that comes with winning the international. And you just gotta play a game of Dota, play a pub. And you know what? Nothing to say. He's been playing so many pubs. He is the world ranked 1 player. I feel like we haven't really seen him step up that much yet, Tsunami. Is that because of his heroes that he's been playing today?
I think partly the heroes that he's playing, but also the heroes that his team is playing. I think that he hasn't been given the correct draft to let him pop off on a thing like Ember Spirit that we were talking about. Give him some cheap initiation that he can get in and out. Give Spirit a taste of their own medicine, because so far, every time you're running an IO strat, it's more on the shoulders of Ame to finish the game off, and that has not been happening for the first 2 games.
So to beat Team Spirit, you gotta pick a Spirit, Tigo.
Maybe so. I actually hate spirits. Don't forget that.
But
no,
you like to break a spirit, though.
I do like to break a spirit. But yeah, Team Spirit, their second pick, right? So in both the previous 2 games. So in the draft order, that simply means that they get to pick the core after seeing 4 heroes and the mid after seeing all 5 of PSG 2 times in a row. So we mentioned the idea of the impact of Ame, the impact of Nothing to Say. It is a product of the Lesh was a sacrificial type pick in the draft. This Pangolier was kind of thrown out there, not a comfort from Nothing to Say. So I would really love to see either they shift around their first pick drafting style to enable the players a bit more, or take that second pick one time and just give it a go where they actually get to go, okay, this is our best core in the game, this is our best read on the game, and give it a go. Because right now, Spirit is utilizing that 18 and 24 very well.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. It is time for Game 3 of this Grand Finals.
Team Spirit versus PSG LGD. Grand Finals, Game 3.
Welcome again to the draft panel of the Grand Finals for Game 3 between Team Spirit and Team LGD. And honestly, no questions this time, because I really want to see exactly how they've adapted their bans to Team Spirit's lineup. We actually saw that LGD, they were choosing first pick before, but they've made an adjustment here and they took second pick.
Yeah, it means that now this is all about Team Spirit. Team Spirit is in the driving seat more than ever. They are forcing LGD to, they're making them second guess themselves. They're making the 15-1 group stage team, the upper bracket dominant team, they're making them completely question everything that brought them so far. And that is crazy. So now Team Spirit is leading the charge. LGD is switching things up, maybe trying to put the players back in their comfort zone. We were sitting there watching their body language with Johan, like in this pre-stage kind of area. You know, Chao 8, arms crossed, them looking at their feet, not looking at each other, not sharing, energy. This is what you need when you're back against the wall. You need to be there for each other. You need to bring the momentum back. You have to create it somehow, because obviously the Dota is not bringing it. And on the other side, you have Silent talking to them, and they're all looking at it, kind of drinking whatever word he's giving them, and they're uniting, feeling, bringing the uprising energy.
It's two completely different teams right now from what we could see body language-wise. I wonder if this change-up will make them feel slightly better, because now it's a new page, new book. Chao 8 is going to go back to a second pick. Maybe that will give them some type of confidence boost or belief in now what they're going to do. I do think that they need to play harder, play better. Team Spirit is showing up today, and LGD, they need to bring their A game every game.
And we see, even though they lost last game, even though they're down 2-0, I think this might actually be a good sign for LGD. Yes. They're still confident, even against what Collapse showed on the Magnus. I think this is the first time I've really seen people pick the right counters against Magnus.
Finally.
You need to deal with the skewer, right?
It is finally coming up, and I also want to mention, this is the beauty of Dota. Magnus has dominated many patches. It has dominated many years for different reasons. It has been about Empower at times. It has been about RP at times. This Magnus is about skewer. It's about repositioning a hero in a way where the fight is so unfair for one team. Yep. But this skewer play is stoppable. It's stoppable by Rubik Lift, probably one of the best tools in the game. Yule Scepter, Lion Hack, Force Staff. There are ways to stop this skewer from happening. This Magnus doesn't buy BKB early in the game. He's playing with Force Staff, either lens, and you have to stop it. And I love the confidence from LGD in a way. Maybe Chao 8, maybe somebody in that booth is telling them, hey, I know this Magnus looks strong, it looks unbeatable, it is beatable. Stop the skewer play. Now you end up with a Magnus stuck in the fight, cooldown skewer, he's just gonna die. No RP, the whole team fight goes away. And then the fight is absolutely terrible. Great way from LGD to counter it. It is abusable, and they're going for it. I love it. That is confidence.
Yeah, I think LGD, whatever it is gonna take for them to really find themselves and play like LGD, they need to find it now. They don't have any more chances. You don't have another game to lose. This is going to be a good route, but I am still very worried for them and worried for what's going to go through their heads if they get into this game and it starts going south at any point.
You want to win TI, you have to be the best. You have to be the greatest team of the season, or at that point. And the greatest team has to be able to play Dota to their fullest, even down 0-2. And if they can't do that, then it was Spirit's win. So now is a cornerstone. This is definitely where the final is going to be decided one way or another, or either it's going to be decided now or we're going to get another round of great Dota, which I'm hoping for. I want to see 5 games, But definitely, if LGD is going to break, it's going to be now.
Yeah, I mean, what a run, though. I got to give Spirit a lot of credit and Collapse a lot of credit for what we've seen so far. It's been insane, the stuff that they're doing, the stuff that they're pulling out. If you were to go replay analysis, Spirit before today, you could pick up something, but this is still a different team than yesterday. They are better, they are more confident, they're more free, and they are picking whatever they feel like picking and doing whatever they feel like doing.
They're blossoming. It's beautiful to see. It's
I
beautiful
think we've
to see.
seen that the entire lower bracket run. I mean, there are teams like, oh, maybe it can beat this team. I mean, unfortunately, they eliminated you guys, but throughout every series, I think, as you said, like they're bringing out better and better Dota, and all this momentum, like it's come crashing into LGD. Like they were by far, I think, the favorites of this tournament, but now they're down 0-2. I want to mention this Undying pick. So in my head, like Magnus, he repositions the fight. So maybe Undying, he has troubles with that. But is it just like because of the Rubik lift, they're so confident in stopping that, you can like anchor a fight with a tombstone, or like what do you guys think about the pick?
It is possible. It's also a very good hero against Magnus on the lane. There's that too, and you also have to keep in mind they're playing second pick, so they have to kind of show cards. You probably better show an Undying card than another card. It's like strong laner, probably gonna allow Ame to pick out of a very wide pool of hero because he knows that his lane is secure no matter what.
They also run out a lot on Faith Beyond.
Yeah.
So that could be a possibility.
True. Could be a possibility. Like the way I look at it, and I think strategy-wise, what could be very interesting from Team Spirit is like, okay, they get it. They're gonna try to stop this cure. But Magnus has been dominant for other reasons, as I mentioned. Maybe you can play an Empower strategy, where you can play you can build up on top of this Magnus, get a hero to, the Mag Jugger, for instance. It's not as much about this cure than other things. You get this Jugger to a very strong moment. The Magnus can play without blinks. We've seen Magnus win games without blink dagger. You just build on top of, he goes mech into blink. He can decide to go mech into Greaves this game. Mech into Greaves into Crest and put that on this one hero that's just gonna, and then this cure is never gonna happen. And now you're stuck with the Rubik that's just looking at it's like, is cure happening, guys? Because that's my job in this game and it's not happening. I'm just fate bolting.
Which is also where the Undying pick, I think, comes in to maybe secure that these are fights that are going to happen. So now if you're playing on RP or playing on Empower, you're at least fighting into the Tombstone.
Yeah.
I get the pick, and also what you said. I think he suffers a lot from the Skewer play and the fight being repositioned. Already now, LGD are probably thinking about objectives together. They want, that's how you're going to enable this Tombstone. That's how you're going to enable your two heroes to kind of punish this Magnus.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but we'll see. I'm still worried for LGD. Now I'm seeing things, and I'm seeing this Morphling ban. I think it would also be a good pick for them. They're also worried about like a Willow Morph combo, but it's good against Mag. It would be good with Undying. It's what they're looking for forcing objectives and things like this. I wonder if they're going to have a solid plan going into this, if they're drafting free, or if Shao 8 is also dealing with all this pressure that they might be feeling, being the favorites, having not lost many games before, and now losing games for like the first time. Ooh.
Again, this is, I think, it's dealing with the Magnus Blink again. They're worried about that skewer. I really like what you said, Seb, about maybe making a pivot on the Magnus style. I think the other thing that this hides is whether Undying is actually a core or not. Because I think that's really what they're thinking about here.
That's one thing. I think there's two ways here. If Spirit can play Mag mid, I think it's very interesting, this game. The Mag doesn't have to go into the Undying lane. Mag mid is Echo Saber Mag. He's just gonna blink, RP, kill. He doesn't cure back, and he is not gonna care as much about what's being built, and they get also to counterpick the Spectre greatly on the lane. It's a possibility, but they could also decide to double down. They go for the Mag PA. I mean, I think they're thinking about
This dude is playing everything.
Yeah, everything. And the PA shard versus Spectre, crazy. You don't scale into this. He will pop him in a second with Empower and with the shard. And I'm sure, Yotoro PA, for those that don't know Yotoro well enough, like he is one of the greatest PA players ever. If you encounter him in a pub playing PA or watched him, this is his bread and butter. He's super comfortable.
He played it here. I forget who was playing against him. He got Rampage in that game with PA already at TI. So he is playing everything. He's literally playing every hero he can.
And I want to mention how LGD, I am scared for them. I want them to bounce back. I want to see more LGD Dota. I want to see game 4. I want to see game 5. But they have played so far Tiny on crack, Tiny Ogre, Tiny Mag. They have played ET, enabled ET that is also crushing the games. They have played Lycan. They have played these really powerful strategies. And so far, I don't see the multipliers here. I see the one Spectre, I see the one Undying, I see the one Bloodseeker, but I don't see the multipliers that LG are so good at. They're creating these strategies and they're buffing them so much that it just breaks the game. I'm maybe missing it, but so far, I don't see the game being broken from LGD's side. So to me, Team Spirit has successfully pushed LGD out of their trademark this tournament.
I think Team Spirit's lineup also looks like it has a lot more potential. When you look at these fights and when you look at what's going on for LGD, tell me about what their gameplay is going to look like this game. How are they forcing a tower? How are they forcing a Roche? How are they forcing a fight this game? I don't like what's going on in the draft right now, where I already see that they're just addressing, they pick PA, we feel bad, we need a Rupture to try and deal with it. It makes not a lot of sense with the Spectre. It makes not a lot of sense with this Undying and Rubik. Maybe with the Rubik for the lane, but still, there are picks in the game that could maybe make this come more together, find a way to scale into them, win the fights, get the Roche, play some team fights to actually make it happen for your team.
So is that what you think they're lacking on the LGD side? Just need
Big
some
time.
so it's damage for objectives and maybe some more team fight.
Some way to force the fight. It
Okay.
can happen through objectives. It can happen through Roche. It can happen through catching them with a good spirit hero.
As for the last game, I'm going to try to make a case for LGD, for the LGD fans or the ones that are hopeful to see a game 4. They have very strong lanes. I mean, Bloodseeker versus PA, I speak from experience. Like, as an offlaner, I can tell you this is a free lane.
Yep.
He's going to have the lane of his life, especially with the Rubik on this lane. They did see the Magnus, and they decided to go with the Undying and the Spectre, so I can only assume that they're happy with this lane too. So now these are 2 side lanes, and they're going to get the last pick for nothing to say. He has proven that he can, truly dumpster a lane if he's given the tools for it.
And Tinker's still in the pool this game.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
I think he plays an insane Tinker.
They also have a way to force these fights. I mean, at the end of the day, they do have Rupture plus Tombstone, and that is a way to fix the fight somewhere, and force them to fight into the Tombstone, give the Rubik freedom to position himself around the fight how he wants and gets his spells off. And, and we all know what Xingqiu can do when he's enabled in these fights. There are ways for LGD to make that happen. I see the Tinker. Then the Tinker would actually, Tombstone, Night Vision, Bloodseeker amplifying.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I would just be worried about how are they forcing a fight with this Tinker? How are they actually catching a hero? It has to be the Rupture, it has to be the Lift. I don't think it's the best and easiest ways to force fights.
Early on, Rupture, ATOS, they have to build on it.
ATOS would be a really good, it would be a really good timing for them.
They have to build on top of that. And I see how the Tinker makes all of it. Nothing to say, one of the best Tinker players in the world. Incredible Tinker, actually. So good on the hero. You get the Spectre with the Ags, you get the Dagger Vision, meaning you get the enemy hero's vision. So Tinker's gonna see everything. He's gonna be amplified by Blood Rage and the nighttime Tombstone Vision. Everybody's tanking the Tinker spells. Very beautiful pick, in my opinion, that can, once again, it might enable their entire lineup if they are willing to look at it.
What's left for Toronto here? So there's a lot of heroes that are banned.
Do you feel like he needs like a preemptive Tinker counter though? Because when you guys are talking about Tinker, I feel like it seems so free. I mean, you guys
it's very free right now.
He
It's
has
a very
to color
free
the Tinker angle. He has to. But no Puck, no Storm, no Void Spirit, no Ember Spirit. I don't know, man. Like, most of the heroes that he would want to pick are kind of gone.
Okay, that's a Toronto hero, but it's not an inherent Tinker counter.
No.
You can catch him, but you don't stay on top of him.
And nothing to say, he was a Tinker spammer. When he was like a C pub star, he was one of those guys.
Yes, give us the NTS C Tinker. We want to see it. Don't go out without it. He is, he is the king on this hero. Come on, make it happen.
Here it is.
Okay, perfect.
Does this make you just favor LGDs? Because I think this is the first game I've seen like their draft. It looks cohesive with the last pick.
I'm a huge Tinker believer. I believe that if you play this hero to the limit and you find ways to push his timings this game, I think he's going to shine. I think you're going to see this hero popping off. And he's going to be making Team Spirit run away. They're going to be dying from rockets. It could be a massacre. It always has the potential. This hero is so strong this patch, and yeah, one of the best Tinker players. I hope to see fireworks.
Yeah, regardless of what I want to see win TI, I want the game 4 at this point. So for this game, I'm all in LGD. I want them to take it. I want to see more Spirit. I want to see more LGD. I want to see more Dota, man. That's all I care about.
I want to see more Dota too, but I would be very happy to see Team Spirit win. I think these guys have shown the world some incredible games, and the beauty of the game and the beauty of these heroes and what you can actually make happen. So either way, I'll be happy for Team Spirit, but boy, I want to see more games too.
Excited. Pep talk. You see it.
And the draft is finished, and we're going to head straight over to Casters with Insania and OD Pixel.
Thank you very much, Yowie. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 3 now of the Grand Finals. PSG LGD against Team Spirit. Team Spirit up at the moment, 2-0. One game away from potentially taking that championship spot. Insania, we heard from the panel there during the draft. They were they predicted it perfectly, this Tinker pick, and they were excited to see it. Could this be what allows PSG LGD to maybe turn the tides and get the momentum back under their grasps in this series?
I mean, I absolutely think so. Out of all the drafts that we've seen from them, this feels the most LGD. I felt like in the last game, they didn't really have a way to fight. I feel like LGD's like proven we're one of the best teams at fighting you. And I feel like in the last 2 games, they just didn't have a chance to do it. So I really like this draft from them, and I think they have a way to, battle out against Spirit. But at the same time, I see a way for Spirit to deal with a Tinker. I don't think it's an uncountered Tinker. I just think of the way Yatoro plays. I could easily see him, get on top of the Tinker and pick him off in a fight, come in from the sides with Meld, and, read the movement correctly. Because one of the themes for me about Team Spirit victories has been vision. And vision is the best way to deal with Tinker. This hero abuses vision better than most heroes, so I think the vision war that's going to happen between Spirit and LGD is going to be really interesting.
Already.
Something No-Tail said, where like if this game starts looking bad, if the early game doesn't really go their way, I could easily see some potential crumbling coming out from LGD, but I feel like they have the makings of a good draft. You know, when I look at it objectively, if this was like a first game of the series, I haven't seen either of these two teams play, I would have favored LGD's draft. I like what they're coming into this game with. They're setting up strong lanes, and they have Tinker to like kind of provide the damage for later team fights.
One thing, though, to me that sort of stands out looking at the lineup of PSG LGD, whilst they've definitely got a lot of heroes to create that vision, set up for the Tinker to go crazy in the team fight, sort of similar to, I believe, Game 1 draft, there's not a lot of stuns.
Yep, you're right about that, and I think the idea here for them is that you're not really going to be committing into fights. You're not jumping a hero and then just trying to stun him and lock him down and chase him down. You're rather trying to burst somebody really quick and then resetting out. So the idea of using Rupture and then dropping Tombstone is going to be their key way of teamfighting, and then you're going to use Rubik primarily for counter initiation. So when somebody comes into your backline, or when somebody chases down the Bloodseeker, that's when you'll see the Rubik coming with lift. That's when he's going to come in with a Clutch Tornado, or something along those lines.
We'll see how these lanes end up panning out here in the early game. Yatoro on his PA, as we said, this time a hero that he has already pulled out on the main stage.
I love this Yatoro. If you take a look at the bottom lane, he's so good at doing this. As soon as you see Zinky run for this block on the small camp, he doesn't care if he misses a creep or two. Just immediately runs over, make sure they get that pressure. Zinky's immediately forces TP out. So that's mana. That's a Fate Bolt that he's not going to be able to use on them. Plus he doesn't have a TP. So just really nice gameplay from Yatoro, helping out his position 5 player win these trades.
Right, stepping up there trying to get connection onto Jinkyu, but smartly keeping his distance. We'll have to watch out when the level 2s are hit. I mean, this lane in general, when you see the Bloodseeker Rubik, do you feel that that is a lane that the PA can struggle against, or is it not too bad?
I think it's the kind of lane where they can kill the Rubik. Oh, and here we go. This might be first blood.
They're going to try, they get into Thunderstrike. Yeah. First blood for him down in this lane. The trades favoring them here between the supports.
So if you think about how the lane is structured, Bloodseeker Rubik, they want to slowly like harass you out of the lane. And if you think about Disruptor PA, it's a similar story. But Disruptor PA had kill threat on Rubik because the silence Bloodseeker is so slow that he can't really save his Rubik if they go on him.
My goodness, this aggression in mid. Toronto, Tokyo, really pulling back, nothing to say.
Yeah. He does have his bottle though, and the water runes are up, so he should be easily be able to run to the top one and pick it up for himself. Yeah, up top, Glass is taking a lot of pressure here from the Spectre Undying. I think the Spectre Undying is an interesting lane, because you won't really see the Spectre connecting as much as the PA is to his carry and helping him, but he'll provide the vision from the dagger. There will always be that slow that enables Undying to get more hits in.
Sure, and you feel it's unlikely for the Mag and the Willet to really get on top of this Spectre in the lane?
I think, so the idea for the top lane is that the Undying's going to tank a lot of damage. He's going to be in your face, you're going to have to be hitting the Undying and dealing with his mana for the first portion of the game, and that will lead the Spectre to get a lot of farm for free. However, the Undying has an issue because he runs out of mana at some point and he runs out of healing. And usually when he does that, he's forced to reset back, and then Spectre can take some pressure. But so far it seems like Wyatt's doing a good job. He's just blocking off these camps, providing vision. But you see this, Mira's immediately on top of de-warding the ward. He reads it perfectly.
Yeah. You know exactly where he was heading. Right, we'll go for the quick trip back to base hit. I see mid. Toronto is going to have to take the walk back, so but he's given 2-0 to say as he is starting to get ahead in this matchup, getting a good few denies in against the Invoker.
Yep, and the Invoker's going to lose a full creep over experience here, plus the bottle refill from White. This is great gameplay from LGD, and I think this looks characteristic of LGD, right? You expect to see them do these things where they're optimizing everything that's happening. White runs in, drops the ward, denies himself the tower, blocks the Ancients, TP's mid, refills the bottle for nothing to say. This doesn't look like a phase team to me, you know? We were a little bit worried that maybe they're going to be feeling a little bit of tilt or pressure, but the way they're playing right now, looks like their head's in the game.
I saw the start on the lane so far. From Tokyo, he wants to try and play for the 4-minute rune, but won't manage to do so. Extra backup was on its way over for PSG LGD to keep control of that.
Yeah, so you notice both fours are rotating for the runes, right? And in this situation, the Bloodseeker's pretty fine bottom. He can't really be harassed out of the lane because of how the thirst functions, and he just keeps regaining HP for every last set that he gets. Meanwhile, the mag up top who's laning against the Undying runs into this impossible block where he can't really rock up to the lane and get gold. And I think as long as they play this rune game where they force the position for Mira to rotate towards the middle lane, LGD's going to come out with a little bit of an edge out of the laning phase.
Oh, their core is definitely looking comfortable so far.
Yep. The team in Poshka rotating over mid, setting up vision. There's so much vision around this middle lane for the Dire side. They don't want this Tinker to go down.
Yeah, almost impossible to close in on Nothing to Say with this sort of setup from the team. It's going to ensure that he does get this good start.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at the CS, you notice the Invoker's really falling behind. The Tinker almost has as many denies as the Invoker has last set. So, like NoTail and Seth mentioned, right, this is one of the best Tinker players in the entire world, and he's living up to that praise that he received on the panel.
But would you imagine that, even though it did get through as the last pick, do you think it was something that Team Spirit would have had in mind? They knew that this was going to be, there was potential of this coming up as the last pick for PSG LGD.
If I'm being honest, I don't feel like they really addressed the Tinker in their draft. I think this Invoker was more like, this is what we're going to go with, as in Poshka's in trouble.
I'm going to try and chase him down. He does get a kinetic field off. Yatoro tries to turn towards Fate behind the back up there from away. He's trying to commit Yatoro, but can he get the kill in time? The stick charges. Yatoro's going to try and run him down, but Fate beyond. He's out to the side. Yatoro has not got the further vision. He is going to be able to jump out of the blood ray though. Over to the creep wave.
The zombie gives vision.
So can chase him under the tower. They can't. Oh, they can! Oh, they get him!
The zombie vision.
They still manage to see it there. The Xingqiu reaches in with a hard-hitting Fate Bolt.
Actually, I do believe that was a thirst vision.
And now Poshka. I mean, this is going to be potentially another one. Can they get him as well?
There's no way on the but he has boots.
I mean, Xingqiu, he wants to dive into this. He's taking quite a bit. Huge hits here. Toronto Tokyo will team the over. Xingqiu will get punished for this dive. See, Toronto Tokyo can find anything more here. Why still in the tower? No TP, no mana. So they do dive in to get an extra kill on the Disruptor of Poshka, but they lose 2 heroes for it. Toronto Tokyo, pretty nice kills from him as well, considering the slower start he was having in comparison to Nothing to Say in the mid. So being able to make that move and pick up 2 kills on the Invoker, that's going to get his contract.
Yeah, absolutely. But we touched on this in the VP versus Team Spirit draft, how it's very important that you get earn charges on the Invoker, right? This is what enables the Invoker to play a game and be faster on the map. Fortunately, he has not yet bought his earn, so despite getting these 2 kills, he doesn't fulfill the objective of getting 2 earn charges in the early game. So while it is good for them, it also has its drawbacks, and this is in large part due to how well Nothing to Say played his lane out.
It's been a lot less focus now around top as Collapse happily farming here in the lane against Armate, getting just as much as the Spectre. And that's got to be, after Game 2's performance, probably something to fear if you're PSG LGD. Collapse leaving 2-0 and 20 in Game 2 on his back.
Yeah, absolutely. Middle lane, Nothing to Say is getting pressured. But you see here what Seb and NoTail talked about. They don't really have the damage to punish him. They have the tools to really kill him. The Invoker is good at catching him, but he's not a hero that can stay on top of him and keep outputting damage, because as soon as you use your spells, that's kind of all you have in the tank. And in the bottom lane, you notice here how Yatoro doesn't feel as safe sitting on the lane. When the wave is pushed out, he's forced to move away from there because the Rupture is up now, and they have the ability to go on him. So there, you can look at Team Spirit's position. There's something happen down here.
And they are. Yatoro just trying to farm the dagger from the blur.
Invoker's resetting back on the lane as well in the middle lane to set up for a potential TP.
Let's see if Xingqiu and Fate behind feel they can strike. They're being careful. They know that a reaction will come out if they decide to try and dive in on Yatoro, so won't fall for it.
But yeah, so far you notice as soon as the wave goes out of the tower, he's forced off. And Spectre's just comfortably sitting top. He knows that he can lane against the map at this point and doesn't really feel the pressure. However, you know, despite all of this, Spirit does have a slight gold lead all around.
Incredibly close though. PSG LGD, they're bringing extra numbers down bottom white. He's ready to Yatoro to commit with the Rupture here. On over as well, then he knocks the PA. Yatoro won't fall. So they can get Poshka as well with the 4 of them and the tombstone down. They certainly can. The pressure and mounting PSG LGD down on this bottom lane. they know that they can get it and get away with it, especially with the global backup of armor.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the strengths of Undying in the early game, because once you place that tombstone, the enemy doesn't really want to TP in. They can't really respond to their heroes the way they want to. Mirror started his TP, but immediately canceled it, recognizing that, you know what, I can't TP into the tombstone. It's not going to be a good fight for me.
It's a collapse. Trying to play around with Jinky. Further members coming up. Team Spirit off the back of those depths down bottom. Yatoro moving himself up to the top half of the map to farm up here. Tier 1 tower will be lost. PSG LGD with an early objective.
Yep. They're just swapping sides here. You see even a scan going out on the trees, making sure that nothing's here setting up. And one of the best ways to deal with Tinker is that you want to try to get these early towers, because Tinker abuses the towers on the map in order to fight. It provides him with safety, a place that he can TP to, come in and out, use all his mana, go back to base, do it again. So it's important for Team Spirit to try to get the towers early, because once Tinker comes online, it's going to be very difficult for them to do it.
See what they look to head over next. Spirit staying together. I'll take some the jungle away from PSG LGD.
Yep, so Tinker just finished up the... Gonna be the first time he can fight. Rupture up, look for that Rupture combination once more, with the Tinker keeping in and dropping lasers and rockets.
We'll have to be done without the horn. That's still out for about 80 seconds.
That looks like they're playing it patient. They don't feel rushed to make this move. And this is another of the nice parts about Undying. Like most 5s, he has the ability to farm jungle camps quite easily, because he just drops a tombstone, and the tombstone deals damage over time and spawns all these zombies that allow him to farm these camps and get some extra gold. So he's closing in on a 6.
It's alright, space is hit. Clearing up the stacks. Keeping his farm on par with that of Arme. I mean, equally good time, of course, building straight into the stats right now. Falcon Blaze is DS and Y, he has to buff up the beam power.
As soon as that Empower runs out, look at Collapse, he immediately runs over. And this goes back to what Seth talked about, right? This game is more about the Empower. They're not playing around the Skewer in the same way that they were in the previous games. Smoke coming down bottom.
The 3 members of Spirit can find some action. They do have 6 on the support. Static Storm and the Fear ready to play with. PSG LGD, they're doing a great job of avoiding this. Arme is down here on it though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah, it looks like they're waiting for the haunt, but Arme is about to get caught. Fear to sniff them out.
Let's see if the 3 have the damage. Trying to set up the route, but not going to get the connection. The glimpse back is there into the static storm. TPs are coming over. Arme, is he tacking up to the bring the static storm? He's still alive. In fact, he's able to try and does catch him. But is it enough damage? Arme will live. And it will be Spirit that lose the 2 heroes off the back of that attempt.
Yeah, and then meanwhile you see, as always, Team Spirit really smart about their map movement. Yatoro moves into the enemy jungle, starts farming here. Tinker's forced to come top and defend the tower. And despite losing their 2 supports, they're applying the pressure. And whenever Tombstone's used, you're going to see LGD kind of wait off. So this is 40 seconds that they know Yatoro is most likely going to be allowed to farm pretty freely. And that's why he's up here in the top lane playing so aggressively. Collapse is the next target.
Trying to check Fabian. Not going to get him ready in range for the Rupture. Collapse into the trees, hard to find, and won't get the setup. And halfway towards his Blink Dagger Collapse.
Yep, much better vision game this time around for LGD. Their wards are not getting dewarded the same way they were in the previous games. They actually have quite a lot of vision here to play with, and a lot more information than we've seen them have in the previous 2 games of the series.
It's a calm start once again, but very close. 13 minutes in, less than 1k in it. PSG LGD, despite the 2 rough games they've had, Spirit seemingly their control that's managed to drive them straight through the upper bracket into this grand finals. See if they spot Spirit. Start for a bit of a poke onto Y. The 2 of them is not enough to deal with the Undying. I'm going to look to commit anything else here, Spirit. They know there's potentially backup behind the Undying.
Yeah, and the Tinker's deciding to go for the Aghanim Scepter. The way this works is whenever he lasers someone, they lose a chunk of their maximum HP. So versus these type of heroes that Team Spirit has, he's going to be very, very quick at killing them off.
Quick move. Sure, he's going to try and burst the bloodseed, but the counterplay goes in. Arme with the hold, looks to collapse, jumps over to watch Tori drive the DPI, he's away. But collapse, but no escape for him.
Yeah, just great presence here from LGD. they're the ones that are allowed to respond, and it seems like they understand now how Spirit's playing the piece of the map, and they understand what Spirit wants to do. They're going to make assumptions based on your movement, and it feels like LGD are getting a better and better read of it. And yeah, I think that's largely due to the fact that they're able to establish more vision on the map this time around.
Radiant. It's alright. Back to the farm. Wants to at least get his SNY done before turning up to the fights. But even with just that, the BKB may be something that he wants to hold back until he has as well. Tinker Laser will never be fun to play against as a PA when he's trying to focus targets. One lane. It's time around the home. Got the headshots away. He's trying to get away, but he won't fall. This time around, Spirit, a big kill. But it has cost them both support sides. We've seen Toronto Tokyo trying to escape. They got anything to find him in.
There's one more sentry.
He's into the trees. He's out of the trees. Not quite able to get around the trees to get that setup. Toronto Tokyo makes it out of there. They lose 2 supports. They get the Spectre. You happy with that, your Spirit?
I think Spirit's okay with it. I think this is like, LG recognize that our Tinker is so strong right now. There's no real counterplay. Even if the PA gets on top of him right now, the PA doesn't deal enough damage to burst them. So I think for LGD, you want to try to use this timing where your Tinker's very strong and he's outputting damage. And Ahmed dying once or twice here or there while he doesn't have Haunt isn't the worst for them, as long as they get some sort of response turn.
Back to the farming. 800 the axe to be done. One army. And off on track to hit a very good timing. And we've seen already response from PSG LGD every time Spirit can make a move. Being top tier. But now the move, the Spirit or deadly collapse. The Blink Dagger on its way over to be in his hands. We saw what he was achieving last game when he was jumping all over the place. Let's see if he can pull it off again and start to literally tear PSG LGD apart with his abilities to just grab them and throw them around the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. But this game is much more challenging than the previous ones. There's going to be rockets flying at you. There's going to be tombstone zombies. You have many things that are going to in your face, as well as the Bloodseeker Blood Raid. So you have to both navigate these spells and make sure that it doesn't get caught before that. Plus on top of that, there's a Haunt, right, to provide all vision for LGD. So I feel like the way the game is shaping up, it's falling a lot into Yathro's hands. And he's proven that he can do it.
Yes.
But his farm and the way he plays his team fight out is going to be very key in order for them to be able to stand a chance against LGD.
Absolutely. As I say, this BKB, if he can get this quickly, that's going to be a huge use. There's not too much they can do through it. The Rupture being the main one. If the setup's there and collapse, Maposhka, Mirror, they're able to hold the heroes in. PPA not going to sit for much.
Yeah.
As long as they're down there, get the hits in, they can have the heroes brought to them.
Absolutely. And once they get this coming, you see LG immediately smoke up, they're checking forward, they drop potentially to block the Ancients, they know the PA is playing in that area. Unfortunately, they just made the wrong guess. So you either you're going to assume that he's at the 2 camps up in where they are right now, or that he's playing at the Ancients. But look, he sniffed it out.
It's so hard to catch this man. He's just always a step ahead.
I mean, the way they're reading the map is just very intelligent. I think they realize when the Spectre runs back to base that, hey, something's probably happening, right? He's not just running back to base because he wants to. They know that the item is very likely coming. And then when all the heroes then disappear, that is like another sign for Yathora to be like, okay, I can't show.
It sends on to Toronto Tokyo down bottom. Azame, he'll jump over, Sentry still down, Toronto Tokyo trying to let himself in. Help, tossing, another one to mid, they will lose faith beyond. The counterplay was made by Spirit. Get the CP out as well. Europe gets back to safety, so 1 for 1 across the map here.
2 seconds for this glimpse. Secure back.
With a dagger slow to set it up, and he's able to dodge the decay nicely so that he didn't get hit. He'll get the blink off, but now he's ready to come back in. Throws up the side, the rocket's done enough, but nothing the same comes in to finish him off. The fear counterplay from Spirit. They can take it's caught underneath the tower, and they've got enough damage here for the blow in the back. That's the start of the 2 of them underneath the tower. Nothing the same. Surely gonna go down. He will collapse. Still over into the trees. Collapse. Still lobby here. Can they quite find him? Wise coming back over. Steps in collapse. Finally they burst him with a paintball. But this battle underneath the tower, it's costing PSG lives as well. The root down, catching the 2, pushing the back into it with
beautiful. I love the way Nothing to Say played that team fight. He recognized that if this PA is dead, there's no damage coming out of the Spirit Grasp. So trading his life for PA is really what enabled this entire fight to happen. You'll see a lot of Tinker players just, you know, they're like, I'm not gonna go in, I might die. But he recognized that my death is worth it to take the PA with me. Just beautifully executed there from LGD. Ame also, small thing in the fight, TP's back to base, heals up, uses the Aghanim Scepter to jump back into the fight and get those last couple of kills.
I mean, it's crazy. We're seeing that Shadow Step. He's in and out consistently. That 30-second cooldown, easily able to do it a couple of times in a team fight.
Yeah, Mira, nice play. Knows there's no someone that can catch him here, so there's no skewer on the Rubik. He's not going to get caught during that. We have another big interesting item coming up. There's going to be the Holy Locket for the Undying, and once he has Soul maxed out, or he already has Soul maxed out, together with the Locket, this healing is ridiculous. So basically the way it works is the more units there are, the more you're going to heal. And with Tombstone and the way it functions, you just spawn a bunch of extra units. So you're almost going to get that maxed out heal. So any sort of healing tool, together with Spectre Dispersion, just deals incredible amounts of damage in the team. I feel like LGD's draft is really coming together now.
Yeah, really showing a way that we just seen from them so far in the series. Mid lane, that's okay, we'll be able to do with a quick tornado. It's in from PSG LGD, will turn Mirror. Into the Shadow Realm though, they still want to dive, it's dropping down the two stages. Full aggression from PSG LGD, diving past the tier 1 tower. The Rockets, they cut he's never become an army! He's in straight on top of him!
That's just beautiful. They're using these vision tools so nicely. You have the Tombstone, you have Bloodseeker. There's so many ways to get vision in these team fights.
I mean, this Armate Spectre's looking pretty spooky. He's picking up the involvement here. PSG LGD just fighting in a way that we haven't seen so far in this series. The jump forward up to Fabian underneath the tower. We've got a hill comes in. Down to the Select Soul, trying to run with the Thunderstrike, finishing them off. TP's coming in for a sprint at wide, trying to have an LT turret, never saw it, healing wide up. Instead, to the PM, but he's coming in, Yellow takes it down.
He's able to get away. Oh, that was close.
So they can pick up Mirror as well, they can. Nothing to say, in with the laser. And out he goes as well, picking up the action. 2k lead now for PSG LGD, they're starting to break down Spirit.
Yep, they absolutely are, but a very, very important item is about to come into the game, and that is the PABC. He's 100 gold off of it, and he's going to have it in the next team fight. And the way this changes the game is the Tinker can no longer just laser the PA and force him to reset out. Yatora's going to have 9 seconds where he decides what he wants to do. And if those 9 seconds get him the right kills, that's going to be everything they need in order to win the fight.
And during that time, you know, Yatora, where's he looking first? Is it sort of this Tinker? Does he have to just commit onto Nothing to Say to eliminate the threat from the rest of his team?
I mean, the ideal scenario, right, is that you kill the Tinker with a PA BKB, because the only thing really covering you against the Tinker is that BKB. Once that BKB runs out, you're going to see the Tinker lasering you, rocketing you, refreshing, laser rock again. So the ideal scenario for him is he's allowed to meld and kind of hang around the fight as it breaks out, and then once the Tinker commits in, that's when he jumps.
We've got a smoke coming in from PSG LGD. They are very ready to fight. Chiwabami's heading back to the reset. He's ready to Shadow Step in if he's needed.
Tombstone on the high ground.
They collapse. Just being up. Excellent kinetic field from Eposhka stops them from being able to chase in. Put a stop to the escape here from Spirit.
Looks like Spirit might want to chase into this though, but they should recognize that Tombstone's been blocked on the high ground, and it might be a hard fight for them.
BKB just goes to work straight away onto Y. He should be able to get this. Yeah, Y's dead for sure. The crit comes in. Y will fall.
LGD are hanging around though. They recognize the importance of this BKB.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a window now to maybe punish your Spirit. Stick around, but they won't. Back behind the tier 2 tower, Spirit will hold back.
Yeah, tense game. This BKB really is going to be important, so using the first 9-second chart for the Undying, okay, but it needs to lead to something, you know, this opens up some time, this gives them some time to farm, hopefully they can deward some of the vision that LGD are playing with, and if they manage to do these things, and they can reset the map to a position where they can farm up and they can get to the PA shard, they can get these items that the PA needs in order to punish the LGD draft, then it's all good, but if those BKB charges get wasted for support kills that don't lead to more, then it's problematic for them.
Radiant's top tower.
PSG LGD, they're trying to sneak the Roshan. Won't be the quickest though, and already actually deciding that they don't want to spend any committing on Spirit. potentially around the area, and they are. Spirit more than happy to fight. Link RP at the ready. The big old Sarah for PSG LGD though as well. Horn good to go again for Arme. Should go all the way for the man to start as well.
Yeah, why? Leading the charge, all he needs to do is get that tombstone down before the fight starts, and he's going to do it as soon as the smoke pops.
He's going to pop it down immediately to see what he can find. Will just be Mira. The Shadow on the TP out will get him away from this, so now no tombstone for the fight.
Yeah, but he does have that level 10 talent. This was recently added. The minus 15 seconds tombstone cooldown makes it less of a committal when you use it.
Toronto Tokyo. And he's going to little tick of it, fake behind. Just turn straight away upon it. Toronto Tokyo was not prepared for that at all. Just standing there in the mid, and Faith Beyond finds a very tasty surprise.
And now, if the Undying would have had that tombstone ready, he would have had that ulti ready, you could have seen LGD potentially poking at the Roche. What they ideally want is for... okay, they actually already do have the Mantle Inspector, so never mind. But that is a big Roche tool. Once you get Mantle Inspector, you have the Desolate to deal true damage to the Roche. It's not very quickly. But they're happy with the pace of the game right now. They're happy with how it's playing out. Shard finished on PA.
He's coming across this tree line. He knows that nothing to say is playing behind that tower. He's going to try for the catch, won't get it. Goes for the attempt, but nothing to say, out of range.
And power stolen by Rubik as well, by the way, so the Spectre is now matching the PA's farm speed.
About 2k in at the moment between Arme and Yatora, but definitely having that ability on their side as well will help him close the gap. Online for the Skadi next after the Manta.
Yeah, intense game, both teams just holding their high grounds, understanding where they're strong, neither of them willing to fight into their team's vision. If you look at how Y is positioned, he's standing right outside of the ward until he's ready to run in.
On the low ground, Tombstone dropped. As soon as it's out, Team Spirit, they'll retreat.
Yeah, I think this is a very intelligent thing that LGD have recognized in this game. They've been dominated in vision for 2 games straight, and they feel like, you know what, they're better at warding than me. How do I solve it? I'll go laps, take care of like a bit.
The 2 goals on, he comes in, he cannot pick it up. The Zalix on is on, Yatori's going to look to bail out, Galapsas will go for the TP away against all! They all get out on Spirit!
I think you just barely missing the RP on the PA there. That would have been a massive kill. But you see this from Spirit, right? As soon as that BKB is TPing low, he has to TP out of the fight.
Yeah, they know exactly when to sort of just get out of that. They get their kill, they get their trade. They know not to push it for anything more. Team Spirit knowing the exact moment to call it quits and reset.
Yeah, Yatora's playing this game excellently. But I do worry, once this BKB starts sticking out, Tinker's closing in on a Hex, right? So even if they're potentially jumping on him, it's going to be hard. You see Yatora's also the Desolator, it's not a basher. And that will allow him to necessarily kill the Tinker if he has that Hex.
Of the Roche now. There's no RP.
Yep.
So the damage to turn it out and see if Spirit still want to try to make a jump into them.
Yeah, so between the laser, the Mantle Spectre, the Undying damage amplification.
Quite nicely timed. Roshan is very low. Is there any potential for a steal?
Yeah. Yatora might go.
He's not able to get it. He's not able to get it in. Arme gets the kill. The Aegis on the Spectre. They've got to be cautious. It's pop the BKB. At the daggers, but they surrounded by PSG LGD. Popped as well. Look out in the river. He couldn't make the jump in time, and Yatora just getting burst so heavily before he could actually get the BKB off there.
Yep, gameplay from LGD right now. We're banging on all cylinders.
They are. We did not see anything close to this in the first 2 games. PSG LGD fight their fire as they're hitting back hard here in this 3rd game.
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel like the way that they've approached vision this game is just so smart. And this is what they were missing in the first 2 games. These tools that provide them with vision, and the adaptation to recognize that is amazing.
Just
Radiant's top
the map collapsed this time around. The damage too overbearing from Arme and his illusions.
All right, so for the side of Spirit here, I think it's getting increasingly difficult. You're starting to feel the pressure of the Tinker. You recognize that, you know what? There's that Hex, there's that Aghanims, and once my BKB's out, I'm not really sure how to fight into these heroes. And we haven't really seen Toronto in this game. He hasn't really had a game, so this Tinker pick from PSG LGD is played out beautifully.
It's definitely turning into a game where when you look at farm on the course. A lot is on Yatoro's shoulders, whereas on the side of PSG LGD, the wealth very evenly split between Nothing to Say and Arm. They both these cores and just in combination with one another. Spectre, because nobody wants to play against a good he's in it to be opening to catch Yatoro completely off guard. He wasn't ready for that at all. Well, they're actually going to try and turn on Faith behind him. Sora Hill comes out. The Meteor crashing down from the blood ticket and find him in return. Dusted in position here, Wyatt trying to look towards him, but the field holds back the Undying. Mirror gets away. But a quick move there, bridging Q.
Yeah, they're ready though if they want to look for more.
See, jump home. He's out of mana, he's out of luck. Arme continuing to beast this game.
And the team fights are just so hard for Spirit, and especially if Yatoro isn't there to play the fights for. They really need a beautiful initiation from the Rubik there with RP. You know, whiffed the one earlier up top, but gets some more one here mid.
I'm in the down 8K at the moment. How on earth do they just approach any sort of team fights now at this stage with the Spectre just jumping into their faces? And as you say, the vision, the counter abilities from PSG LGD disrupt any sort of move or jump that Spirit trying to make themselves. It seems that this time round, Spirit, they're the ones in the impossible position.
I think they're off balance, right? They probably played this entire tournament playing off of vision advantage, having vision advantage. And in this game, they have one team that they can't really punish Tinker, that's far up top. They're not really going to bring their heroes to that side of the map. And then in the bottom area, the only ward that they have to fight around, also an area that you won't usually see LGD approaching.
Mid, angles, into the rupture, Tokyo in trouble, upon the beach, we'll see Arme, and on top of him, we'll get Glimpse back. And we'll get the space for Tokyo to stand his ground, the rupture to wear off. They're going to set up on catch up to one, he'll come in, jumps in, doesn't he call up by the hanks, the 15th third, Captain P giving off the time there to Toro, he'll survive. I don't know what the fake planning is, he won't change plan, and the Sunstrike just off the mark. VPN will live, so will Yatoro, that time getting so close once again to being burst. The light still going in bit, did just grab that Paladin sword before that last play. Almost certainly saving his life there with a big burst heal through the crits.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, where did the healing come from? I did not see that coming. So yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. And you get that second half assault, that's the one thing.
That's scary.
It's really coming down to, you know, those micro decisions you make in these team fights. He thought he could get the burst damage out in time. It seemed like the wrong choice this time around.
32 minutes in, PSG LGD still incredibly comfortable position. Look at the map control as well. They've only lost one tower so far in this 32 minutes. Very impressive control and just sort of forcing Spirit to almost play a different game than they would have wanted to. It was clear that Spirit came into this wanting to deal with PSG LGD the same way they have done in the first two of this series. It's not worked this time. Spirit, we're going to have to see something different from them than something we have seen before in previous series, but something they've necessarily brought out today.
Yeah, and if you click on Yatoro, you're going to notice that he's feeling the pressure of the Tinker. That's a refresher queued up.
Alright.
And if you think about how PA works, that's really only for the BKB. He feels like he needs that extra duration of Black King Bar in order to be survivable in these fights and win the game. It's a really, if it works out, this will be a genius item. I'm really interested to see how it plays.
Focus around the mid lane here. Spirit.
Oh, what a play. Why? He put his courier on the hill to scout.
It's going to jump on it. The Meezus comes out for Shinju. Catching Collapse in the combo. Collapsing up. He also is there. Yatoro tries to beat. He'll turn him all time. Arme gets jumping. Play Yatoro out with the BKB TPL. Collapse goes down. Yatoro will be able to save himself. PSG LGD looking to see if they can chase for more. Fabian trying to run down Toronto Tokyo. But the Invoker, just as speedy as himself, will manage to break away.
What an unbelievable play by Y though. He just put his courier on this hill, waiting for that ward to come out, recognizing that if they smoke, looking further to go.
And they're going to come more. Did you try and get the jump in onto Yatoro, but Yatoro blinking straight over to the safety of Mirror on the high ground. Means they won't get a further catch in, and PSG LGD now look to back off. Still 30 seconds without Collapse.
Yeah, the pressure is on. We see nothing to say. Buying that Aeon disc, he was queuing up the BKB, recognizing the problem for me is not really the magic damage. It's potentially getting locked down by the PA and getting bursted. So Aeon disc will solve that problem for him. And their items are just gearing them up to not die. You see also, same thing for Ame. He knows that PA doesn't want to buy an MKB. It's not an item you traditionally see on the PA. It forces PA to deviate from his standard item build. So buying that butterfly here is going to force the PA to play his game. And now the PA is suddenly reacting to the Spectre's items instead of the other way around.
Because what do you do in this situation now? Or what is the call with his next item?
It's a hard decision, right? And this is what LGD are doing so well. They're forcing you into a position where you might make a mistake. Maybe he buys the wrong item. Maybe he now decides to go for the MKB, but then his BKB is too short to fight. Or you're just making this problematic for Team Spirit. You want to make it as hard as possible for Yatoro to do what's right.
And he's even thinking about the Axe as well. A lot of options here for Yatoro.
Radiant's top tower.
It's a difficult choice. I don't know what the right one is.
We'll see if he does either. A very tough place to play from. Down 13k. Both nothing to say, and Ame's power just continuing to grow.
And we talked about this a lot, but you know, Roshan's about to spawn. Heroes start moving over to the top side, secure that big. Y already has a ward down. Notices there are no heroes there. That means we know where Spirit are. An immediate smoke over.
He's at the blink, saying, "Can't be said from the popular." Disruptor will die. Mira and Yatoro, this is... Look. Yeah, they'll have a poke and an immediate TP out. They're not messing around. They know how quick PSG LGD is going to be with these responses. Perhaps he's not quite nothing to say. He's quite happy to join him.
Not really quite sure what was out there. Maybe he was attempting to D-ward while he saw the hero's bottom and saw the TP on the tier 1 bot tower. But Roshan has spawned. Click on OK. He has everything ready. Tombstone ready. Source is going to go down extremely quickly as soon as Ame connects over.
I mean, in 50 seconds without collapse. And it's unlikely they're going to be able to do anything without him alive. Is there a thought that they buy back to contest this, or do you just let this go?
I feel like based on the way they're positioned, it might be hard to get there in time. And so the buyback option probably is not there. It seems like Yatoro now has seen this finger behind the on disc. So what does he do? He buys the appropriate item response. He's going to go for the nullifier.
Alright. So many choices, and Yatoro, he's got to make the right one.
I think Team Spirit have recognized that as long as this Tinker's alive, there's no way that we're going to win the long fight. I'm also going to be forced to TP out as soon as Yatoro's BKB ends. And for our Team Spirit, I think the way that you need to fight here is you need to set it up in a way where you initiate the Tinker to show himself, and then have Yatoro go in. And at the same time, flip side for Team Spirit, for PSG LGD, you know that Foreman is stronger. If both Yatoro and the Tinker stay out of the fight, you have the advantage. So just don't show nothing to say too early in a team fight. Allow your team to play the game 4v4, and then come in and beat as soon as he commits.
Again, falling back into
is under attack.
here for Team Spirit, at least, where they don't have any interest in meeting PSG LGD head-to-head whilst there is the Aegis on Ame.
And for the first time in this game, Spirit has finally been able to establish some sort of vision in the bottom area of the map. And we noticed them doing this time after time. When they fall behind, they like to take over the enemy triangle. They feel it's a comfortable place for them to fight in. And even in this game, you notice it. Here we go. Up to this radiant triangle, dire triangle. Wait for the Tinker to show up. If the Tinker comes to that wave, there's going to be right on top of him. But it seems like nothing to say is played. Plenty of Tinker games. He's recognized.
Nothing to say. As Ame, a quick jump up the bottom lane, adding another kill to his scoreboard. 9, 1, and 15.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, he's gone for the font illusion damage on 20.
Attempt of a play, Yatoro, get out of it, Yatoro, he'll go for the BKB TP out, the disarmament is there under the Spectre, so no chance of a bash. As Yatoro will get out the same, not to be said for Toronto Tokyo though, there's nothing to say, how's his number?
I mean, nothing to say has really turned it up this game. I mean, I'm really impressed with his Tinker decision making. It's just very, very intelligent. Has not gotten caught a single time farming things, I think. And the way he teamfights is just beautiful. He knows what to wait for. He knows who to look for. This is a completely different PSG LGD compared to the first two games.
It really, really is. It's looking fantastic. This is the power that we've seen from PSG LGD in the series before, in this run in the upper bracket. and it's coming out just where it needed the most. They were knocked down hard in the first 2 games, and I think a lot of people were definitely going to be interested to see if they could somehow regain that control. It's not an easy place to be in, as you said. For them, pressure incredibly high on this. They will not accept anything less than first place.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been another fight brewing. This is the only side of the map that Spirit has wards on. So if Spirit are not willing to take this team fight into LGD, I'm really curious what fight they're going to look for. This is the one, I think. Can't go on mid. The Aegis protects him.
2 minutes still with that safety on the Spectre.
But yeah, if we think about the mentality of LGD coming into this game, right, the pressure was definitely on them. Johan and Seb talked about what they saw backstage, what they saw in their expressions. Sure, this kind of momentum for them is huge. And it's something that you need in order to win TI, right? You need to have that attitude of champion.
Look at this jump. From amazing and bash onto Toronto Tokyo. Let's push back with a deafening blast, and they're in with the grab, nothing to say, he's in with the nukes.
He's playing with so much confidence on this. I was talking about how you need to wait for the PA, but he recognizes, you know what, there's no way to beat his bottom here, and just full commits into their base.
He's level 26 on this Tinker right now.
He's incredible farm. He's gonna finish a block, or not green core, sorry.
I mean, without a doubt, we saw how much Laps could do last game when he was just in the lead, ahead, just playing with food. Gonna make some big moves here from the defensive position as he is losing teammates around him to the consistent dives from PSG. He'll try and get the grip onto Arma, it's not gonna happen. Forced back to the fountain as PSG LGD, they've got all the space in the world to push in onto tier 3. Can't get them out of it. There's no buyback on Toronto Tokyo, still down for 30 seconds. And without mirror as well, they'll have to, by the looks of it, at least let one set of Rex going down here. There's no defense to be had quite yet for Spirit.
That's so hard to fight into this tombstone. You saw Yepor kind of thinking about it. He was looking for that potential wraparound, but recognizing that, you know what, my team won't be able to support me. Even if I can catch the Tinker in the back lines, I don't have the power to kill him on my own.
Look how much money he's got. 6k. Gold in the bank here. Nothing to say, he can really start picking up whatever he wants now. Just filling up those inventory slots.
Yeah, absolutely. Finishes up the Doctrine core. Just wants the mana pool. Ooh.
Have a momentary pause here. 15 to 30. 24,000 net worth lead for PSG LGD. The numbers looking very good for them right now.
I have a hard time. I'm trying to think of scenarios for Spirit. It feels difficult to find a way to do it. But I really like this choice from Yatoro. I think this refresher could be genius. It could just be the thing that they need.
I mean, the problem is, even if they get these kills right on the defensive team Spirit, it's a Spectre and a Tinker. You kill these heroes, they're buying back, their boots are traveling over, they're haunting in, they're shadow stepping back into the action. Killing them once is not going to be enough. PSG LGD will use the opportunity to get in and destroy you, even if they lose a core at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're totally right about that, Owen, and that is why they are so far ahead, right? They have all these options, they have all of these tools, but if anything could potentially catch them off guard, I mean, PA refresher, when have you seen that? I think once that BKB runs out, expect Nothing to Say to blink in to be ready to hex. And if he gets that refresher off, if Nothing to Say didn't click on a PA, that could mean his death.
I mean, it would be quite something if this build does have the impact possible. But will it be enough? It seems like a pretty big ask here when they're as down as much as they are in this game 3.
Let me tell you, as a player in this position, these kind of pauses, it's the worst thing that could possibly happen. It throws you off your momentum.
Well, for who? The team that's ahead or behind?
I mean, I'd say for both. I think it's really sad for both sides. I wouldn't say it's like, oh, Spirit's getting an advantage, but when you are playing like the pressure, you're playing with the way LGD are, your mind is so zoned in into thinking, what are they doing now? Where are they moving next? How far could they have potentially gotten in the time that it's gone from me last seeing them on the map? And all of these small micro senses that you have, where like, let's say Yatoro shows on the top lane, and then 15 seconds passes, you know where Yatoro approximately could be because you know how fast the hero moves. everything like that, it's thrown off by this kind of pause. And that's why usually, if you think about it, after pauses in pro games, you see somebody getting picked off or somebody making the wrong judgment call. And it's because this like micro senses that you're used to playing off of gets thrown off.
Especially in a game such high stakes here as the grand finals, the International 10. Spirit, as you can see, up 2-0 right now in this best of 5. But as this game 3 goes, looks like PSG LGD will be able to stop the potential of a 3-0 clean sweep here for Spirit.
I just really hope there's no initiation in the next 30 seconds after this pause, because that would really suck for both sides.
There we go. We're ready to get the action back on its way, ladies and gentlemen.
I can feel my heart pounding with on pause there.
You know how the players are feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, looks like hopefully there's no initiation here, so
everyone's
survive the pause.
Pretty far away from one another. Yatora just a repeat away from the refresher, so I certainly want to get that done. Ideally, maybe hit the 25 if he can before the next fight is forced.
Which talent do you take though? The coup de grace is great, you get more damage, but the tripling stifling dagger might just count out a support on one shot while you're not paying attention.
I feel the coup de grace might be it because you got to kill someone. I mean, one of your items is a refresher. You're not maxed out on damage.
Yep, you're
making sure that the crits are hitting harder. Could be pretty essential here for Yatora. But then again, the triple is nice if you know like mega creeps are going to come in if you feel like you're losing some lanes of barracks, so you need to push back out. So
I'm also thinking for the team fight, right? How we know that Yatora has to wait out. He can't fully commit straight at the start.
That's true.
He'll be forced to waste his BKB.
Maybe they do have, of course, the Empower. You know, the triple stifling daggers with the Empower on them. That's pretty nice. Got to catch him. Go away. If he's able to make it out, he's been ruptured. He's going for the TPR, but the BKB comes to an end. And so does his escape. He'll try and hold them back with a tornado, but there's nothing more to hold them back with. Yatora, he's going to be the new focus. Static Sword from Aposh, get down into the trees to try and stop the chance. API committed with the BKB, but Yatora will manage to make it out. Maposhka as well. The trees hidden out as he TPs.
Yes, beautiful reset from Team Spirit. I actually thought they were going to have way more casualties, but fingers from Yatora, blinking on top of him. Great team play there with the Static Storm to cancel. Tinker potentially chasing for more kills.
So yeah, he has taken the chance here, hamming up the damage. The gold for that refresher of just a few hundred away.
I'm so excited for this refresher.
Some sort of big brain play comes out.
Exactly. I want to know how it plays out. And now he has it.
He does.
Immediate smoke up.
They would have seen him building, of course, with the perseverances, but it's just a question of whether Nothing to Say in particular is ready for it to be complete for the next fight. As you mentioned, if he's out of position, he comes in with a second round of BKB and Nullifier. It could be deadly for Nothing to Say. You know, a man on it who's had a pretty free game so far, jumping all over the place and bursting off Team Spirit.
Yep. BKB finished on Y. Dying is not bring down.
And look at his positioning as well, just stopping the chance of Spirit being able to make a move from their triangle.
I mean, the problem really for Spirit, like, how do you kill the other heroes if not PA? If PA can't commit on them, how does anything die?
Of course, PSG there. You're going to be feeling very comfortable. Nothing to say in Arme, more than happy to farm up sort of their 6th item. Looking for the Orchid into the Bloodthorn here for Arme. Nothing to say. Getting close to having the comfort of the overwhelming blink, maybe even holding on for his buyback as well.
He's caught.
He's in it. The BKB comes out. And ruptures the he's in with the illusion, surrounds him. No way for you to get out. On that refresher, so 100 seconds, no buyback on the PA.
Yeah, LG firing back strong. What a catch from Faith Beyond. And then I feel like it just all ties back to the vision. This game, PSG LGD had vision. They were playing on even terms for most of the game. And
Collapse, he tries to make the move, but the counter's there. Xingqiu with an instant lift. Holds him in his tracks. Another core out of the game. Collapse and Yatora, an open way of returning for this defense.
The mirror.
head on Spirit. PSG LGD, they're up to the racks.
That's gotta be so satisfying for Q.
Oh yeah.
Collapse of that mag, constantly skewering them back, and now finally he gets to do it himself.
Yeah, Collapse giving Q the respect as well there. With the words of Purge in the tip. I mean, this is what the PSG LGD fans expected to see from them in this grand final. They just took a bit of time to turn up today. Need the warm-up. The first 2 games, that was that. But this game, full power here. Even just into the base, Army just killing off poor old Maposhka.
Yeah, LGD are playing with such confidence, but at the same time patience. Whenever they need to slow, they're doing it. Oh, the immediate roach spawn. Nice. They're built, I'm sure.
Nothing to be done about this from Spirit whatsoever. So fall straight into the hands of PSG LGD. As we'll see, poor old Maposhka has tried his best to defend against the creeps, and then suddenly an army appears on top of him, disappears. But the job is done. Maposhka taken out. No place is safe right now from this Spectre.
And the Rubik gets the Aghanim's shard, or scepter. This is probably one of my favorite Aghanims in the game. It's always a great feeling when you have it as Rubik. So one of the cool things about this that I don't think we've ever talked about is when you spell steal, and most teams aren't aware that you have an Aghs, they kind of think, alright, Rubik used it. You hear the sound, and then you're, okay, I can use my spells however I want. But with the Aghs, that throws it off. That just makes it easier for you to get those big steals that you want to get. So I highly doubt Team Spirit be ready for this, but to be fair, they've had a lot of time to sit in the base. Usually what you do during this time is you're starting to discuss everything. What is it that LGD can do? How do they approach this fight? What are they going to be looking for? What are we looking for? What are our objectives here? Which heroes do we need to go on? What spells do we need to save? All these things should be discussed for Spirit, and they should have a structured fight in mind here, because you can predict what's going to happen.
I mean, 40,000 gold down right now, Spirit. PSG LGD. It looks like a pretty smooth sailing here to the victory. Is there really anything that Spirit can pull off whilst this far behind?
It's a matter of finding the team. Of course, you can always win. In Dota, I feel like you always have the option of winning. And especially in late game, yeah, there's 40,000 net worth differentiating you, but there's no net worth to make up for a bad position or, the clutch play. So formation is really important here for LGD. And if you find some sort of back, you can open the fight up and fire.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
The team got the sprint on him at Monster. He's gone. Collapse will try and jump him, but Skirman comes to arm and it's right. Over the big but he's been disarmed, gets the knives up. Now turns up what's one, but look at the HP wise going into him. Refresher doesn't want to give him around. It's alright up for all, but back at the ready. This is smoke up from Spirit. Mirror. Set things up the curse credit. But he's not able to get out here with an answer. Oh man, let me grab back yet. Steps back to the safety of his team. PSG LGD still respecting the buybacks here from Spirit. They will instantly push in onto the melee racks. But the rocket spam begins from nothing to say. Outside of the base. He's able to put on the dick. He's going to go for nothing. He's got for top. Back up the high ground. He goes. Oh, man. It's the mountain. They've got it the once, can they do it again? It's just the people's coming down on him. He needs help. He's in the mountain and it is in his own. He was attempting, but the Yule's in there to stop. Oh, man. GG in his court. PSG LGD will take this game 3.
I love what's about it. That was so beautiful. The sprint to the fountain. Oh my goodness. The fountain. They counter blink the skewer in again, but no, the Yules, and then the stolen skewer, and you pull out a hero of your own.
Wow. sort of doubt if we were actually going to see them get to this place, but they have. They've hit back so hard here in Game 3, PSG LGD. They'll get a game now. Spirit, they're still up 2-1, but Insania, could this be the beginning of a PSG LGD reverse sweep?
I mean, I absolutely think so. I think they identified a couple of really crucial things for themselves. This was not like a fluke win. This was not like, oh, we just did something right. I think they strategically understood we're getting outwarded. We don't have vision. We don't have information. And they addressed it in this game. I think they picked heroes that allow them to have vision in team fights, and they had the ability to fight back.
Wow, well, there we have it. We've had 2 scary games from Spirit, and now 1 very scary one from PSG LGD. We'll see if Spirit's able to turn back up big time in the 4th game, or if PSG LGD have maybe figured them out here at the all-important point in the grand finals. As PSG LGD, they'll take Game 3.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel, and Insania. And indeed, we are going to a Game 4. It will not be a clean sweep for Team Spirit, and you heard it from our commentary team. They think maybe PSG LGD has figured something out. Well, I know they figured one thing out. Let's have Nothing to Say play on his Tinker. He used to be a hero spammer on that hero, and he absolutely crushed it, Tsunami.
All these people saying, oh, you're playing against Team Spirit. You don't ban Magnus. Well, you're not Xiao 8, you're not Xiao Ba. Things have changed, and they have now their own specialty being revealed. They had shown it 2 times during the group stage. In fact, it was against Team Secret. Whenever they had lost the first game against Secret, they whipped out a last pick, Nothing to Say Tinker, and they won that game. Oh. It was with a completely different lineup outside of that, but this time the problem they were trying to answer was the Magnus. We were getting vision from the Bloodseeker. We were getting instant cancels with the Rubik and the Yules. Every single box was ticked for that draft.
They literally did everything they could to make Magnus look bad when played that way, right? So you pick Rubik for the lift, you have all of the vision from Haunt, Tombstone, and Bloodright, and you couple that up with a Tinker. And I think, honestly, on the draft panel, I think Seb had a really, really good point that Collapse didn't do in this game. Maybe you should have played the Magnus completely differently. Like, maybe you don't play on the Skewer setup if it's this hard. You could have taken a different approach, maybe picked a different carry that was more geared toward solving the Spectre. They picked the PA for the break and for the high burst damage. Perhaps a pushing type of carry could have worked better here, like, say, a Juggernaut or, you know, something to that effect, where then you play on the Empower, you had a really strong mid-game timing, take Roche and try to end the game. But obviously, you know, you've played this way on Magnus, like, with 10 wins in a row, whatever, as Collapse, right? And it works every time, so you just want to keep rolling, right? But LGD, they had a really good plan this time.
And also with that plan, right, I think we've really seen how Spectre and Tinker in the patch of course, at the tail end to see why they are so good together, right? You have, you know, Spectre with the Ags, that 30-second cooldown, Astral Step. Before, you're always playing on Haunt. You're big cooldown guys, got to wait it off. But no, now it's just every time you see a hero, you're instantly jumping. If a support shows underneath a ward, if like an Undying just walking around and find someone, bam, Spectre's there. And of course, Tinker as well, equally can match that. And is tanky enough to also get into the middle of these fights. So yeah, PSG, they now have the confidence that we needed to see them have to be able to bounce back in this series. And you see like both the cores, right? On the screen here, you have Nothing to Say, 14-1-13. Oh, 15, sorry, I can't read, on his Tinker. And then you have Spectre as well. You know, I think he ended the game like 15-1-23 as well. Like, both cores really came out into this game and just said, no, we can come back into this series. We can show off on these, you know, signature heroes.
To me, what's interesting about this draft as well, we're talking a lot about the Tinker because he popped off and had a really great game. I actually don't think this pick was necessary for them to win the game. I think it was the best pick for them in the given situation. But if that would have been banned, I wouldn't have been like, uh-oh, what are PSG LGD going to do? Because I still think the integral parts of the strategy is getting that vision. Tinker obviously plays amazing around it, so it's an awesome pick. But if that isn't there in the pool, maybe you can get another mid hero that takes advantage of it, like any of the spirits, like Storm Ember. I think a lot of them were banned though.
They were, yeah.
But there would have been, there's always something left, right, that can play with some sort of tempo there. So obviously it was an insane game for him on that Tinker. Love to see it. You know, a lot of people don't like playing against that hero in pubs for reasons that might have been highlighted in this game. But to me, that's important, right? Because if you're going into this game, you're like, okay, they won because of this Tinker pick, then next time it's going to be banned, right? What are you going to do? And what was the last ban of Spirit that game? I'm trying to remember.
The last ban of Spirit that game was a Void Spirit.
Void Spirit, right. So they were looking the Spirit direction. I think PSG LGD themselves banned both Storm and Ember as their last two. So that kind of forced the hand there for Team Spirit to get rid of the last one.
Also, what was encouraging to me is that this also didn't seem like an anti-Magnus draft. It seemed that the first two picks, I got the Rubik, I got the Undying. I think we can start to play it by ear now, and then depending on what Spirit started selecting after that, then they were like, oh, okay, maybe, we'll put a Spectre on top of this. So I wouldn't even be surprised if they let Magnus go again, or if they maybe even first phase pick it this time on LGD.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's now Spirit have lost with the Magnus after crushing the first game, or the second game set technically with the Magnus, and everyone now going, whoa, Collapse is amazing. Now, the second game he plays it, he'll probably say to the guys, right, if they draft like this and itemize like this, I can't play the game that we've been, coming into this TI with. So potentially Spirit might even be questioning themselves on Magnus. And this is the beauty of TI and like the mini meta of best of fives, right? It's because we spoke about IO being the reason why PSG was unable to really capitalize in the first two games. Magnus, why they won game 2 on Spirit. And now suddenly game 3, we might even question if they want to even go near it because PSG feels like they've discovered it, understood it throughout this, 3-game series so far.
And I feel like it's also, something you could be concerned about with PSG LGD after those first two games is like the whole, the confidence, the mentality. They third pick their carry, right? It's not like, okay, these guys are good. We need to go late game, play slow, get Ame the perfect game. They're willing to open up and do some different things. They identify, this is the hero we want for this game. We have a strategy and it worked great. So has me pretty hopeful for them going into the next game. And for Spirit, I don't know. I don't think they're going to be too phased by a one-game loss. They've been here plenty of times already this tournament, so they're going to have something else up their sleeves for sure.
The Mars was even uncontested previous game, so we know the Collapse has got some backups there as well. I want to highlight the mental game you just mentioned because I know that there's a lot of people on lines like, oh, Ame and nothing to say. It feels like maybe they're crumbling a little bit under the pressure, and I think this third game proves everybody that said that 100% wrong because they were both on fire. And this mental game we highlighted so much, Tsunami, because it is so important in a best-of-5 grand finals with $13 million on the line.
Yeah, on both sides we can see maybe the nerves of, oh my gosh, it's all these Royal Roaders on this side of Spirit. It's all mostly a bunch of first-timers, but then they are joined in union with that lack of tension or extremely high tension depending on how they've been reacting to it. Meanwhile, on LGD, you have nothing to say in Xinkyu, who may feel out of their element whenever they're paired up with Faith Beyond and Y and Ame and Xiao 8, but both of them have different approaches to the mental game. And so far, Spirit's lower bracket run inspires confidence that I don't think they're going to be shaken by a one loss here and there.
Same. And you mentioned Xinkyu there, of course. This is his second international, but definitely his most successful one to date. We've highlighted Xinkyu a lot throughout this entire tournament because he was mentioned as the best position for right now in Dota 2. T-Gov, how do you feel he's doing this series so far? Of course, he played a fantastic Rubik just now.
Yeah, I mean, that was the main thing, right? That's Rubik just there. We saw a beautiful little skewer as well on the Rubik, and I think he was just always in position, right? I think Collapse, again, the Magnus, we've said it so many times now, I think when you have this Rubik in your arsenal within the game, it's always so nice. You have the instant lift, you have the steal, like it puts this pressure. And I think Xinkyu, if he can find that confidence and he plays that level of Rubik game, suddenly he's going to be going into that next game with that next kind of pull. And maybe we see another Rubik game. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see the same type of draft pattern happen. Maybe Spirit still have the confidence in that Magnus, and then we get to see another Rubik game because, we love to see Rubik at TI. It's a really, a showy-offy hero.
I think they'll only pick Rubik if there's a Mag in the enemy team.
Yes.
I actually think that's the only thing that's going to prompt them to do it. A specific targeted counter pick. I don't think they see enough value in it in the first phase because they've barely played it all tournament. It's just a solution they went to in a time of need here, which is interesting because it might mean that the bans could also be turned around here a little bit so Team Spirit can try to take advantage of it with perhaps a Rubik ban could force out a Magnus ban, then you could get the Mars opener if you want to go that route.
That also depends on if LGD want to opt for second pick again also.
Yes, depends on pick order, absolutely.
So that response was specifically crafted to if they pick Mag, then we're going to get our Rubik Undying.
Yeah.
And all this kind of theory crafting we're doing, this is basically where Spirit, they need to kind of overcome the issues that they've had throughout the season against PSG, because throughout, I think it was like ESL 4, they lost to PSG. I think it was then OGA, they lost to PSG. And this was also with Xiao as a stand-in. At any major, I believe they drew 1-1. Like, they've never been able to actually beat
The thing is that most of the time, whenever I see development from a team, it comes from the draft. Here, it just seems like pure gameplay oriented. They're still playing things that are very comfortable for them, namely collapse in specifics, but in general, this team gives me a lot of encouragement for the Eastern European region.
And it is an interesting point about the group stage. This is something we've been discussing throughout the years. What is the good way to start off a group stage? Would you rather play the really tough opponents first or last? And if you play them first, maybe you can learn a lot from those games and then improve throughout the group against easier opponents. Whereas if you have them last, maybe you've dropped a game here or there learning against weaker opponents, and then when you're against the Giants, you just get rocked, right? So for Team Spirit, it might actually work out really well for them that they played some of the Giants to begin with.
Yeah, and here they go, both now Giants in their own rights, taking their spaces here in the pods. It's game 4 of the grand finals, best of 5. Of course, Team Spirit is on match point, but PSG LGD might just have found their momentum against Team Spirit. Will they be able to do it? We know they have the mental fortitude too. The question is, I think it's all going to come back very simply, very clearly on the draft team.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. You know, I think it's been second pick has won every game so far, I believe. So maybe whoever gets second pick this game, they're going to win it. So maybe a coin toss dictates the winner of TI. I don't know.
Sounds kind of unlikely. I think it's maybe a little bit more depth than that. But
listen, everything's a 50-50 if you look at it.
Forced
it
50.
Can happen or it doesn't.
That's true.
Speaking of odds, you guys reminded me of something. Because, of course, we mentioned earlier today that at the start of the day, there was still one person on the planet that had their prediction bracket intact, which was ruined by the lower bracket finals going the way of Team Spirit. There were only 4 people in total that only had that had 20 predictions out of the 21 predictions correct. I also have an extra stat. There has been a total of 1.5 million people that have filled in their brackets in the compendium. Of those 1.5 million people, 1.4% said that Team Spirit would be the champion.
Wow. That's more than I would expect.
Yeah, that's higher.
Yeah, that's more than I would have thought. Because you had to place that before the main event even began, right? But you could do it after the groups. Team Spirit, I would have said, what were they? They were 4th in their group, and they looked definitely a step below some of the other teams. But you know, sometimes you got to believe in that miracle run, right? And we're here, and obviously, I think it's also a little bit of like the human. Like just the emotion, you know. You want to. If I'm right, it'll be so cool. You know? So some people just go for
those
it.
Those 1.4% people love a good story.
It's exactly. The heart. It's not the brain speaking. I would say in a lot of these guesses, but you know, maybe they identified something in the groups. They were like, you know what? I genuinely believe that Spirit can do it, and those people could very well end up being right now.
Yeah, or maybe they heard from a lot of players out there how the scrims were going, because apparently Team Spirit quite good in those, and definitely managed to hold their own against the majority of the teams.
Yeah, but that's like the beauty of Team Spirit, right? I feel like when you look at their roster and actually really dive deep, other than Maposhka, it's like 2019, 2020. That's when these professional careers actually started, right? I think 3 of the 4 players was on Yellow Submarine, which was kind of like the hidden like trial team for Team Spirit, where like the current manager, I think his name's Corbin, he was the guy that was like kind of sifting through the ranks, like trying to find. I think they had like 80 players in the end trial for this team. They finally kind of crafted this down into this roster, and they eventually brought in Miroslav later. But it's the fact that they went through this kind of trial period, brought in all fresh faces, then brought in Poshka to captain it, and it's got to this position. Like, that alone is an insane story, and I think that is inspirational. The fact that you don't have to be a 10-year veteran to be able to compete at the highest level. You can, like, in a year's time, or 2 years' time, of course, they put so much time to play the game, but you get the idea, right? Like, it's the fact that they can, if they put their minds to it, you can achieve anything, and Team Spirit being in the grand final in itself is an inspirational story.
Absolutely. Also, just the organization itself, of course, has been in Dota since only 2015. So, I mean, that's still 6 years, but compared to PSG LGD, is relatively new, of course. But this team, this is the first time this organization has had a horse in the race at TI Tsunami.
Yeah, and it's always encouraging that even during the COVID times of 2020, many organizations were no longer able to support because they were like, we don't really have the infrastructure in this era of online Dota. But Team Spirit stuck through it, and it was a difficult region to do it also. Eastern Europe was dropping organizations left and right, and And building off of T's topic also of having so many tryouts, having so many players, it's also very encouraging to see how much of a unit and how friendly all these players are. Because in contrast to VP, VP was a group of 5 players who had wanted to play together with each other for a very long time. They were friends before the game started, before the team started. This one seems like quite the opposite, and it's a wonderful thing to see.
Yeah, it's a unit.
PSG LGD Grand Finals Game 4.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the draft panel of the TI10 Grand Finals, again with Seb and Nota and myself. And I want to ask you guys, how important do you think that victory was for LGD? Like, how is it going to affect their mental game?
It's massive for them, of course. They have no more room to fail, whereas Team Spirit, they might get a super challenge coming their way if they don't close it out now. They're going to have to go into a game 5, same position. You have no more losses to take. So for LGD, they need to get as much confidence and as much freedom so that they can be themselves again, or like their full potential. Mega important victory, of course. If you lose, you're out. But mentally, they need to take something from this. I think we saw a little bit of a better body language, if I want to go that far, and say that they do look like they feel better.
Now we see the switch up, and we were talking about it before the draft started, right?
Yep.
LGD broke Team Spirit Magnus, and I think they broke it in a very convincing way. And now the question was, so the second pick won all 3 games, and both teams kind of realized second pick works better. So far, this can still change. Team Spirit got the choice, which is a very big deal. It's probably not going to decide the outcome of the game, but it gives them definitely an upper hand. And now with this first pick, LGD, they had to choose. Do we want a mag, or do we want to give them mag and play against it? And then if you do that, mainly the Rubik was the big counter, right? And Team Spirit, they actually decide to not go for the Rubik versus the mag. They end up going for the Wyvern, which so far has been one of the best answers to Tiny. Nevertheless, though, in this opener, Tiny is banned, and they go for the Wyvern anyway. So, yeah, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how they cope with this Magnus, because I don't think the Wyvern quite does it.
Is there a reason you think they banned Dark Willow over the Wyvern? Because in the previous 2 games, I think LGD had been banning Wyvern. I mean, Seb, you even mentioned to me, you thought maybe the Wyvern ban was a mistake.
Yeah.
But in my head, if you're going for Magnus first pick, Wyvern seems like a better ban than Willow.
I think so. At the same time, I think both bans, to be honest, I want to say I'm not a fan of the Willow ban, but then I'm just going to go with I don't quite understand it. I think I'm just missing something here. Yeah.
I think the Willow ban would also help them do the Shaker Morph second phase if they want. I mean, it's a hero that they're also very familiar with. I think the Bramble value is still there. I don't know if it's worth a ban either. I think there are some very powerful game-changing bans that shouldn't be overlooked, but Wyvern might be a very high-rated hero, or should be higher rated than some teams maybe give it credit for. Statistically speaking, has won a lot of games here, and it is a classic mag counter to at least a classic mag gameplay, but still the skewer play is very strong, and we saw it addressed last game, where the Ruby got a lot of good lifts on, and also the shard lift eventually makes carriers feel really safe against this. So yeah, let's see. And now the Lion is in already from the first phase. Also quite unconventional to open Vyra and Lion.
Yeah, and there's a lot to say about the Bane pick also, in my opinion. I mean, Team Spirit, the Lion, they didn't get it the last games, and it has been a hero that worked really well for them. The way they play, they play so well around vision. They always set up this Lion for great kind of hexes fight. He starts to fight with hex, and it's hard to stop it. I'm really surprised that the Tide didn't come for Team Spirit. I mean, it's one of Collapse's best heroes. Mars is out. Mag is out by being first picked by LGD, and then the third Collapse hero, which is much more than just a Collapse hero. Like Team Spirit, they play around it, they build around it so well, is Tide. Tide is a counter to Magnus, and yet they don't go for it. Meaning, LGD might have had a second pick, like a second first pick.
Here?
I think they have to.
They
but
will, right?
If they don't, maybe it means they have a great answer to it, and Team Spirit knows it.
I think they're going to be banning out a lot of team fight. They start with the Doom probably now, and I think that's also, you're not going to pick Mag or Tide yourself next phase. You're most likely going to ban it. You have a Bane and a Mag, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. They don't ban it yet.
So the Doom ban versus Mag is a very simple concept. It's like you play a Mag lineup, you want to empower a guy, and you want that guy to just go ham, and of course, if he gets doomed, then the whole lineup doesn't make so much sense anymore. You kind of break the way they want to take the fights. I want to talk quickly just about the Bane versus Wyvern and Feeble. It counters Wyvern heal completely. Also, it's really good at catching Bane, catching heroes. I think it's just a very interesting hero versus Wyvern in terms of how he's going to beat him on the lane and also has great things to do in the game against him. They do ban the Ember. Obviously, Ember itself already has been a great combo, great hero at, messing with the backline. Lion and Wyvern, they don't want to be messed with. If these supports are allowed to cast their spells, especially in the hands of such talented players as Miposhka and Mira, they will win the fight for them.
Yeah,
So
I was expecting to see 3 sort of backline jump bans coming out from Team Spirit. I mean, I feel like Lion Wyvern, it's a bit vulnerable, so you have to protect your supports with bans. I've always felt when I'm drafting that I don't like picking 2 supports like this, because then you're spending bans on picking supports. But do you think there's to your knowledge, is there any reason to pick 2 supports like this instead of picking a quarter?
I think it's only if you're afraid that you're not going to get them and you value them so much that you need them. But in my opinion, it's very abusable. And I think LGD will take the bet, will get the most out of that.
Interesting to note is ET has not been removed, right? Yeah. I think the Lion was also a potential answer to a Mag ET.
Yes.
And they're also rushing it because it's most likely going to get banned next phase. I'm still very surprised that the Tide has not been banned. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Collapse is going to ask for this hero this game.
They must have an answer, LGD, right? I think if they don't ban it, they for sure know it's coming, or they could be coming. They must be ready for it. That's how I view it. Maybe they're planning on picking the Juggernaut already, or the Slarks.
But they're not in full control either, as Team Spirit do have a ban. They do have a way to dictate. They banned the Ursa.
But if you think about it, it doesn't sound so Team Spiritish to pick the mid or the carry here. Most likely they will pick Collapse. So maybe LGD is we don't have to worry about a closing second phase pick.
You're right. Yeah.
And that anyway they're gonna show it to us here.
That's thinking far ahead, which I'm sure they are. This double support opener is vulnerable, very vulnerable in that sense. Is that you still have to reveal, and they're able to get 2 really strong picks.
Never mind, they actually go for it, and that also is a statement from Team Spirit in which they maybe thought that the Spectre was the bigger problem last game versus the Rubik. These were the answers. And this is exactly what I think should be done. This is precisely what should be done in a Mag versus Spectre game and in a Mag versus Rubik game. This Magnus does not want to RP anybody. He doesn't care about getting his blink cancelled. He doesn't care about getting blink at all. He does not want to skewer anybody. This Magnus is going to empower Luna. He's going to build aura items. They're going to plant the tombstone. Luna's going to hit the buildings. And that is going to be the fight. And heroes like Spectre actually are probably the worst out of all the carry pool to deal with that. You have to fight into this massive ball that is coming, and Spectre hates that.
The only good thing that they have right now is a Winter's Curse. The Lion is disabled, most of Iron spells are disabled. This playstyle versus playstyle heavily, for now, favors LGD heroes. These heroes on the bottom, they will not enjoy a strong ball coming to hit their tower.
So to make it very simple, basically what has happened in Game 3 and Game 4 draft is, Spirit got their Magnus, LGD broke it, Spirit had to find another way to abuse the Magnus hero. And LGD now are showing how do you turn. They beat Magnus with Spectre, and they also showed them you can beat Spectre with Magnus if you understand what's happening. And I think this draft is what's happening in a nutshell.
Do you think that Axe does anything to stop that plan? Because to me, Axe is very single target, a bit lane focused almost.
I don't think he helps at all. I think this is a hero that does not jump into the ball unless something good is happening already from your teammates. They're running away from some Tinker, they're running away from a Phoenix Egg. They have none of that. Lion and Axe are both going to be waiting for LGD to be afraid or overwhelmed by some sort of damage ability or teamfight ability, but it's not coming so far. I think Team Spirit need to find a really good pick right now. They need to find a really, really strong pick or something that allows them to then force LGD into their playstyle.
I'm always scared when I have the last pick though. If I have to last pick a hero that has to solve conditions and be good in lane and do so many things, it's so hard to find that perfect pick, right?
It is hard.
Ideally it's 24 and not 23 especially then.
Yeah.
And he also is going to have to deal with the one-on-one matchup that's going to come his way. And so I want to
do have the final?
Yeah, in the Concat. You see this ball,
perfect.
How do you fight into this? Honestly, it is so hard for heroes to fight into this, and they have literally 0 damage. The Spectre Axe is very low damage. This Axe is very low damage. They have no way.
Only on one finger. That's all the damage they have.
It's going to be very difficult, and I want to also mention the Undying versus Spectre. What he does is you plant the Tombstone, and now there's a zombie on every Illude, so there's no Desolate damage, meaning Spectre damage drops dramatically. in my opinion, I mean, I'm very happy to be proven wrong, and there's a reason why these teams are playing the finals and not. But I still see this as being a strategical misread from Spirit.
Okay, that changes Dota.
So they're going for the lane snowball here, right? You want to get the TA timing, snowball off that. You have single target, Spectre, you can take control of the map, you get a lot of pickoffs. I can see that as a possible answer, but it's looking scary for me.
They need to play the TA game right now. The TA is a very fast hero. He can go into Roche early, he can snowball and get openings on the map with Deso Blink. I don't know if he's going to go Aghanims this game so that they can actually do more on the map, but they cannot run into this ball and just click their spells. This is not going to work for Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is not a Spectre versus Magnus game anymore. Like, this is a TA game. They have to win on the back of it. And if they don't, then most likely the game is going to look quite grim for them.
Or they go really late. The Spectre manages to create a lot of chaos, or the TA manages to create a lot of chaos, and Spectre will get bigger and become kind of like a team fight impact. And then maybe you're going to see Axe and Spectre and all these heroes actually come out and shine. But a lot of weight on TA's shoulders.
Yeah, LGD has really done a great job with this draft, in my opinion. I think the momentum right now has completely shifted. But yet again, Team Spirit, incredibly talented players, great laning team, great vision, great execution in team fights. They can pull this off. They definitely can.
Keep an eye on those traps.
And we're getting into Game 4 now, but before that, we'll have an interview with Sumi and LGD's coach, Xiaowei.
Hello, everybody, and I am here with PSG LGD's coach, Xiaoba. It seems that you and the team have managed to put a stop to the momentum of Team Spirit. How did you manage to keep the team calm and reset for this game?
你们把他们的势头止住了，你们是如何保持冷静，然后重组的呢？
我就跟他们说不要怕呀，输了一起扛呀，然后也没什么好怕的，因为就发挥好自己的，如果就万一就输了也没啥，就明年再干回来。
I told them, don't be afraid. If we lose, we tank it together. And I've also told them that if we lose, we still have next year. Don't be afraid.
I love that confidence and that team, just that team synergy. The analysts think that you have managed to figure out Team Spirit's strategy. Do you think you have them figured out?
解说们都认为你们已经破解了 Spirit 的战术，你觉得你破解了他们战术吗？
我觉得前两把主要是一个是对面的战术我们比较不适应嘛，然后我们自己准备的东西有点打他们不太适合，所以我们打完两把以后做出了调整，我觉得我们应该能拿冠军。
I think for the first two games, what we prepared doesn't really work against their style. But after the first two games, we've adjusted, and as long as we play our own game, I think we'll win the champion.
They will play their own game and also download complete. Thank you very much, Xiaoba. Let's take it to Lyrical and Trent.
And already right on into this one, Sumi Mira's gonna get caught and gonna get killed. How's that for a start, Trent?
Oh, such a good coach who just gets us there right in time. Well done.
Very willing to brawl right now.
So they are going to stay on for a moment. Ame spotting out the rest of Team Spirit, moving in that area, getting that extra vision with the passive. And will we see another round of Bounty Rune stolen? Collapse walks on in. Why there? Gets the click-off win. So LGD, they're going to claim 3.
Turns back for more. What's the brain sap? But can't quite find it here. So yeah, another focus on the lanes for sure here from LGD. But the lanes also seeming to be the win condition right now for Team Spirit. I have to say, you know, it's difficult to disagree when there's a combined 5, you know, Aegis won by that draft. It's a bit rough. So I think they might be onto something for this whole concept of like needing to snowball things pretty hard here, needing to play around their Templar Assassin, and there's always a chance going late, of course, like the way the Templar Assassin now functions because we're Aghanims, where you can actually get like a little bit of split push out of this hero, which you didn't used to get in the past. But these things ahead of the game right now for Team Spirit, and if they don't get that, like they can easily do that with these heroes on stuff.
Totally. The snowball can definitely occur. And I really liked what we sort of heard about the mentality that was going on as well, as we see Nothing to Say get a D ward there on the Observer ward. You think about the way that Team Spirit has played throughout this. They're playing, you know, just for fun, they say, playing without any fear. But for some of these players, that's not an option. Ame, he's been so close before to winning the Aegis and then snatched away at the last for him for redemption.
And we often hear the pressure of the Chinese community on this team just because, they've obviously looked so good and they've been so particularly Ame, he's shielded, he's taken some of that blame before in the past, particularly at TI, particularly in a Game 4. Sure, it's been there, and it's been a bit much at times. But I have to say, after last game, I think he's probably feeling pretty comfortable here with his Luna.
Amazing in that Spectre game, so we'll see how they deal as Zincu was able to get that pull through and only get the half pull on these creeps connecting it. As Maposhka wants to keep that pressure on Zincu, needs to be careful here. Obviously, only level 1, so doesn't have that Splinter Blast yet on the Wyvern. But they will throw out one more dagger on his way back home.
Just to send him all the way back here. And now, Collapse is hero pool. And of course, you've heard a lot, I'm sure, about the Mars. Heard a lot about this Magnus. This looked pretty good. But of games on professionally is the Axe. Not a hero that's been very big at this TI though.
No, but can often make bugs if you can get the opening. The panel talk a lot about how maybe there's going to be some overlapping things going on with Mira and the Axe, both trying to find that big jump.
That's set. Oh, yeah. That's that guy!
Yeah, that's the one.
The Axe. Wow.
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
But we'll see how it goes here in this one. As you can see already, the chase down Faith Beyond taking a little bit of a beating here on this Magnus. Moves into position though. And at least for the moment, you can see that Spectre taking a little bit of heat early. Not able to get all those left. Collapse also trying to go toe-to-toe with Ame in the bottom lane on that Luna.
Yeah, statistically, Undying has almost always been one of the absolute best heroes versus the Spectre. Whenever you're just talking about just raw data in terms of because you get some pressure in lane sometimes if you get this sort of a matchup. That's always nice, right? Spectre likes to be left alone. But more importantly, when you get into the mid game with the Tombstone drop down, you actually get all these and it really ruins the team fight for the Spectre, especially when you're trying to deal some damage there with the Desolate.
You can see a bit of a rundown again as Toro playing as far forward as he can, but has to be very wary of those skewer backs that we've seen time and again is why we'll get a little bit of a chase onto Mira and the loose even dead. Why just takes him down?
Collapse just can't do anything, over some creeps here. That's for 20 last hits compared to the 9 of Ame, so that's a sacrifice that you're willing to make.
The Ring of Health done. Obviously came there with that Quelling Blade and a lot of armor. Perhaps having a good one on the Axe and this is
actually a great thing one too. We're actually going for this this Vanguard because a lot of heroes they're going for the helm. They're building into something on the Iron Will. But Collapse is looking for this deeper Vanguard, but they accelerate farm quite a bit with the Ancients.
I get chased a little bit there, but we'll back out afterwards. And you can see now the very slight lead that we're seeing into the favor of LGD. Nothing really to write home about. Both the mids doing fine. We haven't really seen either that many stacks on the Ancients. None done up yet as they're out of the bank. Gonna chase down. Listen, beam will be enough. I don't think so. Why? Oh. All right, the rotation comes in. And they're being alive.
Yeah, he was buying out there. He wasn't sure he was going to live, so he can run off the stacks that you were just mentioning. The Dire Jungle, so something for this Templar Assassin to fall back to. They want to stack her up nice and play around this Templar Assassin. You can stack your Ancients, you can stack all of your neutrals across the map, and she can cleave through them very, very quickly. Just trying to unlock these earlier items like the Blink or the Deso, maybe a Falcon in these times right now, so they need to enable her to get this game online.
Yeah, and of course then if you're LGD, you're going to look to try and go in there and do those stacks and get some damage to help. But already a Torrent combo comes out. Why makes that he always does. And just trying to burn through his refractions since he's in Toronto, Tokyo, a little bit less comfortable.
Yeah, not a matchup we see all too often, honestly, with the Conk and the Templar, but you do have that where you get multiple instances of damage from the Torrent, so burning through that and I'll take a look here and say, oh yeah, nice. Down to stack this up one more time.
And Mira also stacks all across the map.
What I really like too is this
use like game when you're talking about road, everything you're trying to cover that, but a lot of teams are coming in contesting neutral stacks right now. So the themes of this tournament is on top of it. That's another good theme.
But the team will live though. With the cold embrace, they don't feel confident going for him.
On the level 6 rotation for the Conca, very disappointing not get the kill. And it can't even really follow up the tower pressure, but on this side of the map.
Collapse. Gonna take some big off of him. With a couple quick hits, will they have another lucid beam for the finish? Vanguard keeping him very tight. He actually goes away. The spin. But the brain set enough to finish him.
I can tell you, this guy got very many cruise witnesses because he is not lucky.
No. Not enough spins there for the act. But a good use of nightmare to take those creeps off to stop the.
They get the lane, but the missed gang on the Spectre get so much free time. Tokyo is again another stack. Well, if you don't know the option for the Conca, it's moving through that jungle, doing the rotation, checking out the stack, seeing what's there, maybe stealing a couple, of course. And yeah, will surely make his way over there. And why I'm just gonna say, I think we'd like to maybe keep an eye on these ones at the very least. We'll block for future stacks, but.
I mean, there's already a lot of gold, but that's going to be such a big injection. And the thing about the TA is you just take it so quickly. Maybe if they pair together with
yeah, it's a tough call too, really, because if you want to move in there, let's say, as PSG LGD, oh good, we have time to think about it at the very least. You have that night vision bonus.
Right.
That's there, right? Of course, that's going to be soon. You got 2.5 minutes to work with. You're not going to have Eclipse early though, because you're obviously stacking into the lunar blessing. You're getting yourselves your glaives, but you also have Undying. You have Conca. I would say it's very tempting for them to come and contest this, and at least try and the XP.
Well, they're going to drop the boat already. Mira a little bit off the mark with a stun, but will eventually go down. Yes, Zincu finds the kill, but this is again behind that space for Toronto Tokyo, and this is in vision.
Soul Rip 2 secure here, and Zincu's like, I'm getting.
Dire's middle tower is under
Gonna find a stack to there too.
This is just all they're focused on.
Here's Tombstone in 3 seconds.
Why are they?
I mean, really low. Yeah.
He goes.
And the fairest trick for the team Coop. There's an axe and a Templar Assassin.
Oh my God, they're just gonna get him. I mean, this is. You're also already up 1,000 net worth right now, LGD, but they is taken and.
All right, you got a lot of them though. Can you get out? That's the question.
At least one of these heroes is gonna die. Zincu chased on. Surely at least one of them goes. Oh, hey, Toro pops out the chase here there as well. Cold Embrace, the back away. They used Haunt for this, and I don't know if they're getting anybody.
It's like an LGD and they're Undying in their phase boots though.
Oh,
get all
man. And they clean out that hard camp also. LGD are all over this. On the Undying, but lose out on a bunch of other net worth.
They force so many heroes to respond. Look at the top lane.
Yeah.
Helm and the Dominator, Faith Beyond. He's taking a tower.
This is clean stuff. This is what they need.
That is a lead. 4K right now at 9 minutes. Look where it is. I mean, it's just all stacked on the cores right now for PSG LGD.
Pushka. Out. Why off to the side? Toro there as well.
Hunting.
He's looking for it. They move over. Faith Beyond's here as well. And with this Helm of the Dominator, it should be enough. And also coming in to contest this, nothing to say.
Well,
it's just play the jungle.
It's into a tournament. They're threatening the whole time. We've got RP. We've got a boat. You don't want to come contest us. They're going to have Fiends good pretty soon here as well for Y. As he goes for a real deep ward.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Well, it's ping though. All right, yeah, they have an idea that's there.
That ward is going to scout it.
So, those very deep wards on the earlier end will be instantly TP to Vibro. I don't think so.
See, this is the LGD we've expected to see. 5,000 worth right now with 10 minutes in. What a turnaround that they've been able to have. As this series was looking in dire straits for them after the first 2 games, but now coming into this game number 4, everything's going their way.
And well, in the past, what has turned these games around for Team Spirit, it's been Collapse. Showing up, he's got some time. Wants to get that. In time, there are a lot of heroes coming to his mid tower.
Oh my God, they're bringing numbers. Everybody's here. Pushka, level 5 on that Wyvern. Going to try and throw out these splitter blasts and slow things down as much as. Tier 1 tower already dead.
Yeah, they're just holding the tombstone again. Such a great
right? They're just threatening. They're just holding all this strength.
And Collapse. They caught him again. The Nightmare's there. Do they have enough for the kill, though?
Oh, yeah.
They are going to chase him down. Wait for it. Afterward. Easy. Take him down. This is a stomping we got right here. Toro is going to need to play his heart out right now.
He is so far behind on me. He's almost getting doubled up on right now.
The Adoption is almost caught up to him in terms of net worth with Tombstone dropping. They need such an impressive performance for them in Team Spirit. They just really don't have an answer right now.
It felt like they got lost halfway through the draft and they still haven't found their way.
Well, and they burned through so much of that reserve time early on, and in the end, the perfect hero. And so far, the TA hasn't been able to do it for him.
Such a one-dimensional plan that not only can you like prepare during the draft to do, but in the actual game, they were so quick to come in. We missed some of the players in the top, but the contest in there, the space made for Faith Beyond to get absolutely massive. No one is even contesting Ame at all. Just free the jump. And this has to be like the biggest Axe Blink reveal and Deso reveal on a TA of all time.
Yes. They've got to get a ton here on Team Spirit. It also means that LGD need to be the ones that run into them to allow happen. Not an easy ask, but you've got some big combos here. You've got that Winter's Curse. Afterward, Lion Stun. The combo is there if they can find.
Fights are so hard though.
Looking for it right in. The boat's gonna come out. Slow down Mira in some trouble. Collapse back behind the tower. Also getting ran down by nothing to say. He needs to TP.
On his blade.
Yeah, as long as they're able to get away, that should be good enough for them. So they get the kill. Fabian finds it, but also on the other side, Y kills off Mira. 8-1 to start this game.
Throws down before to secure the kill. And Mira, of course, instantly noticing that. But, I think Y's going to call it, make the tower easy to take. Postgres was thinking about leaving himself in behind there and maybe finding a Winter's Curse. They want to actually contest that. Has been made from the rest of the Spirit that they're just not ready for that yet.
Yeah, they need those items. Need to hit that timing.
7 kills. 1,000 gold. Hidden Greaves.
I mean, he's just doing what he needs to in this one. Taking a look already at the win probability, they're heavily in the favor of LGD.
Put that away. We gotta keep on here.
My goodness gracious. Nightmare. Oshka gonna trade it over onto him. They have this blink reveal, but the only people down here are supports, and that's not big enough. Ward will cover it all. But maybe now Team Spirit can at least try and pressuring this tower and get some momentum going for themselves, because if they don't get something going soon, this game is going to go completely off the rails.
You can already see them struggling here, though, right? Like, they're bringing everyone down here. Yeah, everything that they need. It has to be fully layered. Call, the curse, trying to find the sight lines for the Templar Assassin.
Oh, when Toro caught, Fiend's Grip is there, and no help. Kick off that Spectre.
I love Zinq doing that. It's just such an important kill for them that they're willing to throw at everything that they have right there.
And immediately afterwards, they're thinking about going Roche. I mean, why not at this point?
They could road that tier 2 top, but the tier 2 top is a lot riskier, right? You're going to have this attempted call from the Axe. Oh, they actually don't have great vision right now onto that high ground, so theoretically, if there was something there from Team Spirit, maybe they'd have a chance, but perhaps they just have the really good read that they're all on the bottom lane right now, waiting for them for that bottom tower. And it's taking so fast.
So Roche gonna be claimed, and again, Team Spirit needing to find an answer. If LGD want to try and close this one out, put themselves in a dominant position, try and get that see one if there's any fruit, as LGD will retreat back, get their next set of items, and then be ready to go.
Reminiscent of a game 2. Now, mind you, it happened a lot later in the game, but essentially we got to the point where Team Spirit were the ones just running around this loon. And you're going to do LGD, you have to wait for the perfect moment to fight. Team Spirit now find themselves in that situation. And one thing that they obviously recognized when they played that loon strat was just stay together. Don't let the pickups happen. Can they find it here? Look how safe, nothing to say is playing there with the Axe.
Zinq might be the one that gets found. Don't recall, it's off the mark. And instead, there's the root. Collapse has to back out of here. Tokyo can back alone. Can they pull off RP with the winners from the this? Bone Halfwork finishes off that team, but it's not early enough. And if they're not careful, they might lose more. The chase forward hacks they're out. And they'll pull a lot back and find another kill. LGD, no mercy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh my god. It is looking rough for Team Spirit.
Is that a Spirit Breaker in that draft?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because something happened.
They turned up LGD.
Dire's middle tower is under
We're
attack.
not gonna go out like that.
Well, it's like a completely different series at this point. I mean, Team Spirit, the fun loving. We're just having a good time. Right now, at least in this game, and it gets to the point where the game continues. You just wonder, like, how much is this impacting the looking like potential Game 5?
Potentially. I mean, we've seen teams come back from more of this against LGD.
That's
so we're gonna try. But can they do it? Spectre, so often that late game answer, and they just need to find a good fight on team to pull this one. Question is, LG, give it to them. Or this could be the way it starts.
They played so ridiculously clean this game, though. They're not offering up anything over Team Spirit. Now, they do have some good vision down that bottom. Well, if there was ever a chance to go for something, it's probably towards that part of the map right now. But Fate Beyond not acting like it, sitting directly on a trap, and they still can't go.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard. We fight this. Oh, Tokyo's. Oh, and pulls him back in. They'll find TA, wants to get out of here, pick away. Just like that, Toronto Tokyo able to get a little bit of separation, but that vision and Fate Beyond with the chase down, they got him there to the side. Nobody coming to help the TA. Toronto Tokyo falls again. Kills, okay, goal lead. LGD, keep up that momentum.
Team Spirit are being pretty active on this Spectre. That is going to be there there too.
He just gets caught again.
Until then, it's just throwing some heroes. Take me. Try and slow down this tower push.
How close are we now to that Aghanim Scepter? It's what, 50 gold away?
It's been a fantastic item, but as you heard Seb and No-Tail say, the damage is lacking.
Oh, man.
They need that early lead to provide. On teams, they don't have it.
Well, and it's such a good answer here, Brett. Being able to sit in front there with Tombstone, and then Luna can hit the tower, because the way that Team Spirit win the fight is like chaos happens, and you get a giant curse or something, and they're just not being presented.
No, there's a very good breaking formation this sector, right? There's question marks everywhere, you're not sure where the real one is, and then it's providing vision to the rest of Team Spirit, and then you find a jump, an axe, a hero that, with Flame Mail can turn some of your advantage into advantage.
Looking for something here, it's just a shadow to start now. Starting to bring Ame down a little bit low. It just resets. Turn to the other side. What will happen? Collapse will go down. Pull back in, refraction gone. And now the chase down happens yet again. Mira, not gonna happen one by one. All of Spirit go by the wayside.
And that was going into a fight with just like maybe some of those kills that reset potential from LGD. Team Spirit, they solved the situation and they had to put some sort of fight maybe outside their base. It's not good enough.
And they used the winner's curse in that last fight. Yeah. That is really painful. Maybe there's an opportunity here. Jump in! The tumbler toy, are you kidding me? Fate Beyond able to make the play happen. And now focusing down the barracks at 20 minutes.
I mean, Plat smoked up here, but I don't even know. They obviously have to wait till the Templar Assassin back.
They're hoping for some at this point. Yes, that's not hope, but we will actually come to. I'm sure Team Spirit do not have an answer at all.
They jumped them.
Oh my goodness. They just have. There's no other answer. Very little. I mean, at this point, LCD could turn on the tier 4s maybe.
I love how this team plays Undying. the 5, like, not a lot of teams really bring this hero up, but you know, you get some movement speed, so you get the ulti off the flash goal, and you just getting the debuff down, having the drums to like benefit this early siege ability that they have, as well as Solar Crest too. So you know, so many teams looking to be saving heroes and bring heroes on like the 1B carry and Undying, and you also have the Spectre game.
And I think again, like, what redemption this has been for Ame to be able to pull this back on that. Luna playing incredibly clean Dota, constantly 4-0 and 7.
Does not repeat history.
Oh god, that. Oh no.
Sure. 1K lead at 21 minutes. I don't think you have that much power.
I don't think anybody does. We'll see though.
Oh, let me check Kyle on Twitter.
Yeah.
Just make sure.
Mira gets an X off, but they all collapse. He's going to TP out of here. Does manage to escape, but the axe down. Toronto Tokyo cancels TP? Okay.
Where are you going? Oh.
I mean, I guess that, yeah.
There's, you know, we'll try and catch the next wave.
That's true.
Because now where do you go? It's a bit of a... I'll give you that.
Yeah, if you're not careful. So you've got to be careful there.
Dire's bottom tower.
Gotta keep the GPM up, you know?
They got him. Forced to come away from this one, but instead he's got him in the sights. He's able to that respect for once more.
Maybe it's coming.
Oh, good pick away by Mira and Toro. Yeah, but Mira, the one that's going to pay for the sins, will end up falling there to Xingqiu, and now they're heading up again.
Beyond Ted's troll for so long. Game with it, you know, like reward it for its servitude.
Well, this might just be the time. I mean, Ame's up there.
Send them in.
Roche capable of responding. They're looking at this trying to end this right now. Nope. The fountain. There's a chance to start it.
The 10th hit the jump, right?
Roche got behind. He's got winner's curse waiting for an opportunity, but can't get nothing.
There's no TA for 10 seconds.
Oh, danger. They quite have enough. And without a quick way to get in,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
have to let Pushka. They still got a war here, and now they don't.
Glass has been smoked for so long.
Can't you know? LGD just doesn't bring information.
Yeah, they just keep popping them, but they can't find their fight. They might even be running low at this point.
19-1. So now, with Roche respawned, LGD dotting their I's and crossing their T's, and looking to close this one out with the shard info.
This is an emphatic victory at this point.
Yeah.
Game 5 on Team 6. It's like, oh, that's and sort of, okay, well, you know, we can close it out in 3, but that's cool.
Time to go.
And it seemed like it was a long time ago at this point.
Fabian pulls back there. Dual Scepter after at his fight. Another Shadow Step used just to slow down.
Just drawing on the map down there, throwing every trap possible to hold on that one tier 2, right? Force them to go for the throne.
Right on in.
Happy to oblige.
Ame, he's ready. He wants to not relive the ghosts of the past. He wants to close this game 4 out here in style. And so far, good. It turns to the game up afterwards. Where's the... Why? Just... Collapse. Why not die? No, stop. They all full of... He's full of 23 to 3. A snake. GD.
Did he get a blank call?
It didn't happen. It was just
the whole game. That was crazy. They never came online. Quite frankly, like this.
Right here.
That's confidence right there.
Ame's doing the Arthur hand. He's ready. He's ready to go.
Little skip in the step there. Yeah.
They're ready for
they're feeling a lot better.
A TI repeat
but
potentially.
Hey, there you go.
All right.
They're okay though.
We'll see if they can pull it back again.
But what an unbelievable experience, again, for LGD to be able to pull this back from that 2-0 start. Just incredibly impressive stuff.
All right, it's okay, though. You just say, like, it was draft, guys. I think we can all agree the draft looked rough. Thus, the game looked rough. So you go forward, you shift things up, and Team Spirit will hopefully give us more of a challenge for LGD in Game 5.
Optimistic as always. We'll see if it ends up playing out, but for now, let's head back to the panel.
The series is tied 2-2. We will go into a Game 5 here in these grand finals at the International 10. I'm joined by BSJ, Effie, and Jenkins, and we're going to break down that Game 4. Jenkins, I want to start with... Well, let's start with Team Spirit doubling their skill score there in the final second.
I don't know if there's any breaking down these games. Like, I legit don't. This shit is scripted. It's scripted. Like, how does every TI end like this?
No, it
At
doesn't,
some
though.
point, it's got to stop. I don't understand. It's like the amount of people that came up to me today. And it's like, okay, so Secret was supposed to win. Everybody thought Secret was going to win, right? And then we get into the grand finals and it's like, oh, LGD is going to shellac them. And then after Game 1, it's like, oh my God, dude, LGD's lost it. They're done. And then that happens. Literally, whatever you think will happen won't happen. So what do? How can I break that down?
It's your job.
I'm sorry. I just can't believe it. Year after year. TI, it just delivers.
It is just delivering, Effie. It's a great series so far.
Well, there's so much to say, but I just want to comment on the mental fortitude that PSG LGD just showed, because a lot of us in the green room, we were sitting and watching the game, right? And after those 2 stomps, quite frankly, by Spirit, we were just thinking, did they do it? Did they mentally break down PSG LGD? But no, they walked off, they regrouped. Everyone thought they were so stubborn with that Magnus, but they beat them.
Nobody expected that. Everybody was like, oh my God, they let Magnus through again. They're so stubborn. What are they doing? Literally everybody was wrong. I can tell you, I was sitting in that stadium. Every single person was saying, what is wrong with them? I was reading Twitter. What is wrong with them? They let the Magnus through.
But that's why they're on Twitter. That's why they're in the stadium, and that's why they're not playing. Brian.
Experts.
So we talk about the fact that they lost the draft in Game 4, but we have to think about the mind games coming through this entire 4-game series so far, and they got Mag, lost with it, to a Spectre, and then they're like, oh, we'll give LGD Mag this time. We'll pick Spectre. But it was the Undying with the Spectre that was really causing the issues, and it's just not. They lost to the way that they lost, which has to be some sort of mental defeat. I hope whatever I said made more sense than what Jenkins has been talking about.
Nothing makes sense. We're pretending. This is a facade. Nobody knows what's going on right now. Probably not even LGD or Spirit.
I think they have a little bit of an idea what's going on, right? So they let the Magnus through twice. They lost to it. I think they just didn't expect Spirit to be so strong. Like, they were coming off of their win against Secret, and they were feeling themselves, quite frankly.
Yeah.
They were playing so well. They kept up the tempo. They cast all their spells correctly. They played with confidence. But that Mag loss, that first one, broke them. And then to take it the next game and beat them with it convincingly, I'm worried about Spirit's mental state right now, actually, because this is where the difference in experience comes in between these 2 teams. Spirit are very young, and they probably didn't expect to make it this far. While LGD, they've been training for this for 2 years. So.
Yeah, I mean, they have. So far, there's been 2 TIs before this. This is the 3rd TI that there's a Game 5 in a grand finals, and PSG LGD has already experienced this. They were already in a Game 5, Brian, with Ame actually as well.
It's a little bit different this time because in the previous one, they were up 2-1 going into Game 4. They were up by 15K, I believe, in Game 4, and OG made this crazy comeback. And instead, they've got all the momentum going in. I feel like they feel strategically superior. They're like, those first 2 games, like whatever happened, shake it off. They had only lost 2 games throughout the entirety of a TI prior to that series. So I think LGD is in a way better spot going into Game 5.
Dude, they looked broken. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. I saw the cameras on them, and I was thinking, oh, God, they're done. They looked so broken. They looked sad. Their eyes were watery. And then that happens. I think the Tinker game was like a huge turning point. I think that draft was just a lot easier to execute. it gave them the taste for blood again. And then in the next game, it's just like they're just back to like prime LGD. You know, it's what they said in an interview. Like they learned from the losses and they're grateful to the enemy teams for giving them the opportunity to learn. And that's what I felt after the Tinker game.
Yeah, we heard from Zawait right after the draft, and he was saying that some of the things that he told the team in between games before Game 4 was don't be afraid. If we lose together, we lose together, and otherwise we always have next year, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how you want your coach to be, but I think that right now, LGD are just in a position to take it all. And as amazing as Spirit's run has been, they've got the momentum now on LGD. And just hopefully, regardless of the outcome, both teams should be proud of themselves for what they've done today.
Yeah, we've highlighted Team Spirit a lot because obviously they were on match point for 2 games now. We are going to highlight PSG LGD a little bit more because now they are also on match point, and one of these 2 teams will take home $18 million and the World Championship and the Aegis. A lot on the line for this one game of Dota 2. So far, we only have 5 players in the world that have a 2-time TI championship to their names. If PSG LGD were to win this Game 5, we'll have 7 in total because Faith Beyond and Y were on the winning roster of Wings in TI6. And they will also have a 100% win rate at TI because they have only played that TI6, Brian. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, they're doing the OG, but instead of taking like 6 months off, they take 4 years off and just come back and win another TI. But you know, we talk about the money. I'm a little bit of a math nerd myself. We're looking at $13 million between the 2 teams, between first and second.
Yes.
If it's like an average 40-minute game, that's about $300K a minute that they're playing the game of Dota. If you average 10 CS a minute, that seems pretty reasonable. That means every time you hit a creep, that's $30,000 if you win this game.
That's such a carry. That is such a carry way of breaking it down. Okay,
Just
let me tell you
imagine
from the
that.
offline
30K.
perspective.
30K.
For every death, it's $300,000 for every death you feed. There's the offlane perspective.
But it's more like $1 million. You're not going to
sorry.
actually, for you, you'd probably die that many times. Never mind.
He's right.
No, there is a lot of pressure indeed with the money on the line, with the prestige on the line as well, and on the flip side of perhaps having a 2-time champ, Nothing to Say has not been at a single TI yet. This is his first one, and he has a potential to become the next Royal Roader. The last Royal Roader we had was Thompson at TI8. Before that, it was GH at TI7. And before that, it was the full Wings lineup. But it is pretty crazy because all those names we hear time and time again, we talk about Thompson, GH. They're some of the best players in their roles, still are. And it just gives me a lot of giddiness for the season and the seasons to come, Effie.
And just speaking of Nothing to Say, he rose to prominence and kind of made himself known through Tinker. He was just a pub star who spammed Tinker, much to everyone's annoyance. And the hero that kept them in the TI Grand Finals was Tinker.
Turning point. Yep.
It's just everything goes back full circle. Every TI has some kind of magical story. And it's just incredible that we can see this level of Dota come out consistently from new players every year, it feels like.
It's very reminiscent of Thompson like Pugna.
I got a
breaking
thought.
it out in the last series.
All right.
Oh, no.
I believe that if you can turn around a best of 5 like this, if you do this when every CS is worth 30,000 goddamn dollars, then you should receive an honorary PhD in psychology from like Harvard or wherever.
I don't know if it works that way, but I
should.
will tell you that in TI Grand Finals history, it's never happened that someone did a reverse sweep. This year alone, we did see the reverse sweep with EG versus IG in the Grand Finals of the Singapore Major. Of course, it all started with that question mark.
They should get master's degrees. This is PhD.
I mean, it is being able to recover from that level of pressure and stress that is on that final game. But I also think that it is, with a Game 5, Effie, it's very simple for Team Spirit to also probably reset because they have also been in this situation before.
I think every team is able to reset in a way, but we don't actually know what goes on behind the scenes in their in their little powwow, I guess, after the game goes on. But what we know right now is PSG LGD beat them when they were playing their hero and then took their hero and beat them with it. And now they've got the 2-game win momentum. And they also have first choice, right, for the next game. So it's looking a lot harder for Spirit than it is for PSG LGD this game.
It is. It is looking pretty rough for Team Spirit as well, but they also know they've got a full region behind them. They are the first Eastern European team to be standing on these grand finals since 2013. It's been a long time coming. That being said, PSG LGD, of course, also having a lot of pressure because it has been quite a while since a Chinese team lifted that Aegis, and they know what it would mean to not just their organization and their team, but to the entire country if they were to indeed lift that Aegis. We'll see who gets to do it, though. We'll see who will take home that Aegis. It is going to be either Team Spirit or PSG LGD. It is one game of Dota 2. And I think it's going to be very important for both these teams to strip away these grand finals, to just relax. We see a lot of players, by the way, always take off their shoes. You know, they gotta recreate how they feel when they play at home. In the past, we have had Ice taking off his pants because he preferred to play in his boxers, and that's allowed because you just gotta make yourself comfortable. It is very important. Also, interesting fun fact for you all at home. I know you see sometimes players play with these heat packs. They've got these little heat packs to make their fingers warm. It is not actually cold in these booths. It's not cold. The reason they use these heat packs is because adrenaline makes your blood vessels tighter because, you know, you got to pump that blood real fast. But your extremities, your fingers, you need those to play the game. It's a sport with your hands, so you got to have those heat packs to make your blood vessels wide again. Did you know that, Jenkins?
No, I have very bad knowledge of anything medical. Which is why I was saying they should receive PhDs in medicine.
Those aren't even medical. PhDs are not medical.
Well, whatever. I think they should get a PhD in whatever the hell they want if they're going to reverse sweep a TI. But also, I feel like Team Spirit had all the odds stacked against them just a few games ago. And they're in the same position. So what the hell do we know?
They've been in several Game 3s, and we've watched them improve throughout the entire season. You've had the one team that's just consistently at the top, and the other one that's been rising from 4th place in Season 1 of DPC, where they didn't even qualify for the major. And it's all here.
Qualifier team, bro.
Yeah. I'm so glad that you brought that up, PSG, because even if you look at their DPC performance, they've just been slowly getting better. They've just been this team lurking in the shadows. Throughout the Animator, they impressed. They beat Liquid in their tiebreakers, right? They did so well in groups, better than anyone else expected. And in the DPC Season 2, they almost beat VP. It was such a close game. And when we come here, everyone's whispering about how Spirit have been so strong in scrims, but people kind of just let this team grow into something big without us even knowing. It's just been awesome to watch.
An actual dark horse, not just a team where you don't want to feel bad by being like they're going to get eliminated. They're an actual dark horse
We
team.
can call them a dark dragon because they do have the dragon logo that is like black and white, so they're actually like dark dragon, right?
They've earned it at this point.
They really did. Also, want to remind people of the words that Collapse had said right before their tournament. He was prompted with the question upper bracket, lower bracket, and he without hesitation said lower bracket. So he likes to be with the back against the wall, Brian. It makes him perform better.
Just give him a new hero. You know, give a new hero to Yatoro. I give Collapse, the Mag, the Tide. I don't care what's happened up until this point. Pull out your TI-8 OG. Pick exactly what your players want to play. I don't think strategy is going to matter nearly as much as we maybe give it credit for when this much is on the line.
Agreed. Pick your best heroes, and that's how they beat Secret today. They just pulled up. The draft was looking grim until they pulled out the last pick Storm for Toronto, Tokyo, and they absolutely destroyed with it. So just go for comfort, play like you're at home, and see what happens.
So you want Silent and Zhao to just go in those booths and say, guys, Game 5 of this TI-10 Grand Finals, everything's on the line. What do you want to play? Is it that simple? Maybe. It could be that simple. We are going to find out what is going to happen in this 5th and deciding and final game of TI-10. Let's go.
Team Spirit versus PSG LGD. Grand Finals, Game 5.
Hello everyone, welcome to the final draft panel of TI-10 because this is Game 5. One game to decide the entire tournament between these two teams.
This is literally the best game Dota has to offer.
It is. This is the best moment of the tournament. What do you guys hope to see from both teams coming in?
You want to go?
I mean, first and foremost, the best game of Dota possible, I think. That is what I want to see. I want to see both teams getting their comfort zone. I want to see both teams getting solid drafts and being able to fight full force and, you know, show the world and show themselves and us, like everybody, what they have to offer. That's what I want to see.
I mean, this is one of life's true magical miracle moments. This is people working their lives, years and hours and so much.
They did ban Tiny, sorry. They did not ban Tiny.
Yeah, oh wow. They actually decide, okay, but Mag is also in. So this is something that, we know that LGD, they chose first pick.
Yeah.
And most likely they were trying to force this Mag for nothing trade, or they believe that these guys were not going to counter the Mag correctly. But now Team Spirit is changing it up one more time, which is really going to be awesome. But yeah, back to what I was going to say, because this is back against the wall for both teams. This is like the most pressure these people have probably ever been under in their whole lives, or for Ahmed, like he's been so close twice now. I hope to see both teams just fully let go of everything that holds them back, become a team, become the best humans you can, become like the best teammates that you can become, and play the best you can. This is your day. This is your moment. This is for you to show the world what you can do in Dota.
And it's amazing to witness. And I think we're going to get it because this opener from both teams, it shows us a lot of confidence. So I feel like the teams, they found their momentum again, they found their form, and they found their confidence. And that's what matters at this point. And there's a lot to say actually about what's going on. So LGD had the choice. And they ended up, so second pick has won, like game 1, 2, and 3, they were about second pick. LGD was forced back against the wall into a first pick scenario in the game 4 that we just witnessed. Mm-hmm. They took the Mag and they showed how they can make it work and they can also counter it. This would show us game 3. Team Spirit in game 4, they showed that, in my opinion, they showed LGD they did not have the best understanding and they're going for it, yeah, here. And I want to say how, like in this game, LGD, they get their best strategy. Tiny is their best strategy. As we said before, they brought this Tiny to the meta. They were the team making it happen. They were the team abusing the Tiny with the Lycan. They know this better than anybody else. They have played the Tiny Lycan versus Secret the other day and against the Secret Mag, and they made it work. Today, Team Spirit, they played versus the Secret Tiny with the Mag, and they won.
Yeah.
But, is LGD better at executing it than Secret? Maybe they are. You can only assume. This game will tell.
Yes. We learned firsthand about the LGD Lycan Tiny very early on before we got to TI, and this strategy, when you see it for the first time, you're like, oh boy, this reminds you of some of the other broken strats that you see come up around TI. And I think, it's nice. It's amazing that we get this in the game 5 and that somebody is manning up to LGD saying, we're giving you your best strat. Yeah. And we're going to beat you. And
this is the team that theory crafted it. They are the inventors of Tiny and Tiny Lycan. It's scary to go up against it. And I like the Team Spirit confidence. They're getting their Collapse Magnus. One thing that has to be said is Rubik is getting banned. Like, this is going to be Collapse Magnus at its prime. Or it should be, right? Because so far, LGD, they have countered it with the Rubik. They understand how to break this cure action. Are they going to get the tools that they need in order to break this cure? We're yet to see. I think that's one of the kind of storyline of this draft. Miposhka Bane has been incredibly good. We saw also Bane dominate the game 4 for LGD. Bane versus Tiny, extremely interesting matchup. Why is that? Because Enfeeble actually reduces attack damage for 60%. It's really big. Tiny plays on the space damage. Actually, a Tiny that goes on somebody while being enfeebled does ridiculously low damage, actually. It does counter him. It's a hero that's very undervalued, in my opinion, against Tiny. Of course, Bane into Lycan, it can be a little bit scary, but yet again, this is all about, this Tiny strategy, is all about getting this Tiny to kind of a critical mass that nothing can deal with.
I do think that you'll eventually get some plays, or if we're going to see it, and we're going to see it executed really well, you're also going to see the Lycan vision being used, and Lycan versus Bane, Lycan versus Mag, it's a lot about the vision. Ideally, LGD, they get to start the fight, either through the Tiny Shadow Blade or Bling, or something else, Tinker fits well in these kind of drafts, because you have the Lycan to enable you, and if you have a good lane, you can also have a stable game, and now your scaling is unreal. This is something that I think Team Spirit should keep in mind. They should keep in mind these Tinkers, they should keep in mind their best heroes, and also, for them, what are we going to do against this Tiny now? Are we trying to push him out of his comfort zone, play on early timings before he gets bitten and 20-minute shard and all those things? Or are we actually going to try to pick this Nakes, Ursa? I saw Ursa ban. They're going to pick a hero like Faceless Void with the mag to try and take these fights later on against this monster.
Which style do you think is a better counter to the Tiny Lycan? Because this combos ran rampant during TI.
I'm in the tiny boat. I am very much in the tiny boat.
It's too much.
This is an Angel Arena hero. This is not a Dota hero.
You have to beat it before it hits its timings. Nothing beats it. Like, at least that's our read, is like, you will not scale into this. It's not going to happen. Especially against LGD, they understand the timings. They're going to push it at the perfect time. They will not lose. They're not going to waste a single second in this game. As soon as they have the upper hand, they will push it, they will end the game. You have to beat it before, and you can. This Tiny doesn't. Like, he mechanically cannot play quicker than the 20 minutes. It's just a Dota mechanic. He cannot buy the shard before minute 20.
I would argue there's a Shadow Blade timing that changes a little bit because he actually can defend this tower, surprise you, get solo kills. But other than that, like, you still want to abuse him because with this Naked Shadow Blade or with something else like that, like one slow, one spell, you're at risk of dying and getting dragged into a bad fight. Okay.
They're just going for it. They're picking all three of the cores in a row.
I'm not so sure it's a core. I mean, it might be. It might very well be.
You think it's a support Kunkka, maybe?
I'm not sure. I think it's very scary to pick the Kunkka like that. They maybe have a read where...
I think it's a stabilizing thing for them. I think they're actually so confident that this hero is not losing mid and is going to stabilize the mid game and the early game through his boat fights. That would be my read on it.
I mean, I see it. It is, indeed, probably the best hero to stabilize the game for the Tiny Lycan, because the holes of Tiny Lycan is, it's the first pick Tiny, it's the first phase Lycan. Like, these heroes are gonna be, they should be punished on lanes. They should be punished in the game. You're just announcing, hey, this is a Tiny Lycan game. You know, so of course, the Team Spirit is gonna try to abuse that. So these heroes are gonna have to, somebody's gonna have to make space for them. You know, you wanna consider that they're not gonna have the perfect Tiny Lycan game, or the opposing team kinda messed up the draft. So Kunkka is here to help them stabilize. You know, Kunkka's a great laner. The boat is good in every game in the early fights and whatnot. So this could explain why they feel like we need to get our hands on this Kunkka, especially because the hero that they might pick later is going to get counterpicked anyway.
Didn't they only pick Yatoro's hero in the last 2 games that they lost early? Now they're again going back to picking his very late.
Yeah, and it makes sense with what a hero pool he's displayed on the main stage.
I'm just wondering what he's going to be playing now with all these bans that are coming out for him. Like, the heroes that I think, if they ban the Faceless Void now, I wonder what he's going to look at with this mag versus this Tiny.
So with these 8 heroes picked, which side do you favor going to these final picks?
I'm on the Tiny boat.
Yeah.
Just a Tiny boat?
Tiny Lycan boat.
If you want to break this Tiny, you have to abuse the fact that he comes online late. I mean, everything is relative, but he comes online post minute 20. Yeah. Same for the Lycan. He should have a bad lane. He's buying Ags, so all the gold that he builds towards these Ags is useless. Lycan with 3k gold or just with the blade and the staff of with it, like, it does nothing. When the Axe comes and the shard comes, this is when the power spike is crazy. But before that, these are 2 heroes that are actually really bad at fighting. They're really bad at, at stunning, at catching. They don't do much. So, and I think you have to use that opening. But so far, I think the Spirit heroes, I don't know if they truly do that.
And if you think about it from that perspective, I feel like Kunkka and Skywrath, you're trying to run at them, hit that strong timing, but they have the potential to burst anyone. And you have some Bane save, some Winter Wyvern save, but it might not be enough for Skywrath.
And I also think the Skywrath was a preemptive pick for Toronto to Tokyo. If he wasn't going to play Invoker, which was not banned, then the Skywrath Silence is always good against the Spirits. And I think they picked this knowing what's coming, knowing what this Dota game is already kind of shaping out to be. So I think it was also a good pick to, now you see this Ember, you see this Vyron, and you actually see the Skywrath value that's going to happen in these early fights. Could happen.
To me, I feel like there's a hole though in LGD's draft in the sense that you pick Lycan into Mag Wyvern and you pick Tiny into Mag Wyvern, and Mag Wyvern, they have really good plays against that. And when they played against Secret, they did play the same lineup. They played Tiny Lycan into Mag Wyvern, and they had a Puck and a Phoenix, which are heroes that excel at messing with the backline. They stop the Bane and the Wyvern and the Mag from pressing the spell how they want to. I see a hole in the sense that Kunkka and Skywrath, they don't do that. This Wyvern is going to have free fights. Same for the Mag, same for the Bane, and that worries me a lot. For LGD, I think the fights are going to be much harder, and we saw Secret today, and I think the hole in their draft was they had a Shadow Demon and the Lina with the Mag, with the Tiny and the Lycan, and these heroes don't really complement. They don't counter what counters the Tiny Lycan.
Yeah.
Something I want to mention actually is that they picked Meg and they banned Rubicon to protect it. I think this Kunkka pick actually came because X has a similar function. Like if Magnus gets a skewer and you X and redirect him, or you X your ally, you can stop that skewer play from coming in.
That's quite interesting. Yeah, you can actually X the Tiny. Yep.
We also see Enchantress coming in. I think this hero, they have this slow lineup, but something you can do is you can play really aggressive early with Enchantress. There's double range supports and a Magnus. This hero can actually snowball this game.
He definitely can.
I like these types of Dota drafts. I really like these drafts that are a bit lackluster too. Like I'm a big fan of Skyred, especially back in the day. But there's a big hole, which is your AoE, your team fight, your ability to fight into them. Oh, TB, the draft, okay. But still, they're banking everything on this Christmas tree wolf that's gonna happen at some point, and it breaks the whole game, you know? And this is also the end, it's just here to help that happen, to make that happen.
It really seems like LGD doubled down on we are gonna secure the strongest 20-minute timing.
Yes.
And Team Spirit, I actually think that LGD is on a timer. If they cannot enforce this 20-minute timing and snowball the game, this is when the Wyvern, the TB, the Magnuses, they will scale greatly. So it's going to be down to can LGD...
I should have seen that one coming.
Choose your hero.
It's harder than the Rubik one. I think I think it might happen. Even if you have to go high ground, exit tiny, you hit the tower.
But then you have to create a situation where the tiny is getting something done. You know, in the mid game and stuff, it's not the same. It's exciting. Both teams have great tools to take it home.
Last time Pasha played Byron, he owned the game.
Yeah. It's gonna be crazy. I mean, that's what we wish for. It's like, can both teams get a solid draft? Can they get their comfort? They did. We're in for a treat.
So who do you guys think the most important hero on LGD is for them to hit their timing? Like, whose early game matters the most?
Obviously the Kunkka, and I would also say the supports will have a huge part to play. The Lycan, the Tiny, they still have roles to play in the early game. Everybody does, and if you can help negate pressure, if you can get that random support kill if they're doing something illegal in your jungle, or kill the wave with your hero, then sure. But having a good game, they can make so much happen together.
And for the Team Spirit side, do you think there's anyone who can sort of stop that onslaught early?
Ember, everybody's looking at Ember for this match. Yeah,
it has to be Ember.
And now we're going to the final game by 10. But before we go into game with Team Spirit's coach Simon.
Sun's expectation.
Prepare for battle.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the deciding Game 5 here at the TI-10 Grand Finals. Team Spirit against PSG LGD. I'm ODPixel, joined of course once again by the fabulous Insania. What have we got in front of us here? What have we got in store for us this game, Aiden?
Man, what a crazy game. I think the last game was very much in LGD's favor straight from the draft. I think this is really even, and I completely agree with what Seb had to say, where I think both teams have different things going for themselves. I think if this game does scale up, if it goes very slowly, if the 20-minute timing from the Tiny isn't abused, then LGD's draft is going to just lack in power as the game scales up. I'm a little bit worried about how much the impact the Sky, Kunkka, Enchantress combo can have together on the map, and how well Team Spirit will be able to shut it down. I think runes, just like Silent said, luck, you know? And I don't think he was joking. Luck really does matter. If they get those power runes, it's going to be huge for them.
I mean, we saw as well from Spirit the sort of the very carefree attitude it worked out at the start of this series. I've been asked before the first game how the preparation was. So said, well, we didn't get to do much at all. We're just turning up to play and have a bit of fun. That fun certainly looked to be effective in Game 1 and Game 2, but Game 3 and Game 4, as we've just seen, PSG LGD, they have stepped it up. They've hit back hard. Now is the time to see if they can continue on the road to the reverse sweep, or Team Spirit can find that magic that was getting them through the first two games of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be a battle of the mid laners come after laning phase. I think the laning phase is probably going to be fairly even. Both heroes will farm fairly well, but that's 6-minute rune though, and I think the 6-minute rune actually has a massive edge in this game, because they're going to get to decide what happens, and the other team has to respond.
Absolutely, we've seen the importance of those timings, those power runes already many times in the series, many times in the tournament itself. Both teams will fully be aware of this, and we'll see a lot of focus around that first spot. Looking at the side lanes here, getting into the action. Who's having the rough time here in the early game?
I actually think most lanes are just going to be fairly farmy. The top side of the map, I think, is probably where we're going to see the most kind of action. There's a little bit of threat from the tiny edge to potentially make some sort of kill move, but I really think it's right now, you know, you want to get as much farm as you can out of the lanes before the sports rotate out. So I expect all 6 cores of this game to have a fairly decent start.
Alright, well, we'll see if there's going to be any slip-ups in the laning stage.
Yeah, very even so far.
Mid lane, 11 for 1 against the 8 for 0. Of course, Toronto Tokyo taking quite the hit from the Tidebringers. And nothing to bottom lane, Jinkyu. It's a little low here, but into the trees he goes. A TP away just in time before Yutoro's able to hunt him down.
Yeah, so the Metamorphosis has been popped, but they have lane control up top, and the advantage of having lane control is that TB can't really run you down with his ranged attack the way he wants to, so not the ideal position for this meta to be used. If you're able to use it right outside of your own tier 1 tower, you can kind of zone out any other hero to come into the lane, but Faithion's doing just fine during this meta.
Oscar trying his best to get Jinkyu away from his Terrorblade, keep that area safe for Yutoro.
Yeah, nothing to say, he's doing very well mid. I'm a little surprised that he's almost a full creep wave ahead.
Sakura taking out Salt, Mirror, continue to trade as best they can here with White.
Yeah, good job making sure this top part can't...
Gonna try and move up. I mean, Collapse has hit the level 3. See if he's got enough lockdown and damage to take this. Kill him. Yes, he does. At the same time in the mid lane, Toronto Tokyo. They're very low. They have out of the range for potential tie-bringer. He will, but there we have it. First blood up top. Good quick read from Spirit there as soon as they knew that they had the setup and a level 3 on Magnus.
Yeah, doing excellently for nothing to say. Toronto Tokyo here has a hard choice of do I go for the bounty rune or do I stay in the lane and try to farm. Ooh, nice Slayer Fist. Dodges off the farm. But yeah, overall, I think very stable lanes all around. TB Lycan about even. Mid lane is really the only outstanding lane so far to me.
Sure, we know how scary nothing to get when he has a start like this. The setups that he'll be able to offer to the team, they're going to be huge, and a fair bit of damage to follow up each and every time that nothing to say gets a catch.
Yeah. And LGD really on top of refilling the bottle, right? You see Toronto Tokyo is not quite getting the same support mid, and that's because their heroes are forced to stay in their lanes right now. They can't really move their pieces on the map. And already winning the lane, getting that free bottle refill, he's going to be able to steal this lock away from Ember. This is huge. That's off to a great start in his game 5 of the Grand Final.
It's very hard for Toronto Tokyo to do too much about it. Couldn't go early on. So HP is not going to be too burnt down by the Ember at the early levels.
Yeah, and up top you see, like, this is generally how the early game is developing in this Grand Final. The Tiny gets 1 versus 1 lane against the Mag because there's no real kill threat. Neither side can really pressure each other too much, and the two supports are kind of battling out in the jungle. Here we go, Collapse is really far up into the lane. This could be a lot of pressure.
Mirror. Back to this side though, in case Arme on White.
Yep.
Find the connection.
I feel like the one small edge PSG LGD has had in this Grand Final is they're able to keep their safe lane really close to their tower constantly. They're not losing lane control on their safe lane. And it's allowing for them to have very good creep equilibrium, and that then in return make Collapse forced to play much safer.
Oh, Wassy Mirror. Not quite able to close the gap on the courier. Has left Collapse rather on his own. Nice little circle around the tree line. Come away from the two of them.
He's actually a player that very often manages to get these jukes where he kind of takes a route that people don't expect him to and gets out of these tricky situations. Wonder if he can out now though. White's on top of him. He has a low.
Just a fair bit of damage. Does still have to Stewart for a follow-up impetus or the combo of Arme close in on him.
Yep, Faithion getting initiated on bot. Meta's used, like immediate TP out. Again, great presence of mind. You can tell why these players are in the Grand Finals. They're not giving anything away for free. It's not like neither team is attempting to make moves. It's just both teams are really on top of it.
The setup here with a combo, nothing to dodge. Flies off to the side. Toronto Tokyo, in fact, over in the triangle, they are able to catch out. Or in fact, well, he did deny the bounty rune, but it will cost him his life. Coming over for that one. There's Team Spirit were prepared for that move.
Yeah, and Toronto picks up the illusion run there. So a little bit of coordination there. If you time that Ancient Seal a bit better, generally speaking, you know, you're going to use an X in the torrent. If you get the silence after the torrent goes off, then the potential to get the boat in is there. And if I think if they didn't come that way, they might have gotten the kill. But of course, the fear of Ember potentially dodging the torrent with a slay forced them to use it too early.
Yeah, that's mid. Half them to make that play again. Top lane. The Nightmare step onto Arme. Collapse. Damage. Doesn't look like the Shockwave will. Chased out Arme, but the Shockwave and Skewer already expended. There's no further right here against the tiny Arme is going to be fine.
That's good pressure though. They forced them off of the lane. They finally have managed to get lane control up top, and immediately when they get it, they have the opportunity to pressure timing. So force them off the way, force them to go into the jungle, and he doesn't have any system, so he's going to have to spend gold against that region.
There you go for him early on here with the three of them surrounding the Terrorblade. Yatora is trapped in the trees. The moves from the supports of PSG LGD start to come in. See the counterplay attempted. Set up with the Nightmare, but the TP's already coming over for nothing to say. He'll be ready to fight if Team Spirit push any further, and they won't. They'll respect the potential of a backup coming in for Arme. They step away to not be caught out by the combo of the Kunkka.
Yeah, Battle of the Power Rune now resumes. It's about 30 seconds left. Thinking about which supports can we bring to the runes, who can be there in time to help. One haste, one E, it can change the flow of the game entirely.
So Tokyo also just sort of cutting away, maybe getting the momentum of the mid lane in such a state that he'll ability. But yeah, PSG LGD just fully.
It's a big rune. This allows you now to have the damage to potentially burst a hero that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. And bottom lane, Faithbeyond's really trying to pressure his tower. And now that he's forced the Arctic burn from Imposhka, Imposhka's very safe. He can't really sit there and it's annoying anymore. And just continuously nuke the creeps. So expect this tower to start falling. Meanwhile, top, Ahmed's doing a great job of just defending.
He is. He's clearing out the wave, holding off the pressure. Something that Team Spirit can't quite do themselves here down bottom. Faithbeyond.
So here, it's an important smoke here that LGD are doing. That Ahmed's gonna sit at the tower. The Radiant team can't really defend their own bottom tower, so what are they going to do? They're going to mirror your play. They're going to go and attempt to take top lane tier 1 tower. So this smoke period, it's a preemptive move in case Team Spirit tries to do something. But Bear reads it perfectly. They are aware.
And making sure not to get caught out by these early moves as PSG LGD do start to slow ramp up an early gold advance. 1k lead, they'll be able to catch themselves. Suddenly that hit in River Mirror.
Yeah, and Yatora actually gives his position away. He used the reflection there, so now they know Terrorblade's in the triangle. And you can look bottom, Faithbeyond has absolutely no fear. There's no hero that can gank him in any shape, way, or form. So he's off to a really, really good start. And when we talked about the strap coming into it, it's all about timings, right? So you want, ideally, for him to finish up on the Overlord and the Aghanim Scepter before 20 minutes. And if the game continues the way it is right now, it's highly likely to happen.
Double damage.
I'm a Spirit. I want to try and put the pressure up top. Try and push Arme out of this top area of the map. He's in the mid lane. Over the cap. To get on it, secure, fully prepare.
Yep,
Spirit on the way.
Spirit are aware that the boat was used. Top tower is very unlikely to be defended.
It's hard for them to get on top of Arme. Again, playing the avalanche, putting stop to the combo, and now time's been bought for PSG LGD to come around. Yatora immediately out with the TP. He doesn't want to be around there anymore. Mirror will get found in the trees though. Dead there on the Bane. PSG LGD continue to fight back against Spirit's attempt to get something done, whilst the pushes are coming in elsewhere from PSG LGD. They're definitely getting a little bit more done in this first 10 minutes.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And Purge Creeper on the Lycan. This allows you to take away the level 4 Vanguard from the Emperor, which is his major fighting tool right now in the early game. So that gets purged immediately. This tower's gone.
Now look at this timing, yeah, 10 minutes, a second tier 1 tower. They're playing it fast, PSG LGD.
Yeah, LGD have the entire map to play with right now. They're controlling the entire. It's basically wherever they want to go, wherever they want to kill, is an option for them. And Team Spirit, they just have to try to play this map split game where they're driving the PSG LGD heroes around and trying to get Yatora to farm safely behind every post.
I'm going to see what the space the collapse has got. He's going to have a good time here on the blink down. I mean, how proactive do you expect to see them be here with this blink? Was it an immediate smoke and an attempt for a kill?
I think very likely they're going to try to make some counter move, where like try to set a play where they expect LGD to do something and they know where their heroes are going to, and then they're set up ready to keep that fight. I don't really expect them to make some aggressive smoke. Most likely around some enemy tower or one of their own.
See, just this constant micro here.
Oh my god, Faith being so annoying. From the Tokyo's trying to farm jungle and Vanguard, but just purging it off every single time.
And he's taking all the camps himself, Faith, behind here with the walls.
Yeah, and it's a tough if you're Team Spirit. You really drafted this like very late game heavy draft. You know it's gonna take a long time for you to come online. I think if you see a team like OG play this Summer Spirit, he probably would have gone for more of a slight chain build and try to make moves, try to tempo, and try to break up the pace of the game. But Honda Tokyo opted to go for the more farm heavy route. So their draft is gonna come online much later than PSG LGD's, and that's why they're allowed to dominate the early game the way they have been.
Nothing to say. He wants to step in the mid. Arcane Rune in the bottom. Up there. With a phase very tanky. Kunkka this early on and a lot of damage to dish out.
Radiant are scanning.
If we take a look at the vision, which we've been talking so much during this series, because it's just so important, you notice you have the Spreading Wolves from Faith Beyond, so there's extra 2 wards that are walking around the map and fighting vision for LGD. And then on top of that, the Team Spirit wards are so defensively placed right outside of their own towers, protecting their triangle, protecting their tier 2 bottom tower. So it's not really giving them any information about what's going on in the game. They don't really see any heroes on these wards. Whilst LGD feel very comfortable moving around the map, so Vision Spirit definitely in favor of LGD. They understand what's going on in the game right now much better than Team Spirit does. Team Spirit's playing exclusively off of game sense.
See the confidence from PSG LGD because of that vision control. Focus, they swing through the triangle here. Obviously, His Spirit gets caught out on the top. They don't get alright. Now he's to back off.
Yator's so good at sniffing it out if you let.
Yeah, and he's made the call for Collapse to back off as well. They're both out of it.
Yeah, and this is purely a game sense read. This is him looking at the minimap, understanding what LGD is doing, and responding perfectly. There was no information of that play. Carefully done. There's a little bit of a play attempt set up at the bottom lane. But they just don't have the damage.
It's not just with the not a job for the support. So though.
He's making his way.
Maybe in the terrible in the metamorphosis they could get the damage done if they get a grip onto Arme. He's tanking that 2.4 400 HP. He's got the treads. See if they can do it. 9 instantly TP's see if they can do the damage quick enough. Yatoro moving down with the metamorphosis and Lucius to be able to take the kill off Arme. Flares coming in. Yatoro is able to sidestep it. PSG LGD can get a grab in return. Nothing to say. Trying to charge in. Being headed to strip them from the rest of it. Comes the micro. Oh my. And he's able to lock down Mapochka here with a setup from the Dota. Drag back into the combo. He'll try his best to break the combo. Nothing to say here with the curse thrown out Mapochka. But he will still end up going down. Still no Spirit. They'll take that. They're able to take Arme off them. Yatoro is able to continue to farm here with Benefit, Collapse, and the Empower.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But they did use both the Lightning Storm and the Bow. And if you think about how LGD wants to play this game, it's important for them to have their cooldowns to get big kills or get big moments. While Team Spirit, every time nothing's happening in the game, they feel like they're getting ahead. They feel like they're progressing their game. And that's exactly what's going on now, right? They know Lightning Storm, there's no Bow, there's a fight that's going to happen in them soon. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, we're seeing as well Toronto able to silently play his game here. A lot of space. See already with this starting with the first time couple of Yules, he's already rather hard for PSG LGD to cap. He's Javelin on his way towards the Maelstroms. His game, his farm's certainly going to be picking up. Pretty sitting here. PSG LGD are to find any more action to keep this loop going. Arme in the neighborhood, ready to brawl in the jungle of Spirit as Spirit gives them. So in the game 5, Spirit return to sort of that fantastic ability to root moves and just avoid any sort of engagement that is not preferable for them to be involved in.
Yeah, you're playing some sort of Enchanted Skywrath type stuff. You want to be getting kills right now. You want to be punishing them. And if you take a look at the buffs, it's been about a 2 to 3k lead for most of the game. They're not really progressing on LGD's side. Yes, they're ahead, but they're not getting more ahead. And with their stuff, they're going to be getting more ahead as the game progresses. So it's looking like that 20-minute timing really is going to be everything for them.
Absolutely, especially now with the shit that they've done on Arme. I mean, he is ready to be an incredible killer at this stage, of course. The power of the top. ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, two sports from Team Spirit are going to be really, really important for the upcoming team fight, because if Bane is able to get a grip on the Tiny for long enough for TB to take positioning and output damage, that might just be enough for them to win the game. If this Tiny goes down, PSG LGD's draft has nothing. It's all about...
This time
Radiant's middle tower is under
Miposhka.
attack.
Collapse by their side. Oh man. Himself Xinkyu behind him. With the shadow in preparation to clear out the wave. If Spirit hang around to try and down.
Yeah, Poshka with the read. He does have a sentry. Looks like he might have ran up with that wave if Ahmed had just been slightly more patient. So if we take a look at items, you see the Winter Wire pulling the blink. He understands one good curse, you know? It's all about getting the one good spell off. So having the positioning, sitting back and then at the right moment, that's going to be what we're looking for. And they're giving him space, right? They're letting Miposhka sit down and try to finish the blink. They understand how important this is.
Absolutely. It's going to be huge, these curses. Against a lineup where you're running these 3 melee cores that want to be charging in at you. Absolutely possibilities for a huge turnaround man's team fights.
Yep, it definitely is. And if you look at Toro, he's building up Scott. He wants to be tanky enough to tank the damage and then potentially get a Sunder off. That's going to be the game for him. If he's able to stand his ground with Scotty and the Tiny initiates on anything but him, he might be able to be tanky enough to stay alive. Really not getting any farm in this game right now is Collapse. He's kind of understood that, you know what, I'm just going to get my shard and I'm going to be happy with that. If I can have it by 20 minutes, that's everything I need.
But from Collapse, how much you can get done with limited resources. This Magnus, it's something that got tripped up in the game, of course, where Xinkyu had the Rubik to deal with it. Something that isn't, of course, here this time round. So a bit more free of a game for Collapse to make his moves occur.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are waiting for the 20 minutes. I mean, if pacing keeps going like this, I mean, LGD is going to hit their time, and then you really look at that team fight. The nice thing about having so much time right now is I expect Team Spirit to be really ready for that fight when it comes.
Under attack.
Look at this. You're trying to make him before.
Yeah, here they go. Ancient Thunderhide leading the charge. Which will be spotted out by Spirit. They'll know that there's likely going to be some action following it.
Great read from Spirit again. And look up top, Yatoro's just farming. 5 heroes committed down here for LGD, but Yatoro has the space that he wants.
Can they get a grab underneath the tier 2 tower? Xinkyu, I think it's time to get the control. And Collapse is going to go with the RP just onto Xinkyu. Drip the scarab in the tower. Yatoro's ready to turn up the grip. There's nothing to say underneath the tower. Yatoro finishes up for another. Side of fist comes out and they're looking to turn on and nothing to say. They get him. Jump over the round and he's looking for more drop to go. James onto the floor and then Orbe goes down. Wyatt moving out the last time, not for long. And Shockwave claims the life of the Enchantress. The Spirit of Battle then divided to the Thunderhide of Faith Beyond, but of course that will also get claimed by Yatoro. Importantly for them on the defense and gripped him alive underneath the tower. But as we see the turnaround, it's absolutely there. Yatoro is able to get involved, and PSG LGD, they get punished
by the Team Spirit. But keep in mind, RP was expended, Metamorphosis was expended, 20-minute time coming up, and Roshan's available too. So huge rune. This could be a game-winning rune for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think once we see that Lightning Form come up, expect them to make kind of move. Actually, Tiny's missed 1,000 gold for his charge, so probably not going to be able to use his timing. So great fight for Spirit all around, but proving that Tiny's huge for them.
Just maybe we're even already leading into more action. He's got the Winter's Curse at the ready. Both Toronto, Tokyo, and Collapse up here ready to play around him as well.
Radiant's middle tower.
Beyond's about 1,000 gold away from the axe.
Collapse, he's got the horn toss, he's got quick catch and a drag back on the Xinkyu. Gets a bit of reach of the rest of the team. But watch out for these pickoffs. Something that Collapse was tearing them apart with earlier in the series.
Yeah, and Collapse has recognized that, you know, the idea from LGD here is slap and send with Blinks and Horn Toss. So you can't get the screw back. Very similar to how the Rubik in the game, but this round they're just trying to use this slaps from Skyrat. So what does he do? He goes for the sky. Great game understanding from Collapse.
It's the pit as well. even just with the one member there. But guys, no Jin-Q. It's still enough that PSG LGD feel that they cannot take this fight there. Letting this go to Spirit.
I feel like the pacing of the game right now is really favor Team Spirit, and I expect LGD to make some kind of move to try to break it up. I think they can't just let them farm out this 500 days. Expect something to happen before that. Oh, it's such a calm before the storm kind of moment to feel up. You see, Loki is just slowly farming up his items. I mean, this Ember Spirit's been a beast this event, and he's only 1,000 gold off of his own Aghanims. And after that comes a shock, and then there's just Flame... sorry. Fire...
Hasn't avoided this gap. 1-0-3. Struggled to contain Toronto. Top in this early stage. He's also going to have that deep route ready for the next fight. Lane 18, he's going to hurt. Some of these heroes on the they're not going to stand much of a chance at all. Jin-Q. That's why they better be pretty. Toronto, Tokyo making the jump in on them.
Yeah, the positioning of the supports, it's really, I think, the story of this game, because both front lines are so tanked. I don't really think they're going to go down without the assistance of support from both Miposhka and Mira, going against Y and Jin-Q. They both have very, very tough positions to be in. You're going to have Ember remnanting into your backline, chasing this guy, chasing the... And at the same time, if Tiny gets on top of you, you're just dead. If he is on you, you're cool.
And here's that time. We've got the act ready on Faith Pit. Ready to make the move here, as you say. They don't want to be held back by the idea that Yatoro's got an Aegis. They want to put this into it.
Yeah, they understand. If we wait too long, it's going to be too strong. And here we go.
Okay.
Oh, they see him.
Set up for success here. Towards Yatora. Miposhka trying to Tokyo and Collapse, setting up across the cliff side as Y pokes upon. See how Team Spirit want to tackle this. Looking for option Collapse. He's in, instantly caught up by the Ancient Steel, so no skew and a pull-up.
Chains, back up.
Anything they can do to save Enchantress, so he does want Nick saving it. He's going to need a Nightmare. Holds him back.
Yeah, we'll form both used on Light as well as Tiny. So this means full reset. Now Team Spirit are in control of the pace. They get to decide what happens in this game.
Yeah, they can push Aegis, Metamorphosis, ready for use here. Tier 2s could be on the table for Spirit.
No, LGD can't fuck back. Get on top of the here right now.
They've got their eyes on mid. First down in a rack. They're going to get out to the scope. 2800. It's got that butterfly queued up. Knows that they're not going to be wanting to pick up any sort of true PSG LGD, the evasion would be huge.
I wonder if it's enough though. I like the idea of the Satanic more. Yeah, he's going for the Satanic. I really like this, because if he can survive the Tiny combo, if he can get through it, you charge off the silence from the Skywrath, you can get one hit and then...
And that was beautiful.
I mean, if you're a Team Spirit fan, you're very happy with the pacing of this game. You saw LGD being unable to use their first timing of the game to really do anything. So if this keeps happening like 2-3 more times, then you're in the late game, and your Team Spirit geared to take that late game.
The rune of invisibility.
Ready with the setup top. Toronto, Tokyo, Invisible. It goes. See if he can get a surprise jump onto PSG LGD. Why? Close right now. It's just the two supports playing up here early. Putting themselves in the most dangerous position past the courts. Far the safer side of that.
I think Team Spirit are going to look for its bottom triangle ward. This is a ward that they usually fight around when they have it. So let's see what they do. It looks like they're moving over. Gem on Miposhka. They understand the importance of the vision in this game. And there's no Tombstone this time, right? They don't have that kind of team fight vision tool on Team Spirit as they did, or sorry, on LGD as it in the previous two games. Now they're relying on the wolves. But having the gem hears you, the wolves on top of it. They don't see where you're moving. They don't know what's going on. So great item pick up by Miposhka. Understand the importance of it. This game.
I mean, you know that Team Spirit's got the solid jump, but Pierre up. With the tiny ball, we're going to see Collapse come in. With the ball toss, he's going to separate. He'll do for the rest of the team. Feeds for locking down Kunka.
seconds on the Aegis, and once again, wolf forms are used, but I'm deciding to retreat. See the opening they want to buy back on the Kunkka.
About to fight one of their front cores right now in the game. They need them all up. Cool. Team Spirit head on. But it's timing left on the Metamorphosis. So Team Spirit can push up minutes in. To take down the tier 2.
Top. Ooh, quick fingers. Jumped away from the stun of the.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Soon to be coming out of Team Spirit. They're happy to go for the dives behind the tower. Toronto Tokyo is in. And he found himself a Xingqiu.
Great recognition there. You know, Tiny initiates on the top. What does that mean? That means both girls mid to fight. Immediately dives in. Wherever the Tiny is not, Team Spirit have massive freedom to make moves. It's really all about this Tiny. And two last ult forms have not gone PSG LGD's way. In fact, the game is slowly swinging into Team Spirit's favor. Kind of getting past that impossible timing of fighting this Tiny.
Oh, collapse! He's got another group! He's got one!
Yeah, if you're PSG right now, you really gotta try to find a way to catch Team Spirit off guard. But they have this data, they're setting up their vision smartly. They're playing where they see the dire hero. If you look at the minimap, look at where they're positioned. Bottom side of the map, 2 hill warps here to cover any sort of entrance that LGD try to make. So they're always aware of what's going on. Very smart positioning on the map. Team Spirit recognize that as long as we just delay the game, we don't feed, we don't give away anything for free, we're in a good position. Yatra will carry us.
Never refuse gold given.
It's alright. In position now to maybe push down the threat in another tier 2 tower. See the setup, looking for Toronto Tokyo again. Then to some, they don't get catch.
Being on the bottom tower doesn't sort of response. I mean, now they expect most of the LGD heroes to be on the top side of the map.
Dire's bottom tower.
I mean, opposites over 10 seconds. Can they start to poke the high ground, or is, how aggressive do you want to get with these pushes?
It's a scary decision to make. I don't envy carry players that have to make this decision in this position in this game, but
are they going to make the call to commit? Metamorphosis, it's up for you to.
Is under attack.
Does he want to base off PSG LGD? It doesn't look like they want to.
I think the idea here is to try to force the LGD heroes back into the then play around their own wards, and then potentially move over to the top side, remove any sort of vision that LGD has, and then get map control that way. You know, with these illusions, you force their
he looks for the jump, but not even get back on nothing. It's another technique of his upper. Oh, he flew the PSG gets cancelled by the avalanche. The Winter's Guards coming up quick again. And PSG LGD nice, crashing down onto Mirror. Should seal for now. Get Doris in the back up and reset. Inside the Tokyo. Looking for over the still is another one. Beaver Flags holding on to that, not jumping back quite yet. They killed off 2. And with 2 dead, they may just have to really to push up to the high ground. Yatora, but up. Still a bit longer with the Metamorphosis left. They're taking this tier 3. There's going to have to be buybacks. GQ back into the game. But a tier 3 taken it. Some damage being done to the Rex as well. No Kunkka for 40 seconds.
Yes, and no wolf fight.
Collapse. Jumps. The square made GQ. He's gone for 70. And the third down on PSG LGD. They'll keep the push going. And you've got to be careful, you know. Collapse is looking for another one. And drag back Volta. He just can't stop fighting Collapse. Every single time, big butter, big off. You can't stand anywhere near Spirit.
No, you absolutely can't. It's worth recognizing, you know, I don't have meta. I don't have my strongest, but they're big. And I think they're going to keep going for these buildings. They do not seem afraid. So much confidence right now in how they're playing. They get up. He's been a part, but it's 8,000 HP.
The Satanic at the ready if he ever feels threatened.
But look at this. LGD are coming in from behind. They recognize they can't go on the front line. They need to catch the back line here.
They're going to try and go for the easy kill first, or at least the easier, maybe, but no, it's not. TP out there, not able to stop it. I mean, combo. It's the Bane, they need more than I think. It doesn't look like they're going to get it. The Posh get off into the... He's going to be able to find him to stop that escape. take a tier through the mid lane, they only end up losing a Vayne, pushing them out to an 8k lead against PSG LGD.
Once again, both the wolf forms are expended, so you know what that means? Roshan's available, Metamorphosis is ready in 10 seconds, Team Spirit are gonna head up.
Even harder to deal with Yatora now. He's got the full Silver Edge done, so the ability to sort of duck in and out of the fight. He is gonna be a right nightmare to deal with. We see Arme's from super behind, but you definitely feel that at the moment, with the timing that they've hit, Spirit as a unit, so much harder to deal with than it is for them to at PSG LGD.
Yeah, absolutely. It's reflected in the way that Arme is playing, but he's about to get caught here.
There's dropping the RP! The BKB was out in time, he's into the invis with a physical. Is going to be enough here from this terrible Yatora? Look at this. He's trying to run, but he can't get away from him. They're ready to chase them up. Collapse, staring in to close the distance. Then caught the Skyron. Set up there as well. With the points of big game as well. Look at him. A third kill is coming from Collapse. Into the clubhouse of Spirit.
Team Spirit has slipped through the hardest part of the game. Now, everything is theirs. They just need to play this calmly. Don't overextend. Recognize that as long as we play around both ends, this game is firmly in our grip.
I mean, there's 3 dead. There's no buyback. Only nothing to say. And why left here at the defense? A Team Spirit. They're on a tip. Got a fortification. There's still those long seconds before they get their 2 calls back in the game. PSG LGD.
You're gonna have to try to do something. I don't think they have enough time to wait for Tiny to respawn.
See how careful these Team Spirit play.
Goes back.
Still 20 seconds now, Arme. They can push. They can push this. They need it back. 20 seconds with that, Arme. Get another ball round before they close it up. Jump ball for Clans. G2 goes there. Nothing to say as well. And Kickpoint, nothing to say at the moment. 8 seconds until Arme with the ancient. Get the clock it up. Takes the champion. Takes the back the back door protect. It's sort of again. Here's Shody will spring back up the base. Miposhka will get himself up with a blink. Just need to reset Spirit.
Try.
You got the punch. What about the leg? Why? Being a bit of a nuisance up the side. Even this on but why? They snap by collapsing, you just got it. Trying to kill it long man. X hop back with the heavy armor. Going back in with the round. Gets instantly caught out with the torrent. The Silas as well. I'll jump on. Collapse. Eat the beat. Silver. It's touching the torrent. The torrent. Lock it down with the old people. No detection. They need to see it. They don't get to see it. He's gonna live. He's gonna turn to a spirit. He's not there. And then it's like they get it. Nothing tells him.
What TP?
What TP? He's out. He's alive.
Start to Tokyo. No buyback on Fabian. No buyback on Arme.
Oh my goodness.
There is a Roshan.
There is.
Oh, I thought that was going to be it.
I mean, it was so close. But the backdoor protection kicks in. PSG LGD are able to pull together a defense. They lose their tier 4s, but the Ancient still stands.
Yep. Satanic use Thunder as well. You can feel the nerves. I can feel it. It's just so on the line. Just one sentry could have won the game there, but for not able to get into range.
Let's see what they can do around this pit. They're down 60k. GLGD, but they've got all their ults up. To make any steal that would manage to get onto the bunker. Pull back up on the side, but he's sliding down. Out from the turn. The trying to step over his next target, so everyone's on it. Collapse. Popping the BKB. And Miposhka even step below with cold embrace. So down everyone. They're still going to be going. He's rubbing over support. He's taking it to Tokyo. Tokyo by the time the Young's got another rhythm. Slide this into the remnant of the high ground. Either way. They're sneaking around under the cover of these silver edges. One another.
Metamorphosis is out, but so is the 2 wolf forms. It's both teams doing it stiff right now. But look at why? Dude, look at how carefully they're playing. They're trying to kill him.
Slash.
There we go.
Take him on,
killing Rose!
Oh, no, can't do it, surely. Blink out time collapse. Got his eyes on him. Still got nothing. Hang on, wait for 50 seconds.
Alone.
He's gone in alone. They're risky. He's got the back of a machine. Spirit, they're going to choose. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no, he's on board. 2 minutes, no, 90. Action exposed. Spirit, that make the walk over the wall. The ancient.
Creeps.
They're ready to close it this time. Only 2 left. Can they stop? And then Jinky's got his own way. Jenkins got it. Done it. Team Spirit. They go into the grand finals. 2 games straight up. They take away from PSG LGD. Game 3 and Game 4. PSG LGD, they hit back. But the Game 5, even though they get knocked out in 3 and 4, Spirit, they come back with the same skill and ability that's taken them this whole road to the grand finals. And what a... They take down Fnatic, OG, VP, IG, Secret, and now in a best of 5 at the grand finals, the International 10, they defeat PSG LGD, arguably the favourites coming into the tournament.
Absolutely, and they don't just defeat any PSG LGD. They beat PSG LGD playing their best draft. This was all the heroes that PSG LGD wanted. Like Seb touched on, Lycan, Tiny, they invented this. This was the most dominant combo of this tournament, and they beat it. They figured out how to beat it, and they beat the best team at playing it.
I mean, it's insane as well. 4 of them, their first TI.
That's crazy.
Yatoro, Toronto, Tokyo, collapse Spirit the first time. They've been on the TI main stage. Mipochka, he's been it before, but only top 8 this time. Leading the boys to the championship title and taking home